All right, good morning, Auburn. Glad to have you guys this morning. Good to see everyone. Wanted to let everyone know in the audience if they could silence their phones and hold their applause until the end of the presentation. Auburn will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I'll be your timekeeper, so when I raise my hand, that's just a minute left in the presentation time. But otherwise, good luck, and we're ready to start when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brooke Burgoon, and I'm the president of Elemental Development's Atlanta Division. Today, we are proud to present Oak Waters, a thoughtfully planned residential community located in Lilburn, Georgia. Our vision for Oak Waters is simple: to create a neighborhood that feels naturally at home. Integrated with the land, connected to recreation, and designed for long-term livability, Oak Waters provides lifestyle value to our homeowners as well as strong returns to our investors. Now, Meredith Perlman will share our market analysis.
Hello, my name is Meredith Perlman, and I am the Vice President of Design. I'm here to tell you about the market analysis on our Oak Waters development. So Lilburn and Gwinnett County exhibit strong residential demands. This is driven by regional job growth, proximity to Atlanta, and the shifting demographics. With countywide demand totaling approximately 15,000 units annually and supply only totaling 3,500 units, Lilburn presents a clear opportunity for moderately priced residential growth that aligns with current market trends and regional planning goals. Lilburn's population is growing but aging rapidly, with the 65-plus population expected to grow from 11% in 2020 to 21.5% in 2040. Nearly half of households include only 1 to 2 people, and less than 40% of these include children. This signals for an increased desire for low-maintenance, compact homes that live near amenities. Lilburn, Georgia currently has several active communities. Ansbury Park offers single-family homes, while Chandler Run and the Preserve at Killian Hills offer townhomes. Between these three neighborhoods, these homes have sold from an average of $395,000 to $500,000, with a square footage averaging in the low 2,000s. With this information in mind, we have thoughtfully designed Oak Waters as a development, and I'm now going to pass it to Hannah Roberts to discuss this product design with you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Roberts, and I'm VP of Planning over our Oak Waters development. And today I'm just going to kind of take y'all through what our properties are looking like and what our lots have to offer. So jumping straight into it, we have 3 curated home collections, each one supporting our diverse range of buyers. With these, we really wanted them to respond to lot conditions, to our buyer demographics, and have various price points. For this, we also really wanted to be specific about the home layouts. We found it pertinent to our buyer demographics that each one had a first floor master bedroom. Also within this collection, we wanted each one to have 3 variations of facades, as we don't want to be a cookie-cutter community, but instead one where each home feels distinct and grounded in their own way, but under one unified architectural identity. Going into a bit more detail about each collection, I'm going to start with our Babinette series. This one is our 70-foot wide lot series. It's our 4 bedrooms, 3 full baths, and about 2,500 square feet, with a base price of about $590,000. This one really prioritizes luxury, flexibility, but also multi-generational living. It was really important for us to make sure that people could grow in and with their homes, but also be able to age in place alongside with it. Our next one is our Hatton series, and this one scales down a little bit to our 6-foot wide lots. It's 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, and about 2,300 square feet with a base price of about $540,000. This one is great, again, for its effortlessly luxuriousness, but also because it emphasizes adaptability and flexibility with our evolving customers. This one really shows you how we are flexible with our customers and allow customization for upgraded layouts as well as reconfigurations. And our next one is our Florence series. This is our smallest series in our 50-foot wide lot series, with about 2,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, and about $495,000. This one is great for homeowners who are looking to maybe downsize or becoming empty nesters in the near future, as it has a reduced quality of maintenance to it. But again, still so much comfort and ease throughout the home. Overall, no matter what layout home buyers pick, each one prioritizes comfort, accessibility, and long-term livability, a huge point throughout our Oak Waters development. Now moving into our color palettes, this is again something that we are very specific about choosing. For our exterior, we really want to match our already existing beautiful scenic nature around us, so we chose to go with very cool, earth-toned, muted color palettes. For this, we actually really looked into Gwinnett County Code as well, as it said within there that within residential homes, 3 sides must be masonry. Here at Oak Waters, we went above and beyond and did 4, just in case there's any changes to the code in the near future. We can make sure we're always abiding by that because we want to be a long-lasting development within Lilburn, Georgia. For our interior, we want to just continue with our strong architectural identity as well, and with very warm, modern, contemporary colors for that. Finally, our entry design is something, again, we were very thoughtful about, as we want it to be more than just a signal of arrival, but something that really grounds our community as a whole. By echoing the same patterns, materials, and colors as throughout our homes in our entry design, we really show that our community that we are, again, just strong in our architectural identity and design. No matter if it's our home layout, our product, our color palettes, or our entry design, as buyers can see, we take every single demographic into account because we know not every customer is the same. And we want every street to tell a different story. Now I'm going to pass it back to Brooke Burgoon, and she's going to talk a little bit more about our master plans and our amenities.
Our master plan design was informed by the land itself. Instead of trying to force a rigid grid onto the site, we instead let the land lead us. By following the natural topography, we reduced unnecessary cut and fill and preserved our riparian buffers. This created a neighborhood that is more organically integrated into the site instead of imposed onto it. Our neighborhood consists of 209 lots across 3 product lines, 50, 60, and 70-foot lots, strategically blended throughout the site. By intermixing our lots, we avoid monotony and promote architectural diversity. Our curvilinear roads slow vehicle speeds to enhance walkability and safety. One of the biggest decisions for Oak Waters was building our precast concrete bridge over Garner Creek. This bridge does not just act as infrastructure, but as a connection, so that we can ensure that Oak Waters is one cohesive community. We have entrances on each side of Garner Creek. This ensures emergency accessibility and resiliency. Though our right entrance goes through a regulated buffer, this actually complies with Gwinnett County Code 510.3 exemptions for necessary land access. We knew that this entrance was necessary to provide homeowners and emergency vehicles with access to the right side of our site in case of a fault with our bridge. Oak Waters does not just want to deliver homes, we want to deliver a lifestyle. Our 4 pickleball courts, tennis and basketball court, as well as our dog park, 3 pavilions, and kayak launch act as gathering points that foster activity and recreation. Our kayak launch is a unique amenity. This already adds a competitive edge. With launches already established along the Yellow River and Gwinnett County's encouragement of paddle sports in the Yellow River, this amenity elevates our property to go from scenic to experiential. Sustainability is a core value at Oak Waters. We believe this adds a competitive edge to our homes. Through efficient homes and responsible construction management, we aim to reduce our impact on the environment and provide long-term value. Buyers today are looking for neighborhoods with forward-thinking, resiliency, and connection to nature, and Oak Waters delivers on all 3. Now, Bryce Montino will explain further into some of our sewer and utilities choices.
Thank you. My name is Bryce Montino. I'm our VP of Finance. So when we originally looked at this, we decided to do septic tanks, but septic tanks would have required half-acre size lots due to Gwinnett County's code. So that made us pivot and go to a sanitary sewer piping system, so we're allowed to over double our lot counts. So when you look at all the nearby neighborhoods, they all have aging septic tanks, and they're going to need to be replaced. So Gwinnett County has shown increased interest in switching to a sanitary sewer piping system. So we're putting a 7,000-foot linear foot piping system here. So this is going to increase the value for the entire neighborhood. It's coming to a cost of $2 million. This is going to benefit all the nearby neighborhoods, and our own property is going to be able to double our potential profit since we're using smaller lots. Our stormwater prevention plan, we have 2 detaining ponds on opposing sides of the property. These are going to pick up all our heavy rainfall. We also have 18 to 36-inch reinforced concrete piping, so if there's ever any heavy rainfall, it's going to move from our streets into our detainage ponds. During construction, we plan to have 3 layers of silt fence. This is going to prevent any sediment from getting into the Yellow River, as well as permanent burns that are going to slope water away from the river into our detaining ponds. And now I'm going to pass it back to our VP of Construction.
Hi, I'm Mary Claire, our Vice President of Construction. This slide goes over all the costs that are associated with preparing the land for vertical construction. The largest of these costs being grading and paving at about $6 million. This includes all earthwork, road construction, and bridge construction. Following this, main utilities come to be about $5 million for storm, water, and sanitary. Our estimate also includes erosion control, site analysis, and amenities, all of which increase the value of our neighborhood. Our total land development estimate is $16.7 million. This slide shows the direct vertical cost associated with each of our 3 collections. The Florence on our 50-foot lots has a cost of about $252,000. Moving on to the Hatton on our 60-foot lot sizes, we have a direct vertical cost of about $260,000. And lastly, on our largest 70-foot lot sizes, the Bay Bonnet series has a cost of about $274,000. Our base sale price at the bottom includes not just these direct home vertical construction costs, but also the lot price and a 20% net profit. Although these base sale prices are conservative, Brooke will hit later on about how we expect them to increase as phases of construction also increase. Our schedule begins with 12 months of design and permitting, and then moves into 18 months of land development completed in 2 phases. The first finishing with the construction of our bridge in late 2027, and the second completing in late 2028. We'll then have 30 months of vertical construction ending in 2030. This slide shows our site logistics plan for land development. Our GC trailer and temporary pavilion are located at the main entrance for visibility and coordination purposes. Next to these, on the first lot closest to the main entrance, we have our model home. We've decided to put it on the first lot so that buyers can come in and tour the home safely without entering active construction. We'll also have temporary toilets and water stations dispersed throughout the site, as well as security fencing and security cameras to protect materials and equipment. Our site logistics plan focuses on safety and organization across the site. Our vertical home construction will be completed in 4 phases, beginning on the left side of our site and moving across to the right. We believe that using a phased approach will allow us to have increased supervision, organization, and efficiency throughout home construction. Now passing back to Bryce for marketing.
We plan to hire a full-time marketing manager for this site. Our marketing manager is going to be in charge of our website, our social media ads, our 3D home tours, and all of our home selling softwares. We're going to have our marketing manager go and reach our community and community events. They're going to put up billboards and signage where it'll reach our target customers. We're going to make sure they know about this community. We're going to make sure we hit multiple target groups to see that Lilburn, Georgia is a great place to live, and they're going to want to live in our community. We plan to put our model home as the first home when you come into the development. We also plan to sell 44 lots to our partner builder in the second phase. We're going to have a contract with our builder that they're contractually obligated not to start construction prior to our phase 3 starting, and they're going to have to follow all our HOA guidelines when it comes to colors and facades. We plan to sell 5 to 8 homes per month. Due to our high sales, due to our high supply, we plan to sell 5 to 8 homes per month. And due to our we're going to have positive cash flow beginning in February 2029, and then we begin to become cash flow positive and become profitable in October 2030. Hand it back to Brooke for more finance.
Our project will start with a $10.9 million land acquisition. With our land development, construction, and soft costs, our total development cost will come out to approximately $78.4 million. Since the submission of our original proposal, we have done more research into the Lilburn market. And based on the high demand and lack of competitive supply, we have decided to evolve from a static pricing approach to a phased one. Our phase 1 homes will start at our base sale price. Each phase following will have an increased sale price of 5%. This allows us to account for the increased buyer interest once buyers are able to see our products, amenities, and community momentum. Over the life of our project, we will sell 44 lots and deliver and sell 165 homes, for a total revenue of $101 million. With sales costs and commissions considered, this will come out to approximately $96 million. With our new strategic phase planning, we will have a net cash flows of $17.6 million, and at a 20% required rate of return, we will reach an IRR of 29% and a net present value of $3.75 million. We do not just meet our financial goals, we exceed them. By combining strategic infrastructure investment, thoughtful land planning, diverse product offerings, and a strong financial model, Oak Wooders delivers lifestyle value and investment value to homeowners, value to Gwinnett County through responsible environmental stewardship and infrastructure expansion, as well as value to our investors through strong returns. We thank you for your time and consideration, and we are proud to share Oak Wooders, a neighborhood designed to feel naturally at home in Lilburn, Georgia.
Good job there. Thank you very much. It goes, sorry, a lot of work goes into not just making the proposal, but really being able to present in front of all of us. And thank you very much for doing that. You guys did a great job, really good job kicking it off. Being first in the morning is never a good place to be, so good job there. Really appreciate what you guys did. One question I have for you is on your exterior and your interior color packages you guys spoke about. I see you have 1 stone, 1 brick, 4 colors on paint roughly. How will that look from a package standpoint? Will the homeowners be able to mix and match however they feel inspired, or will those colors and even on the will those colors be tied to certain packages? How will you do that? And then also, will you offer any a la carte options from a possible design studio at all, along with the interior packages?
Hi, I'm Hannah Roberts, VP of Planning, and when we discussed this, we really kind of took it on a case-by-case basis since our homes aren't automatically customizable. If the homeowner during phase 2 or phase 3 of that process, not our phase 1 homes, but the later constructed homes, if they want input into customization, it would start at that point. Yeah, but like I said, our phase 1 homes would not be customizable, but our phase 2 and phase 3, again, on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question about kind of timeline and the lot sales. So you guys said the way that you had arranged the financial model included a lot sale in there. Can you walk me kind of through? I was intrigued by you were saying that that the partner builder is going to close on the lots, but then won't be starting any homes immediately. Can you walk me through kind of the timeline of how that works? Like when we're going to contract the lot sale with the builder, when they're going to be purchasing the lots, and when they can start construction?
We have expected, just for a conservative measure, to have those lots sold by phase 2, but they will be open to be sold during our phase 1 vertical construction. Those builders will be contractually obligated to not start construction until we are already well through our phase 3 of vertical construction. This will prevent us competing in sales with them, but also even increase our sale of these lots, because then these builders can already see our sales success and our product lines.
So do you know just approximately from the time that they hand you cash to get the land to the time that they can start construction on their homes, like what that gap is? I mean, I can see how it benefits us as the developer. I'm trying to understand it from the perspective of the partner builder, and if that's realistic or if it's going to impact our ability to get a fair lot price.
So our goal, we have more in the first one inventory base, and then the second and third phase we're doing a little bit more, giving people options. Those homes are going to be more a custom option that a builder is going to want to buy them in our second phase, working on them in the third phase. So they're going to be more custom, so when they find an owner who wants a more custom home, they're going to have more time to work on it. So they are going to be buying it on an earlier time frame, but they're going to take time to, work with the buyer, and it takes time for them to pick out a custom plan. So we expect all those are going to be more custom homes from a custom home builder. So when they buy them, it's going to be our cash flow earlier on, and then they're not going to start construction for a while.
Okay.
Great job, guys. Great energy. Love the site plan. Love the amenity location and the kayak launch and the deep dive into the paddle sports there. Wanted to check to see, because you guys did a really deep dive into the utility analysis, did you guys look into any other options for your sewer connection?
So according to the county's GIS in 2025, this is the most recent we have, that there was no other sewer connections. So we figured it does benefit everybody by having this new sewer connection. So we have a pump station that we were going to go more in depth of. So it's a 100 foot by 100 foot, and it's going to help pump everything up. So if there's any future connections that people want to come in and connect to our line, it's going to benefit the whole community, the whole county at large.
And is Water Oaks going to absorb all of those costs, or are you guys going to kind of negotiate some of that with the county?
So for the first $2 million, we planned it for us, and then for any future, if it's going to be more costs, it'll definitely have to be, then negotiable. Anything outside of our property is obviously going to be, we are giving it to the county. They fully control anything not on our property line.
Gotcha.
Hey, good morning. First of all, I love the senior leadership titles that you've given yourselves. Really shows ownership of the project. Very nice job. Nice presentation. Very thoughtful, very detailed. My question is about your model lot and model home specifically. So you're talking about offering 3 different floor plans. Or 3 different product types. Was any thought given to which product type you would model, and whether or not you may be open to modeling a second and third product?
Yes, we decided to go with our Bay Minette, our largest series, as our model home, since that would be the largest investment for any of our buyers. We decided to also only do 1 model home so that it could be at the entrance of our construction site, so nobody has to enter any active construction zones.
Thank you.
So great job on the presentation. I really like the cohesive, very smooth operation that happened there, right? Great job presenting. So going back to that sell-off, if things are running smoothly, so you talked about at first you're going to have a lot of inventory that you're going to start with, right? But maybe kind of an audible as you go, kind of learning to see what's there. Why potentially sell those if sales are going well?
So it's going to give us $9.9 million of cash flow right before we start building a majority of our homes. So we thought that's almost recouping all of our land development costs. So it was more for a cash flow standpoint, so we could start being cash flow positive earlier on. And also, we've debated different plans, and it just looked like this is the most efficient, and it's going to benefit us the most.
Gotcha. So as a home builder, you got to have food to eat, right? So always considering what that looks like to know, is the next land deal going to be more expensive than what it costs you to keep that, right? Especially since you're putting all the development costs and everything into it, being able to try to get money. So looking at that and saying, okay, that was a statement over a question, sorry. But when you're looking at it to say, okay, what do we want to feed into the future? How does your layout from what you look and see in the beginning, how much time does that give you to transition into your second, third, and fourth phase?
So there's about a 1.5 year difference, and then this is going to allow us to we're going to have them have the same color palettes with our HOA, but they could kind of have a little bit more flexibility on the way they want the interior to look. The exterior is going to basically match the rest of the community. We don't want it to look like monotonous, but we still want to match the rest of the community.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Quick, I have a question on the product. We have some communities around that area, and I was really intrigued by the selection of the product. Am I reading it right through the presentation in this that all of the product is 1 story?
No, sir. Our products range to 2 stories, actually.
Okay, I may have misread it. I'm sorry.
I think that the note that you're seeing about the first story is that there's a master bedroom on each of the first floors because it is an aging community.
Okay.
One more question for you guys. To the left of your amenity and kind of the access road or road that's leading to the access road to the lift station, you guys might have a little bit more opportunity to capitalize on the lot yield there by adding a few more lots. Did you guys kind of consider adding some more lots there, or were you kind of focusing on meeting a green space requirement?
Are you referring to the access road next to the sewer pump station?
Yes, but not technically the road leading to the pump station, the main road that leads to.
Yes, we actually, according to Gwinnett County Code, have an 100-foot surrounding perimeter that is a no build around that area. Okay. So we wanted to make sure that we maintain that to comply.
Okay, and then the left side of the amenity, there's a little bit more space to kind of capitalize there, where you guys just trying to allow for a little bit more space, green space around the amenity area?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Here, I want to also step in and point out, so there's additional flood insurance needed if you're in that closer zone to the Yellow River. That's why we're pushing it back, to make sure we don't just have the 40% open space and the 100-foot by 100-foot buffer. We also want to make sure we didn't have increased flood insurance for those homes because the target market we were looking for didn't want to pay more insurance.
Awesome. Great job, guys.
Sorry, thank you for the correction on the one-story versus two-story. Took a second look. It looks like the two-story availability on some of the floor plans is kind of a bonus room option up top, right? So it's more of a abbreviated loft versus a full traditional two-story. Can you help me understand kind of your thought process in going that direction versus it's creative relative to what a lot of the competitors are doing, and just thoughts as to why you're confident in taking that approach all in if it's so different than what the competitors are doing around it right now.
Yeah, we saw a major gap in the communities around us and the fact that they don't have homes similar to ours. We kind of want to merge that gap through our product lines and our homes. And for that reason, that's why we chose to do that. We want to be a diverse community and something new and something fresh to that area because we really believe that's something that they need. We've seen in the communities around us, I think the last resale was a few years ago, so we'd be something very new in that area. And so having a new product line, something new to that community would be something greatly beneficial that I feel like people would be looking for. Thank you.
All right. Awesome job, guys. All right, good morning, North Carolina A&T. Good to see you guys. Wanted to ask everyone in the crowd if they could silence their phones and hold their applause until the end of the presentation. North Carolina A&T will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I'll make sure to keep time, and I'll raise my hand once you have a minute left in the presentation time. But you guys are ready to go. Good luck.
Good morning. We are Aggie Holmes from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. We are here this morning to convince you that our development in the Hendrickson is a wonderful place to be, and it meets all the current demands in the housing market of Lilburn, Georgia. Furthermore, we also want to make sure that our development align with our company values, which includes quality, integrity, sustainability, wellness, to name a few, which all aims to one goal of success for Aggie Homes. In assessing the viability of the project, we wanted to make sure our team consists of experts to handle each different aspect of this job. Therefore, our team consists of myself, Victoria Reynolds, Xavier Johnson, Kiana Vigilance, Sydney Watson, C.D. Khan, and Marcus Rayner.
Like any investment, our ultimate goal is to make a profit. Therefore, we have strategically planned that our IRR is greater than 20%. Therefore, our IRR is 24.43%. With a profit of $17.7 million and a purchasing price at $10.9. During this presentation, you will see how we accomplished such a great IRR in various aspects.
As our project team researched and compared different communities and counties, we found the location of Georgia to have advantages that will be benefit to profitability and project attractiveness, leading us into our project location of Gwinnett County, around 431 square miles near one of the fastest growing and diverse cities, located northeast of Metro Atlanta, a great area for investment opportunities, with hot summers and short winters, and a mixture of suburban comfort and urban access to highways like I-85, providing direct transportation to Atlanta's job centers, healthcare facilities, universities, and airports.
Thank you, CD. This takes us into our demographics, and if you're looking for a market built for growth, this is it. In Lilburn alone, 68% of the population is white-collar professionals, showing strong economic stability. 28% of the population is ranging between 10 and 29 years old, showing long-term demand for the youth. And if you look at our workforce commuter patterns, you'll see that it is a 45-minute average commute, and these people are willing to travel to a larger economic ecosystem. And so with all of our demographics put together, it shows that Lilburn and Gwinnett County are built for sustainable long-term expansion.
Convenience is one of the things that we took into consideration for our customers. As seen on the bottom of the screen, we have a few of our popular attractions that are just minutes away from our community, which includes the beautiful Stone Mountain Park, as well as infrastructure, including bike lanes, pedestrian sidewalks, and local transit stops.
As mentioned before, Gwinnett County is the most active housing market in Metro Atlanta. This is a perfect spot for you investors, buyers, and us as builders. We have a sales price range in Lilburn, Georgia from $360K to $960K, which you can see towards the right of the screen in the chart above. Also, we have a median single-family home price at $415K, with in 2025, Gwinnett County selling 6,000 homes.
Standing out in a crowded market takes more than just a promise. It takes strategy, vision, and results. Therefore, our team has done digging inside our competitors, which includes Taylor Morrison, Mercer Homes, just to name a few. However, these competitors offer single-family homes with 2 to 3 amenities. However, we're offering 5 amenities, as well as a various range of square footage, which we're going to talk a little bit more about in our presentation and show how our pricing stays competitive while adding value. Moving on to our target segment. So we looked into our LTM, and therefore we have came up with 3 buyer profiles, starting off with an education-driven mover. So this buyer here is actually looking to settle down in a forever home. Therefore, they're attracted to our community as we're just minutes away from major schools that focus on career readiness and college prep. Moving on to our second profile, we have our I-85 commuter. This commuter actually is in regions such as Atlanta, Chamberlain, Dunwoody, just to name a few. However, these are highly congested areas. Therefore, they're attracted to our community as we're just minutes away from interstates and highways, making it easy to navigate to neighboring cities. Moving on to our last profile, we have our professional anchors. This anchor here is essentially employees within our region. Therefore, they're attracted to our community as we're just minutes away from major employers, as well as we make work, school, and family time easy and enjoyable.
What separates market leaders is the ability to meet real demand, and the Hendrickson is built with that principle at its core. Sitting on 93 acres split between 122 homes, with our base prices ranging from $600K to $650K, and our square footages ranging from 2,898 square feet to 3,721 square feet. And so if you take your attention to our competitive analysis chart, you'll see Aggie Homes in the red running right in the mix with our competitors. And on the lower side, we have the Fairview, Greenway, and Laurelwood with the smaller lots. And it is a slight diagonal upwards for our Mapleton, Riverview, and Wellington. But those are actually priced just beneath our competitors, with the second option to sell parcel B to a separate home builder for $725K or $270K. And so if you turn to page 14 of your proposal, you'll see that at the top there is a true market for the $725K range.
This is our site design zoned in Gwinnett County as an open space conservation district. Our main goal, designed for growth and preservation, is to maximize the number of homes and amenities while still keeping the land as undisturbed as possible. We have split the land into two parcels, Parcel A and Parcel B, with B being the larger parcel. We have also taken into account other factors, such as the yellow square you see in the lower right-hand corner of Parcel B. This is land that will not be acquired by Aggie Homes. We have also making sure to keep the open space requirements in designing this. We have 122 homes varying in lot sizes, with the typical lot being 80 by 100 feet. In Parcel A, we have our clubhouse, one of our walking trails, a rain garden, and a tennis/pickleball court, with its total acreage, including the open space, being 38. In Parcel B, we have another walking trail and our dog park, with its total acreage adding up to be 55.
Thank you, Sydney. This takes us into our 6 floor plans, but for time's sake, I'll be talking about 3 that best fit our target market. And so first up, we have the Greenway, which is tailored towards our I-85 commuters with a base price of $608K. It's got a nice 3-car garage and lots of storage. And these people are really just looking to live right outside of Atlanta and make the 30 to 40-minute commute into downtown Atlanta to get to their jobs. Next up, we have the Mapleton, and wow, oh wow, this home has lots of office spaces, lots of study spaces, and it's priced at $627K, tailored towards our professional anchors. And so last but not least, we have the Wellington with a base price of $650K. I mean, it's got 5 beds, 4.5 baths, a 2-car garage. This is perfect for people who are truly looking to settle down in LaBerne, especially with middle school to high school kids, seeing that all of our schools are within a 3-mile radius and all of our schools have an average of a 4 out of 5 according to greatschools.com. This is a perfect home for our education-driven movers. And so this takes us into our customizable options and upgrades, and understanding some of our targets, particularly millennials. They love customization nowadays, so we've offered a wide variety of options and upgrades with a 3-tiered system, with Tier 1 offering more affordable and practical upgrades such as quartz countertops, Tier 2 offering a higher level comfort of features with our luxury baths and expanded outdoor areas, and then Tier 3 with our most premium and luxury finishes with our spa bath and full hardware flooring.
To ensure a successful build-out plan, our operation team consists of a project manager, superintendent, safety manager, assistant superintendent, project engineer, and 1 summer intern. The different applications that we'll be using during this building process will be construction management softwares, safety orientation and procedures, quality quality control, and different site logistics and access points. As you pay attention to the next slide, you will see our site layout plan. On the bottom left, you will see our porta johns and dumpsters near the entrance, our site offices, our temporary storage located in the cul-de-sac, and just another area up top near our pickleballing court, just in case of uncertain activities.
Following my colleagues, as we continue to construct and plan the Hendrickson, the project location was a key factor in preparing a sustainability design plan, where we wanted to prioritize minimizing disturbances and maximizing preservation. Some key sustainability highlights we were able to plan and achieve were ensuring that we comply with the 40% of recreational space in coordination with our neighborhood design plan, where we wanted to protect the natural landscape around trees, wetlands, and wildlife, as well as, due to the EPA ratings of the area, improving the air quality standards due to the radon radiation being Zone 1, as well as our project meeting the NGBS sustainability standards in land, home, and site design, earning a total of 248 points, qualifying for bronze certification.
Our execution and our sales and marketing is in part what separates the Hendrickson from its competition. We will be looking at a total revenue of $75 million, and we are aiming for 10 pre-sales to start, but that could change depending on how the market is. We will be starting our sales in November of 2027 and ending our sales in October of 2029. And for our marketing strategy, we're going to be targeting the digital media heavy, such as home realtor sites such as Zillow and Instagram. We will also be putting billboards along I-85, targeting our I-85 commuter profile too, as well as putting our advertisements on TV and newspapers as well.
Thank you, Xavier. Following our market analysis and our sales and marketing, we have our estimates. We'll first start with our construction costs, which range from $306K to $331K, and our cost per square foot ranging from $177 to $207, which is also shown in the breakdown of the chart shown to the right of the screen. Now we'll enter into our total expenditure. This includes things like our $10.9 million land acquisition costs, our $9.1 million land development, and amenities costs constructing of $868K. This led us to a total expenditure of $63.3 million.
When creating our schedule, we have implemented different contingencies that we may come across of. Land development begins March 2nd, 2026, following parallel phases of infrastructure, earthwork, amenities, roads and curbs, and finally, the beginning of home construction. This should take around a 4.5 timeline period. Each home is set for a 4-month production rate.
Following the schedule, as we continue to identify the risk factors associated with the project and creating solutions to mitigate the risk for the project, this led our project team to create strategies around 5 key sectors, with financial, construction, zoning requirements, and schedule being typical in mitigation efforts across all projects. I wanted to take the time to highlight our environmental risk, with Gwinnett County being one of 4 counties in Zone 1 in radon radiation. We ensured our product with active mitigation systems, as well as third-party testing between the buyer, the builder, and the third-party tester to ensure the safety radon radiation readings.
Now we'll go into our financial analysis for all of our 122 homes. So like my colleague Marcus mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, Aggie Homes never wants an IRR below 20%. Therefore, utilizing the NAHB financial analysis software, we've come up with a great IRR of 24.43%, and that led us to our cautious, optimistic scenario. So we have our receipts, which includes our options, other sales, and premium revenue. Our direct sales costs, which includes our 3% commissions and 1% buyer incentive. We have a profit of $17.7 million, with a profit margin ranging from 19 to 21% for all of our 6 plans. If you take your attention to the right of the screen, you'll see us acquiring the land March 2nd, 2026, and going down to negative $10.9 million. As the years go on, we finally reach a break-even month of the 36th month, which is February 2029. With this cautious, optimistic scenario, we have created 6 other scenarios, from the most optimistic, which has an IRR of 32.93%, to the most pessimistic, which has an IRR of 17.03%. There's different factors that we also changed in the scenario. change in sale price, change in construction costs, and number of homes built per month. If we ever see as a company going down to the most pessimistic IRR, we will choose to sell our lots.
In light of economic uncertainty, we have proposed another option, with the option of building 61 homes and selling 61 fully developed lots to a local builder. Each lot will be at $270K, and Aggie Home plans to build 3 different plans: the Greenway, the Laurelwood, and of course the beautiful Fairview. This is giving us a total revenue at $16.4 million.
Now we'll go into the financial analysis for this scenario. So with this scenario, we only have 1% less in our IRR, which led us to a IRR of 23.05%. We have our total net expenditures at $43.8 million. Our profits are at $10.1 million, with a profit margin range for our 3 plans at 16 to 17%. Again, if you take your attention to the right of the screen, you'll see our baseline cash analysis, which shows us having a break-even month of the 27th month, which is May 2028. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. We hope that you agree to construct and choose to invest in us, Aggie Homes. We are North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University.
Great job, guys. You can really tell that you guys have practiced and thought through the presentation and trying to hit all the important points. I just wanted to give you a quick compliment on the financial section. Now, I come about it from the finance side of things, so I might look at it a little differently. But I really appreciated how, like from page 45 on, the way that you guys are breaking out your, in addition to just the general cash flow showing, how much you've invested over time, the way you break it out by plan, showing here's how your revenue is generated, here's how much is house cost, lot cost, or profit margin. You guys have a sensitivity table that shows here's the scenarios we considered and here's the return as a result of those scenarios. You have a full detailed cash flow that shows up by month. And as I was going through and reviewing it, both during the presentation and beforehand, when I'd have a question about something, if it wasn't clear in the narrative, it was really easy for me to just go in the back and look at the numbers and kind of answer my own question. There's a lot of submissions that we see that don't show that level of detail, and I just say I really appreciate that you did, and it was all in just a few pages, and so spot on. Great job on that, guys. I had a few just quick questions. When you guys were talking about your pricing for the homes, a lot of it was referring to the base price, right? $600 to $650 base price. And when you had your pricing chart talking about some of the competitors, you also, I assume that those were the base price of the competitors. Now, ultimately, what the customer closes, what the price that they're paying at close is going to be the total price of the home, which may include lot premiums and options. So my question is just, how did you consider, the difference between base price and your total average sales price relative to the competitors? And, how do you feel you guys landed in the market when viewed by a total sales price?
Thank you so much for your comments. So yes, to answer that question, we did some digging into our LTM, as well as we went into the MLS to just look at based upon our 3 profiles, and as well as their income. We averaged it to be a very mixed, as well as starting from the 600, as you see for our Fairview. Our competitors are starting at 625. However, with their square footage, they're starting right at our, I'll say right where Laurelwood is starting from.
Okay, and the pricing shown for the competitors, is that a total sales price or is that a base sales price?
That is a base price.
Okay. All right. I wanted to ask a question about the lot sale scenario. You guys have talked about that as a potential backup plan if things weren't to work out in your community. I guess my question is kind of think forward to how this would work in practice, when do you guys think you would make the decision of whether or not to sell lots, and what would influence that decision as you go along?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. So in this scenario, we wanted to just have an option for the builder itself for this scenario. So we wanted to do up to 50% of our lots to sell, just as an option. So we propose as Aggie Homes to go for the full entire 122 home build out. But with this scenario, we wanted to just give an option for our investors in light of economic uncertainty that we can sell that 50% off to a different builder.
What would cause you to do that?
It was just an option for the investor itself, just with the one of like risk of costs going up or anything like that, or if we ever see the IRR going down to the most pessimistic, as I mentioned before, then as the builder or as the investor, they would choose to either make that decision kind of first out the gate instead of making that decision as the years go on.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome job, guys. Great energy. Love the presentation. You guys had a very detailed schedule with final plats and approvals in it. A really great estimate. I also saw that you guys had added in cost to your estimate for a site development consultant. So wanted to talk a little bit about who that person is and what their role is and how they'll be involved with the project.
Yeah, I'll answer that question. So with that consultant, it would really be for the area itself. Like my colleague CD mentioned, we have a lot of radon in the area. We also have a lot of high elevations too. So it's just someone that we can work with that knows the area very well, that we can make sure we have the best development and best area for our clients.
Awesome. And then the area in parcel B that's in yellow, did you guys look at an opportunity there to keep that and design it and flow that into your subdivision, or has it always been something that you want to sell off?
When looking at the yellow property, I'm just looking at the documents given to us. That's acquired property, not owned by us, owned by another individual on the deed. So we just tried our best to build our neighborhood around his property and still have a great feel for our neighborhood and still just maximize the land given.
Got it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, great job, guys. Your confidence fills this room up. I love it. Love the energy. My question is, you talk about your 3 consumer groups. You're doing 5 sales a month. Do you think that one of those groups is going to really stand out and kind of fill the buyer profile there, or are you guys going to target all 3 of those throughout your sales process?
Yes, so with our 3 buyer profiles, in the case that one does take off, say our education-driven movers, we would then adjust the rest of our product mix and our plans to match. That way we're not over-encumbered on one side or under on the other.
I couldn't agree more. It was one of those presentations you just can't help but smile. It was really great to watch. My question has to do with the staffing. I noticed you had in there a sustainability and a safety manager. So given the volume of homes that you have there, I didn't see anything that talked about warranty, but I saw safety and sustainability. How would that plan look like for the staff and understanding their scope and how that would be implemented?
Well, when it comes down to staffing, before anybody gets on our site, of course, we will have team meetings and a safety regulation document. But it's like my colleague mentioned earlier, when it comes down to sustainability, we realize that the radon is very high in this level, and that from a sustainable standpoint, we still would like to protect the wetlands, the endangered species, and also just the other things that we may come across. So when breaking down our team, we definitely, our safety manager would be hand in hand. That's why we put them next to the field superintendent, because hopefully they will be in cahoots of everything that's going on and everybody who touches the site. And also we understand that red clay is actually big in Georgia as well. So just trying to manage those little things, because the price can easily run up if we're just paying for the roads to get clean every day. So So just, having a clear line of communication, I would feel like.
Okay. So how would warranty play into it, though?
When it comes down to warranty and the sustainability, I might have to give this to my options of upgrades, man, but we definitely try to at least have market partners or at least industry-based sustainable material that we can at least get warranty on, or we know companies that will be in business for a long time where we don't have to worry about not having a warranty in 5 years or the company shutting down. We can at least have something reliable that is standard use in building practices.
Thank you.
Not to be a broken record, but you guys did good. You guys did a great balance of the softer sides of these presentations, of understanding the marketing, the sales, just the general approach of it, the architecture, and then also with your numbers, you guys were not afraid to dig in there deep. So thank you very much on that. One thing I loved, coming from a purchasing background, is you guys had a very detailed cost breakdown on the vertical construction. Appreciate that. And then you mentioned some material storage at the end of one of the cul-de-sacs there in Phase 4. I was wondering, are you guys going to do direct, are you guys going to buy material only and that's what you're going to store there? What types of things are you going to store in that temporary storage area?
During our phases, during the different phases, we realized that we would have our temporary road marked in red. So depending on what phase, and we're producing about five homes a month, different teams will be going through different phases. So material will be going in and out, and everybody can know one location where we can still watch our materials and feel safe, and also just keep moving through a steady process, even if we have to go up near our road with using the temporary access. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. And then on your packages, good job there lining up 3 levels of packages, good, better, best. You used a little bit different words there, but and then you also the flexibility, it looks like, to going back to the proposal too, is a little bit more deeper. Appreciate that. Is that when you have those packages, it looks like they could pick parts of the packages. Is that all going to be done by the sales team out there in the community, or are you also going to have a design studio that's going to help guide the customers through that process?
That's a great question. Actually, when building our model home, we would definitely try to keep things as basic as possible, just so we're not giving false hope of if things going back to your question, get out of warranty, or we can't promise that. So we would definitely try to incorporate those different tiers in our model home, just so we can at least show our customers what we're actually offering. And if my Xavier, my marketing wants to piggyback.
And to add on, so our tiers are fully customizable, so you're not locked into anything. So say you want Tier 3 sustainability with a basic kitchen and Tier 2 smart home lights, you can do that. And so our Tier 1, you have an average price between $2K and $6K, Tier 2 between $6K and $12K, and then Tier 3 between $12K and $18K.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Michigan State University.
Morning.
Glad to have you guys.
Thank you.
Wanted to ask everyone in the room if they could silence their phones and hold their applause until the end of the presentation. Michigan State will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer, so I'll keep time and I'll raise my hand when you guys have a minute left on the presentation. But we are good to go, and good luck. Ready when you are.
If you've ever driven around the Atlanta, Georgia area before, you know one thing is for sure. There is no shortage of development. The problem isn't quantity, it's quality. And I am proud to present today Yellow River Estates as a long-time project. These are our Spartan builders today. We are looking for a $22.8 million equity financing in order to build 195 homes over the next 46 months. Our home prices will range from $480,000 to $600,000 with an IRR of 15.1%. Let's jump right into it. Yellow River Estates. It's on a 93-acre parcel with the purchasing price of $10.9 million in unincorporated Gwinnett County, Georgia. And we've decided as a team to stick with the OSC zone. And I'll get into the market analysis now. It's a very, very competitive market down there in Gwinnett County. We have towns like Loganville, Snellville, and Tucker that are very well established. But we got it better because we have unbelievable schools in our district. Camp Creek, Trickham, and Parkview High School are all within our area of Gwinnett County and Little Bern. With an average commute time of 35 to 55 minutes, right outside that Atlanta, Georgia perimeter, you can't beat it. The job market is very strong down there as well, with healthcare, tech, and companies like Delta with a very strong presence to begin with. We've also noticed a strong uptick in opportunities over the next 5 years with an average salary growth. Our demographic trends have shown, and our demographic trends have shown a 55% growth in ages 55 and over in our census tract data. We have a steady growth of 25 to 54-year-olds, and our data has also presented a $154,000 mean household income. That is well above the area already. We've also, in our research, have noticed a wealth migration from coastal cities such as LA, New York, and DC. Those people are high equity individuals coming in to Gwinnett County. Our target home buyers are move-up families, first-time buyers, and retirees. These people are looking for modern, low-maintenance homes, and we plan to provide that with much more. I think this is a very important slide because this is our opportunity zone that we plan to hit. We've noticed with other developers that they haven't hit these two green zones. So our goal is to hit those markets and provide housing and opportunities for home buyers within these two zones. Now I'll pass it on to Julia for site analysis.
The existing conditions of the Yellow River Estates are defined by the Yellow River forming that eastern boundary. The natural topography of the site slopes gently towards the river, which we will capitalize on in our lot premiums later in the presentation. We have maintained the existing OSC zoning, which means we have 40% open space. And there are 4 homes and amenities such as swimming pool and tennis courts and fences that will need to be demolished prior to construction. Our site plan is comprised of 195 total lots. Due to a recent sewer study done by Gwinnett County, it was found that 195 lots is the maximum number of lots we can utilize while tapping into that existing sewer system. We have 2 entrances at Oleander Drive, spaced 350 feet apart from each other, which will improve traffic distribution both on Oleander and for residents going in and out of the neighborhood. Again, we have maintained the open space conservation, so we have floodplains that will be included in this zone, and we also have amenities in that 10% of usable open space. So we have hiking trails, we have an accessible kayak launch on that Yellow River, which is perfect for residents who enjoy their outdoor activities. We also have an amenity center that has 2 pickleball courts and a junior Olympic-sized swimming pool. Sustainability is a core component of the Yellow River Estates. We have used pervious pavement to improve stormwater infiltration and reduce surface runoff. We also have planted 351 trees to maintain that canopy coverage requirement. This will lower the overall heat island effect, improving the ecology of the site and also lowering energy usage for residents. Our stormwater management systems include the use of retention ponds and rain gardens and cul-de-sacs spaced throughout the site. We also have included bioswales to support native wildlife within our site to really capitalize on the unique grab of our estates. Our landscape packages are divided into 4 different tiers. These really make sure that residents can feel like they are customizing the homes in which they are living. We have also utilized existing trees to reduce disturbance and also, again, maintain the natural character of the land. And we also have included plants that will support the local wildlife, overall enhancing the ecology of our site. Next, we'll be getting into our product design. So we have 6 unique layouts at the Yellow River Estates. Each home is constructed primarily of brick or stacked stone, which kind of enhance the character. Each home will also have a 2-car garage and adhere to the minimum heated floor space requirements outlined in the 2025 Change in Conditions document. And each home is thoughtfully laid out and designed for each of our target buyer groups. So sorry. Sorry about this. I don't know. Apologize for that. So this is our first floor plan. It is the Piedmont at 2,400 square feet. It has 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, perfect for people who are looking to downsize, and it also features a 0-step entry, which is important for those aging in place adults. Next, we have the Peachtree. This is a 2,600 square foot ranch, again at 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths. It features an extra powder room to accommodate for that extra square footage. This is also really great for first-time home buyers who are looking for a slightly larger footprint but also still want to maintain that 1-story home. Next, we have the Willow at 3,000 square feet. This has 4 bedrooms and 2.5 baths. This features a primary bedroom on the first level and an open concept living space, perfect for families who want to utilize that modern living. We next have the Marietta at 3,100 square feet. This has 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. This again features a primary bedroom on the first floor, and it also features a loft on the second floor, which is really great for families who want a separate space for their children to be able to play. It also has a flex den off of the foyer, perfect for families who maybe work hybrid or go in only part-time for work. Our next floor plan is the Azalea at 3,300 square feet. It has 5 bedrooms and 3.5 baths. This one is our colonial floor plan. All 5 bedrooms are on the second level of the home, so you have a much larger living space on the first level. This is really great for growing families and people with young children who want to be near their families at night. And our last floor plan, which is our largest one, is our Magnolia At 3,500 square feet, it has 5 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. This one is really great for move-up buyers who are looking to take advantage of a larger footprint and have a more luxurious feel in their living environment. It has a large great room, which is open to a large kitchen as well, and it's open to the second story, which really enhances the character of the space. We have 3 different upgrade packages, each with their own unique characteristics. This helps buyers make sure that they feel like they're really making their own home without having to put in too much effort into their living situations. We have included a sample of a gold upgrade package, which is also shown in the rendering on the right of the Azalea kitchen. We also, in addition to these packages, have line item upgrades, which include open rail staircases or EV chargers in garages. So it features different technological needs and also design aesthetics. We will next pass it to Ben for construction management.
Thank you, Julia. We have quite the aggressive schedule at 46 months. However, we believe that this will allow us to get in and out of the market while still controlling our production. We have broken it down into 3 phases. Phase 1 will have 84 homes, Phase 2, 64, and Phase 3, 47. We will start with land entitlement of March of 2026 and finish construction in December of 2030. We have a land acquisition cost of $10.9 million with a horizontal development cost of $6.8 million and then vertical construction cost of $72.24 million. For all 6 of our models, we're looking at a range of $120 per square foot to $125 per square foot, which makes us very competitive with all the other contractors in our area. For phasing, we will be starting in the west and moving to the east. We picked Phase 1 as our starting point because we did a comprehensive study on Oleander Drive, and we found that up to 20,000 people drive on Oleander Drive each day, and we want to bring eyes to this Phase 1 and bring eyes to our project. Also, Phase 1 will include all of our amenities, and we want to get those open to our home buyers as soon as possible. We also have 2 model home field offices on site, 1 for our sales team and 1 for our construction team. However, before those are in place and those are built, we will have 1 construction trailer and 1 sales trailer for those teams. For our staffing, we will have 1 part-time project manager and then 2 full-time superintendents, 1 overseeing horizontal and 1 overseeing vertical. For our sales team, we will have 2 in-house real estate agents that will receive a 1% commission plus a salary. And then we're open to outside real estate agents with a 3% commission. However, our finances are set up for 2/3 internal, 1/3 external. We want to establish our brand early and really hit those top 15 cities that are coming to Gwinnett County. We don't want to leave our community behind those. So we will also have billboards along Highway 78 and attend Little Burn's Food Truck Tuesday to have a booth and get into that community engagement. Our biggest marketing strategy, though, is our 4-point mortgage point buy-down, which will take 1% off of our home buyer's mortgage rate. We will spend $21,600 upfront on the first 25 homes. However, in the end, our home buyers will save $100,000 in a 30-year term. We are proud to offer 158 premium lots, with our most premium lot being our walkout basements, and we have 10 of these, and all 158 premium lots will bring a $2 million total revenue at the end of the project. I'll now pass it on to Melanie for financial analysis and risk.
Thank you, Ben. We all know construction projects carry risk. We're no different. We've identified and mitigated 3 significant risks in our project. Our market risk. Economic pressures create uncertainty in the market, and we face a cool buyer sentiment. To mitigate this, we have 6 models that provide a broad variety of price points. 5 of our 6 models are affordable to households at the mean income level, according to our census tract. Specifically, our Piedmont and Peachtree models are both within the range of the Georgia Dream Home Ownership Program's eligible buyers. Secondly, our capital risk. This arises from an unchecked schedule growth. To mitigate this, we have 3 phases in our development plan. We'll plan to overlap trades and consistently keep work flowing to minimize our exposure to capital risk and control any schedule growth. And finally, our construction risk. We are nearby the Yellow River floodplain. We'll do a supplemental survey to ensure we are building outside of this zone and also saving our buyers money from having to purchase flood insurance. Additionally, we've included a 7% contingency for any potential rock blasting we may incur along the way. Our baseline financials. It's important to note that what is presented today is different from our pro forma. This is the corrected information summary from the pro forma. The summary was wrong in the report, but this is correct information. As you can see, we expect 15 sales per quarter with a 15.1% IRR and a 1.5x return on our equity. Our sensitivity analysis. We ran a couple alternate scenarios to stress test our baseline. One of the scenarios is a smaller home buyer preference, and the other scenario is a conservative sales pace. As you can see, shown from the data, both scenarios, along with our others, still prove that we have strong financial performance even under stress. Our overview. Let's bring us back to the front. Today we ask to build better, and we ask for a $22.8 million equity finance for a 46-month long duration project for 195 lots with an IRR of 15.09%. I'd like to thank our team today and our team back at home, and as well as thank you for your time and attention. And I open the floor to questions.
All right, nice job, guys. Couple kudos. So you guys did a really deep dive into zoning, the site analysis, and environmental and state water impacts. I saw that you guys have some designs to do bioswales on both sides of the road in the community, and just wanted to ask if you guys incorporated that in your estimate, and then who's going to be responsible for maintaining those elements of your community.
I would love to be able to answer that question. Our site design person is not with us today, but I'm sure that he accounted for that in any cost that is necessary.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job, guys. Those photos, did they come from a site visit that you guys did? Were you guys able to visit the site?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Very cool. My question is in regards to your phasing. I see where you're phasing the land development of the site. It looked like as you got into phase 2 and even more into phase 3 that there may be some potential gap outs, needing lots to come online faster than you were going to get them developed. Do you have a particular trigger or something that would, a milestone that would tell you guys that it's time to start that next phase?
So we start with phase 1 and then move to phase 2 and 3. And our goal is once we start vertical construction, just keep going. There's no like stopping point. Like once we go horizontal, vertical, we just want to keep those going so we're not taking crews off and then putting crews back on. Our goal is to get going and sell homes and finish that 46-month duration, if that answers your question.
Sure, thank you.
Great job. I know it's hard when tech doesn't work and you got to kind of go with it. So great poise trying to keep it there, right? Thank you. Question about you discussed a sales trailer and a construction trailer prior to the model being done. So obviously there's a cost associated with that. So what's your timing as far as when you're anticipating starting to sell?
We will do 10 pre-sales, and then after that, we want to start selling as soon as possible. So we're going to bring people out to the site and then introduce them to our premium lot.
So you'd bring them to the sales trailer is what you're referring to?
Yes, sales trailer on site.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. As you dug deep into this, referencing your written proposal also, one thing love it is the walkout basements. How did you guys account for, I saw your budgets for the vertical construction on a normal house. Where do you account for the vertical construction cost of those walkout basements?
Yes, so we worked with the topography of the site. So on that side where our 10 walkout basements are, like we go up a little bit. And so it's included in our site plan to dig those basements out. So those are included in our site plan because we're working with the site on that part.
Gotcha.
If that answers your question.
But normal, there's a house cost to go vertical, slab going all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
Usually that's a different cost even from the slab, from drywall, extra set of stairs, where did you count for the vertical cost? I understand the site cost. Where did you put the vertical cost?
For the
the
10
extra
For the 10 premium or for the vertical cost for the basements?
vertical cost for the basements, correct?
Those are also included in our site plan. I apologize.
Perfect, thank you. And then also on your packages, like the 3 levels, great job. Looks like you gave the packages to really allow the ease of either a spec home or a quick buy on a buyer. Is those packages and that flexibility going to be handled by your sales team themselves in the community, or do you have a third party or an employee doing the design center helping the customers get through that process?
Those will be handled by our sales team as they are packages. Each package itself is set in stone. It's not customizable, so it's easily managed by our sales team when customers choose which one they would want.
Thank you.
Hey, I wanted to give you guys a few compliments. It's clear that you guys have had to deal with some changes between the adjusting the pledge, changes to the baseline financials that that some of your team members may be missing here. Outside of this presentation and even the home building industry, just the way that you guys have maintained poise and owned those things is great. Like, huge compliment to you guys in general. Like, so much of being successful in your career in business depends on your ability to continue thinking and being honest and thinking on your feet when things happen. So I think it just says a ton about you guys. Separate from the presentation, you guys have had great poise and maintained confidence and been straightforward and honest with responses, even if the answer is, I don't have the person here or we changed the financials. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
It's interesting, you guys dove into a few different areas that weren't specifically mentioned in other presentations. One of them, I was trying to figure out which one to ask about. When you guys were talking about mortgage buydowns, right? That's a big thing that the industry has been dealing with over the last 2 years. Not something that gets a ton of press, but it's something that has a pretty substantial financial impact in profitability right now. You guys had not just said that you were going to deal with mortgage buydowns, but also quantified, here's how many points we're going to buy down, here's what the impact is to the consumer's interest rate, here's how much it's going to cost us. Can you tell me kind of how you did that? Like, where you got the data from, and if, it's just kind of extra credit, if you thought through logistically how you're going to arrange that?
I don't know where we got the data from, I apologize. However, we did it so we can stay competitive with everyone else in our market, because a lot of people down there are doing the mortgage rate buy down. We want to stay competitive with them. And then we're doing our first 25 homes because we believe that after that, the buyer sentiment should improve and the mortgage rate should come down by a quarter from the Federal Reserve.
I hope so too. Yeah, it's more than half the consumers right now, more than half of the deals are being done have some sort of mortgage buy down, and it is a material cost in the equation. So I appreciate you guys thinking of that and bringing it up. In your pricing chart, you guys had laid out various competitors, square feet, price, which I think was a great presentation on that. And then you guys had highlighted a specific area that you're going to be targeting from a pricing perspective. If you were to look at that chart, you don't need to bring it up necessarily, but just looking at it, I can tell that there's a section of competitors that are clearly below the 500,000 price point, and there's a section of competitors that are above the 500,000 price point. Did you put any thought into what may be causing that difference between the communities, and how you guys are confident that you're going to achieve pricing above the 500,000 price point?
Yes. So when we did our market analysis and looked into this, we did notice that those gaps were there. We're not 100% sure why they're there, but when we noticed that that gap, that weak point, that was the market that we wanted to attack. Because there might be some people out there who, you know, want a bigger home but can't really afford it, or want a smaller home. But, you know, this allows them to have that flexibility between the two of them and the best of both worlds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I add something to that? Thank you. I think between your last question that Ben answered and the question that Dan just answered, it's very important to emphasize that we are here for our buyers. Our buyers, help us make money. We've got multiple grounds covered on, like, we want to show that we are here for our buyers, including our mortgage point buy down. We ensure our supplemental surveys to make sure they don't have to purchase flood insurance, a wide array of amenities. Like, we are here for our buyers, and specifically we target that mean income level, since 5 of our 6 models are within affordable range of the mean income level. So while other projects may be more targeted at a higher class, we can do that with our packages. Our packages will get you up there if you want it to be. But also we are aiming for a very specific target in a very competitive market, and I think we offer a lot of resources, truthfully. And we push them towards a lot of resources like the Georgia Dream Home Ownership Program to help them and to help us, truthfully. So I think we cover a lot of grounds, and I think we did that really well.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome job, guys. Great job.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Norwich?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for joining us. Glad you guys made it safely, so we appreciate that. Everyone in the audience, if you can silence your phones and hold your applause until the end of the presentation, that would be great. Norwich will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. So I will keep time. I'll raise my hand when there's a minute left on the clock. But otherwise, we are ready to go, and good luck.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Norwich University NAHB team, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present today. Our team has been working tirelessly to identify the most advantageous approach in designing and marketing a new subdivision for Lilburn, Georgia. We are thrilled to propose to you the Riverside Estates on behalf of Civcor Construction. First, allow me to introduce you to the team. I'm Adam Munn. This is Atlee Stevens, Jameson Gilbert, and Jake Mackler. Starting off with an overview of the site, the Riverside Estates will be built on a 93-acre parcel in Lilburn, Georgia, a suburb of the Atlanta metropolitan area. Our goal is to balance residential density and high-quality features to provide a product that meets buyers' preferences. To accomplish this, we performed a detailed market analysis, taking a look at population and employment, education, and the current housing market. Lilburn has experienced an 81% population growth since 1990, with an annual growth rate of 3.21% since 2020. The average age of residents is 35 years old, with an average 3.28 individuals residing in each household. This data points to a consistently expanding market with potential buyers seeking homes suitable for families. Lilburn boasts a 96% employment rate, with key sectors being construction, retail, administrative positions, and medical support. 55% of residents are white-collar professionals, with 23.6% working blue-collar jobs. The median household income is just over $57,000 annually. Due to the variety of occupations, stable income, and strong employment rate of Lilburn residents, the risk of offshoring is low. Now taking a look at education, 76% of residents hold a high school diploma, with 25.8% holding a bachelor's degree or higher. Lilburn schools boast high national and state ranking, a small student-to-teacher ratio, and strong academic performance. This makes the neighborhood particularly attractive for families seeking quality education for their children. While school rankings do not command premium pricing alone, they do point to strong family retention consistent with mid-market development. The housing market in Lilburn is balanced and demonstrates strong potential for single detached family homes. As of August 2025, the median household income was about $470,000, reflecting a 16.9% year-over-year increase, while the average home value is about $404,000, down 2.8% over the past year, indicating price stabilization rather than market decline. Of Lilburn's 4,418 total housing units, 60.65% are owner-occupied, emphasizing market stability. Specifically for Oleander Drive Southwest, the tranquil suburban setting suggests established buyer expectations and is ideal for families seeking a quiet, peaceful location to reside. Based on our market analysis, our target buyers will consist of families with children or adults planning to start a family who value versatile spaces, safety, and quality schooling. We will also be targeting Atlanta commuters who want to avoid renting, prefer nature-oriented living, and value home customization and highway access. Next, we'll take a look at some existing conditions. Our site consists of several tracts which will be then combined to one. These tracts contain multiple single-family homes, outbuildings and existing utilities, over 14,000 linear feet of barbed wire, hog wire, and split rail fencing, as well as some miscellaneous items such as tennis courts and pools. To address these items, we've broken down our demolition plan into 4 phases, including permitting, site preparation, mobilization, and hall management. After demolition is complete, can our true vision for Riverside Estates begin? Pictured above is our site plan, accommodating 116 normal lots alongside 29 Riverside premium lots. Our strategically placed parks and amenities provide an open sense throughout the community. Our tree-lined boulevards and Riverside hiking trail promote connection with nature. And lastly, a series of short-span beam bridges will be used to cross the Central Creek, minimizing environmental impact. We remain committed to making Riverside Estates a sustainable community. Our site exceeds the 40% open space and 75-foot waterline buffer requirements, promotes nature through strategic tree preservation and dark sky compliant street lighting, and also contains an interconnected sidewalk network that promotes walkability and reduces automobile reliance. To complement our site design and enhance Riverside Estates' appeal, we've included several key amenities, including 2 dog parks, 3 basketball courts, our Riverside hiking trail, as well as an accompanying 9.4 acres of open park/greenery for community use. Pictured above is our stormwater management plan, highlighting the locations of our catch basins, storm drainage lines, and our 3 retention ponds. In addition to this, utilities such as sanitary sewer, water, and electrical lines will run along similar patterns. Next, we'll move into product design. Our 2 collections feature 6 unique homes tailored to our market. First is the Dogwood Collection. This collection consists of 3 one-story floor plans. These homes vary in size and orientation, allowing homeowners to select the style they like best and upgrade later as they see fit. First is the Peachtree at 1,300 square foot. It's our smallest single-story model and serves as a great option for small families and commuters alike. The Palmetto is our mid-sized single-story home at 1,500 square foot. It optimizes efficient planning with a comfortable open layout. The Sweet Gum is our largest single-story home at 2,300 square feet, and it represents a superior and quality choice in our Lilburn community. The Azalea Collection also consists of 3 floor plans, this time containing 2 stories apiece. The Camilla is our smallest, most compact model at 1,300 square foot. Its compact footprint is designed to deliver exceptional efficiency. The Gardenia is our mid-sized 2-story home at 1,800 square foot, and it serves as the most versatile piece in our collection. And lastly, our staple, the Magnolia at 2,400 square feet, brings luxury and a strong exterior presence to Riverside Estates. To give buyers the flexibility to personalize their home based on their lifestyle needs, preferences, and budget, we've developed 3 thoughtfully crafted upgrade tiers, each building upon the last. The Bronze package offers a solid, dependable foundation for those seeking affordability. The Silver package line items are for those who seek an upgraded everyday living experience. And lastly, the Gold package line items are capable of transforming any standard residence into a personalized home suited for premium living. To coincide with our product design and upgrade tiers, our design team has developed several passive strategies aimed at reducing cooling costs during Georgia's hot, humid summers. Features such as minimized south-side glazing, low-E window packaging, light-colored roofing options, as well as a tight building envelope, all contribute to our homes being more efficient and less expensive to cool. Design renderings allow us to see how our homes will look after completion, exterior and interior features alike.
All right. Now pivoting to our construction management portion. We have our horizontal construction estimate and our land acquisition costs to determine our total land development cost. We also have our average direct cost and our average direct cost per square foot for both our Dogwood and our Azalea collection. Pictured above is a cost breakdown for our 6 individual homes. And the highlighted area shows the total cost and cost per square foot for each home. On to our schedule. Our pre-construction phase starts June 2025 and lasts a total of 22 months. Our demolition phase starts March 2026 and lasts 2 months. Our horizontal construction starts March 2026 and lasts 23 months. Our vertical construction starts March 2027 and lasts a total of 69 months. Our home sales begin September 27 and our final closing will be October 2032. On to our logistics. Our site will be split up into 2 phases. Phase 1, which will have 2 storage areas, and Phase 2, which will have 2 storage areas, a mobilization area, and a parking area. Construction will start in Phase 1 on the top of the site and work our way down to the main entrance. As we get closer to the main entrance, we'll shift over to Phase 2, start on the top of that, and then work our way down to the main entrance. The blue lines running along our roads are our construction vehicle and emergency vehicle traffic. We have this to minimize any disturbance to the homeowners. Construction of Riverside Estate will be conducted with minimal impact on natural resources and the surrounding neighborhoods. We have erosion control and clearly marked waterline buffers to reduce any runoff into nearby waterways. We also have dust mitigation strategies such as reduced vehicle speeds and routine watering to minimize any disturbance in the area. Construction of Riverside Estate will only happen during approved hours by the City of Lilburn. Safety is our top priority. We will follow all OSHA regulations, including required PPE and vehicle safety procedures. We have identified the nearest hospital and fire station in case of any on-site emergency.
Our construction risk assessment aligns with our approach to safety. We've determined severity and probability to determine a risk score, to determine what hazards are most likely to occur, and develop mitigations accordingly.
Now moving over to our sales and marketing strategy. We're using a digital-first approach supported with the on-site model home. Buyers will engage through our website, virtual tours, and online listings, while social media and targeted ads focuses on families and Atlantic commuters. Our on-site model homes functions as both a sales center and decision-making tool to allow buyers to see layouts, finishes, and upgrade options up front to shorten their sales cycle. Financially, Riverside Estate is a 145-home phase development consistent with our market data, and this is with our market data. Our homes are priced approximately 1.3 times vertical construction cost, which allows the recovery of land, horizontal infrastructure, soft costs, and contingencies while still maintaining our target margins. We calculate an average absorption rate of 4 homes per month, which is consistent with our market data. Our monthly cumulative cash flow model tracks land, horizontal infrastructure, and vertical costs separately and offsets them with revenue from our completed home sales. Our monthly cumulative cash flow model shows a early upfront negative cash flow due to investments, and then reaches a break-even point around 29 months into construction, and transitions into a positive cash flow from there. With this cash flow, we were able to calculate a monthly IRR of approximately 1.05%, which analyzes to approximately 13.3% annually. Thank you for allowing us to present Riverside Estate today. We look forward to moving forward with this project and working alongside America's most trusted home builders. We now open up the floor to any questions you might have.
Nice job, guys. Oftentimes life throws you curveballs, and I'm sure you guys didn't have sitting on a bus at the time of your presentation starting in the cards this morning when you woke up, but kudos to you for stepping up, taking a deep breath, and delivering really a nice, confident presentation. So thank you for that. My question is in regards to your lot premium strategy. Can you talk a little bit about how those lots were selected? And also, are you going to differentiate your 2 product lines to sell one on the premium lots and the other on the standard lots, or are you going to, does that play into your strategy?
Yeah, to start with the first question, we selected a lot of the lots on the border to be the premium lots just because they are more isolated, there's more privacy. That was probably the best reason. The lots are obviously all the same size, but it was mostly just the location. As far as the home collections go, we're not discriminating what products go on what lots. That would be up to the clients coming in. They could choose the model they like, obviously, and then with the accompanying upgrade tiers, and then they would choose themselves if they wanted the normal lot or the Riverside premium lots.
Yeah, to echo, really impressive to just walk in and be able to just go. So glad to see that initiative. That does take a lot of courage to be able to do that. You discussed for a minute about the development strategy being that you were going to develop from the rear forward. Can you talk through a little bit about that and why you feel like that would be a better benefit to the project?
We decided to go this way because we prefer to start from the rear and basically build out from the back. So instead of just having random houses along and then having construction next to your house, we're really trying to mitigate any disturbances to the homeowners. So that's why we're starting from the top and then working our way down.
So did you take into consideration all the utility tie-ins that would need to happen in order to stabilize everything in the front and work its way back? So there's the horizontal side of working from the back forward, which I think is what was mentioned, unless I misheard it. And then there's the vertical side of starting in the back and moving forward. So which one is it, and maybe a little bit?
So horizontal will be all at once, and then vertical will be from the back to the front.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. Looking at your plan creation, your plan designs, looks like you guys took a little bit more of designing your own plans, which takes a lot of creativity, a lot of work. Just curiosity, what led you to go to more of a wider house type versus a deeper, narrower house? Just a different approach. Just wondering what your thinking was there.
Yeah, so we looked into doing both ways, but we thought with our target market of smaller families and Atlanta commuters that they might want a bit of a wider yard and a bit more space. Instead of just their house taking up their entire lot, we thought a little extra space couldn't hurt.
Awesome. And then going to your design packages, great job doing that, really laying out hopefully a quick sales process. You mentioned that in there also. When it comes to those packages, one, can they mix and match at all? And then also, are those design packages handled by a designer who could go more detail, or is that only being handled by your sales team, really just making the sales process that much faster?
Yeah, so that would mostly be handled by our sales team. And to go back, we split up the bronze, silver, and gold packages into line items. So we split it up into exterior, kitchen, bathroom, and interior categories. And then there's I think there's 8 to 10 line items for each category. So homeowners could go through and say, I want the bronze package of this, and I want the silver selection of this. So for example, like if they wanted countertops, you could say, I want the bronze countertops, but I want, the gold finishing for flooring. So yeah, homeowners can mix and match as they choose.
Thank you.
You guys had mentioned when you were talking about the pricing for your different floor plans and your absorptions of 4 a month. You'd mentioned that that it was in line with the market analysis that you performed. Could you expound a little bit on kind of what information you were looking at and how you got comfortable with the assumed price and pace?
Yeah, so we did, for our absorption rate, we wanted to match our construction schedule. And we also completed, like I think Jake mentioned, we basically did a bunch of research on the market and nearby area to determine what we felt a comfortable absorption rate would be that wouldn't entail too much risk. I'm not sure if that answers your question entirely.
Yeah, can you help me understand kind of what you were, when you say you were looking at the market and getting comfortable that that was the right absorption rate, like what were you looking at and what led you to that conclusion?
To determine our absorption rate?
Yeah, and that the absorption rate is correct given the total price that you're assuming.
Yeah, so we did some research on there was a nearby apartment complex being built. So we did some research into that to see like how fast their apartments were selling, just to get a rough idea, because that was the closest reference we could really find to determine like this area specifically. So we kind of went off that, and then we went off of, like I said, our construction schedule to make sure we didn't have too much unsold product on the market to, like I said, avoid risk.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome job, guys. To echo what everyone said, love the confidence. Thank you guys for jumping right in. A lot of kudos. You guys had a ton of detail in your schedule, really detailed pre-construction schedule. As far as amenities are concerned, you guys kind of hit all the amenity aspects of it in the different phases. Love the tree line boulevards. Saw you guys added in costs for investigations on the site, so Really great job across those two aspects. As it relates to the lot sizes, are the lot sizes all 0.25 acres, or is the premium lot really just for like lot premiums, and that's why it's a premium lot?
Yeah, so all the lots are a quarter of an acre each, and like I said, premium lots were basically just selected on the location.
Awesome. And then, can you guys talk a little bit about how the phasing for the demo before you get into development came about, and what your thought process is there?
So we were planning, so we'll start with our demolition first, and we're going to do demolition along with our logging. So we'll start our demolition and then our horizontal construction at the same time. So it kind of keeps the site just moving all together, so there's not really any downtime.
Awesome. Great job, guys.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. Before we get started, I wanted to remind all the audience members, if you would, to please silence your cell phones and hold your applause to the end of the presentation. Presenters, you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by a 10-minute question and answer period. And with that, the floor is yours, and good luck.
Thank you. Greetings, representative of Taylor Morrison. My name is Afelis Rivera. From the Dominican Republic, a country embraced by the sun and the flow of its rivers, Blue Amber Developments presents Riverside Haven, a project that celebrates the beauty that defines us. To design our residential community, we have taken the following as a benchmark: population income, diversity, and environmental protection to create a product to maximize the return of investment and at the same time to be competitive with other developments around in the area. Based on our analysis, we identified 3 primary target segments. First, families, seeking for long-term stability and quality of life. Then we have young adults entering the housing market and looking for connectivity and affordable pricing. Last but not least, we have older adults who value quiet environment, proximity to healthcare, and functional home designs. The area reports a median household income of approximately $66,000 and an employment rate of 63.4%, reflecting a stable economic base with segments of higher purchasing power. Within this context, the lot is located in a well-established suburban area with strong connectivity and access to schools, shopping, and healthcare, supporting our target market segments. Let's see how this market analysis translates into our site planning and product design. Thank you.
Riverside Haven is a residential community born from the land itself, from water, nature, and the way people truly want to live. From the very beginning, the project follows an open space conservation approach, where nature is not something we control, but something we respect and work with. 2 natural water courses cross the site, and instead of fighting them, we embrace them as the heart of the project. Water becomes the organizing element, structuring both the landscape and the architecture, just as it has done for many successful communities throughout history. The project is anchored by a 1,650-foot linear park along Garner Creek, surrounded by protected wetlands and a 28-acre tree preservation area that wraps the community in greenery, privacy, and long-term value. Walkable paths, a central clubhouse, and many other amenities create daily moments of community and quality of life. From a product perspective, the housing strategy is market-driven yet deeply human. Each home is designed around a lifestyle profile, not to limit buyers, but to guide better design. We offer a total of 5 distinct typologies, each one with 2 floor plan variants. First, we've got the Harbor Home, designed for seniors, a place of calm and relaxation, where life slows down and nature takes the lead. The Wynwood Homes speak to young professionals, flexible, dynamic, and perfect for modern living. And finally, the Oak Homes, inspired by the oak tree's strength and deep roots, are ideal for families, offering generous spaces and homes that grow with life. Optional upgrades across all homes provide personalization while increasing the project's revenue. And, as seen on this chart, Riverside Haven is competitively positioned and aligned with the current market. Let's take a look on what defines Riverside Haven beyond its design.
Sustainability is Riverside Haven's defining strength. Rather than just approaching the presence of this species, the monarch butterfly, the tricolor bat, and the whipping crane, as a constraint, we chose to combine our property's privacy and its environmental continuity to create a human sanctuary that also preserves their migratory pathways, creating a creating a calibrated relationship between what we know as natural ecosystems and residential living. But our sustainability doesn't limit to the site. It continues to the way the homes perform. Here we have that our base product performs competitively in the Hearst Index, achieves a 20 to 30% reduction in water consumption through water sense fixtures, and also qualifies for a silver level certification in the NGBS. This sustainable project must be also financially sound. Let's check what is our project cost structure, starting with our land development. For it, we have that our lot, or 5,000 square foot lot, allocates its cost between our land acquisition and what is land development. Followed by our vertical cost, we have that our product starts ranging for costs between $230,000 to $370,000. Its average cost for development is around the $130. And for the total construction cost investment in our base scenario, we have an $83 million. This is all supported by a well-thought development plan. This is what we are going to see next and how it unfolds around the land and time.
Our site logistics is organized in 2 horizontal phases and 4 vertical phases, following a back-to-front sequence to reduce interference and support the sales strategy. The 2 central bridges were the main critical tasks logistically. This project has a total duration of 58 months, structuring phases to maintain full control of the execution, and the critical path was guiding all major decisions. With your management team, we have their team operating at operational level and administrative level. On the administrative level focuses on planning and organization, and the operational level focuses on execution and daily performance. Due to the presence of endangered species in the site, we decided to not accelerate the sensitive activities. Instead, we decided to reorganize non-critical tasks so we can get the main trade-off of getting a better environmental compliance instead of a regulatory shutdown. Now we can go with the sales and marketing.
Riverside Haven is built on pricing control, phased inventory release, and disciplined buyer engagement. Our homes range from $394,000 to $545,000, allowing us to serve move-up, entry-level, and move-up buyers while maintaining price integrity. Inventory is released in controlled phases to support our steady absorption of 4 to 6 homes per month and prevent, of course, oversupply. 38% of our total lots have been identified as premium lots, capturing additional value through superior locations and green space proximities. Rather than aggressive discounting, we rely on structured tours, virtual and on-site, transparent pricing, and as well, customer relationship management. Effective real estate marketing requires target segmentation, not just a one-size-fits-all approach. Therefore, our key strategy is mainly based on our seniors, families, and young adults. As for our seniors, we use structured tours on-site and virtual in different locations. And we rely on long, informative videos that will be placed on YouTube and Facebook. For our families, we target them through high-impact paid media, which is Google, Instagram, and Facebook as well, and by using long, informative content. And last, for our young adults, we prioritize them through short-form content that will be placed on TikTok and Instagram Reels, of course highlighting our modern design, connectivity, and the community experience in Riverside Haven. In short, we're not just selling a home. We're trying to sell stability, security, and also the lifestyle, of course, depending on the audience. Let's transition to our financial analysis and see how this sales strategy translates into results.
Turning to the financial performance of Riverside Haven, the development generates $93.75 million in total project revenue, demonstrating a strong market demand and a structure-phase sales strategy. Also, we have $10 million of total profit. As the highest point, the project requires $11.5 million in peak acre exposure, demonstrating the maximum capital of the project. In terms of value, the project delivers $14 million in net present value, demonstrating the performance of the project. As a result, we have 26.19% internal rate of return over 82 months, representing construction cost, sales absorption, and permits. Now, we invite you to watch a short video of overview of the Riverside Haven. Thank you.
That was terrific. Appreciate that. It's always a challenge, especially when you speak two languages, right? To be able to do it in your primary versus secondary language, and major kudos for that. That's a couple of us speak Spanish here, but that's definitely a challenge. And that's awesome to see. So thank you very much. So I've got two quick questions, but first of all, I love this. The visual that's here, you can definitely see and get a much better idea of your concept, right? So thanks for taking that extra mile, and the QR code, even better. Did a great job on that design. So really happy to see that. So being from more of a construction background, so I'm curious to see on your sustainability side, when you talked about using the wood blocks, tell me a little bit about that. How have you, it's not as common for us to see on the production side for building. So how did you feel like that would marry up cost-wise in relationship to traditional stick or block framing?
Thank you for the question. We actually consider two options. We consider the ICF, the concrete masonry units, and we also consider the block prefabricated panels. And for these massive development, or 197 houses, it just extended out that option from the others. We prefer that option also due to the part of the reduction in costs, due to the local the market that we have and the disponibility of that material.
Okay, great. So do you feel like there'd also be a sales advantage over competitors offering something new, or more just from an energy savings and sustainability side?
For the energy savings, we really have a great variety of options. We have the Energy Stars, we have the water sense fixtures, and it really all just balances out, and we chose to stay in this traditional option that the wood allows us to develop.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. Great job. Really enjoyed a lot of detail went into that, and the video is class act, so good job. Looking at it along the same lines as Brad here a little bit, you guys talked a lot about your HERS score, energy efficient, which is all great stuff. How would you guys help a homeowner understand they may see a HERS score of 55? What does that mean for them? How do you help the buyer understand that a HERS score of 55 would mean X, Y, and Z for me as a home buyer, as a positive?
Thank you again for the question. It really all translates in the operative costs. We initially tried to adapt to the market at all. Our prices actually reflect that, but maybe for those people it could be even still a little high. But for the operational cost, when you're living in Riverside Haven, you are saving around $3,000 to $2,000 per year due to all the amplifications, and that's on our base product without any of the upgrades that we showed before.
Perfect, awesome. And then you mentioned that at the end, hopefully it's not you again, sorry, on the options, great. Are you going to have those options sold by the sales team on site, or are you also going to have a design center somewhere allowing those homeowners time to go pick some of those options?
We will have a sales lead, but we also will offer in different locations, such as, for example, a mall or shopping areas where there is a lot of people around, the virtual tour. For example, this would be an example. Sorry for that.
You're good.
Yeah, this would be an example of one of the videos that we would present to them, demonstrating what would Riverside Haven look and the experience that they would have if they would select us.
Thank you.
I really liked how you guys stratified the consumers and, came up with distinct buyer profiles and tried to design a community and floor plans that specifically address those consumers. Did you have any thought on whether there may be overlap between the consumers? For instance, if you have young professionals who are trying to hit a lower price point and may end up in homes that were otherwise, designed for retirees. And did you consider at all potentially grouping homes together into pods in the community? So as, for instance, I know some older adults may like to be in an area that's more designed specifically for them?
For the financial part, we did consider the housings in different locations depending on the lot. But for a realistic perspective, if a client would like to purchase, we would have the option for them to select the lot exactly that they would want to be in. For example, in that case for seniors, as you mentioned, seniors would like a more private area, a place where it's more close to green space proximity, and that's where the premium lots comes in.
Okay, so anyone coming in can select the product and put it on any lot in the community?
Yes, they have the options to select the product and decide on which lot they would like to decide in.
Awesome job, guys. I was still watching the video. I'm sorry, it took me a little bit, but I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we would love to show these on every single community we have so they can see the product and kind of run through when we're doing this to our team. Guys did a really great job in your horizontal estimate, providing all your costs for your professional services. Really great job identifying, hiring someone to help you out with the Army Corps of Engineers and some of the other things that you included in your estimate. Schedule for pre-construction was great. I saw that you guys had a crane paradise in your amenities. Can you guys explain what that is and what that looks like?
Our crane paradise, as you call it, is more of an idea. We still need to refine a little more it because those whooping cranes are endangered species, actually. We studied the relationship between them and human to actually propose that idea. For us, they are neutral, but we are actually helping them because they are endangered and all of that. They were found at the property by the environmental study that was provided. And we chose to give them, given that we have wetlands, we chose to allocate them on some of them and say that state that they could be there in case they were passing through due to the migratory pathways. There are also many reservoirs around the area, but we are allowing them to stay in our wetlands that we have at least 3 on the borders of the site where they could also have more privacy than what we are actually showing.
It's very well thought out. Thank you.
Yeah, nice job, guys. Excuse me. I echo the sentiments of my fellow judges here with the video. That was a nice, very nice touch. My question for you regarding your staging plan. Can you provide some insight on your plan to work from the back of the neighborhood to the front? Was that vertical construction or horizontal or both?
It was for the vertical construction. We do a sequence the back from front. That's because the visibility of the back of the site is a little difficult to the people that is crossing around, and we think that the prioritizing that phase of the side is better for us, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
right, good afternoon, University of Cincinnati. Looking forward to viewing you guys' presentation. We would like to ask if everyone in the crowd can mute their phones, put them on silent, and hold your applause until the end of the presentation. University of Cincinnati will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I'll be your timekeeper, so I'll just raise my hand when there's a minute left. Otherwise, we are ready to go whenever you are. Good luck.
Thank you. Executives, we are super excited to present to you Riverwood, a high-growth opportunity with over 600,000 new expected residents by 2030, a high-impact development with community-driven design, as well as a great return of 23.78%. I want to outline our amazing team that worked on a proposal. Now, jumping into the market analysis. We are located in Little Bern, less than 35 minutes from downtown Atlanta, and a tight-knit community. We also have strong schools with an average of 7 out of 10 on the great school scale, as well as all of our schools are less than 10 minutes from our development. I want to especially highlight that 70% of Gwinnett County residents voted in favor of the penny tax, providing more funding for schools, showing Gwinnett's strong commitment to strong schools. Now I want to pass it over to Andy for the target market.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So, when I really think of the area that we're building in here, I think of the word blossoming. I mean, if you look at our graph here, it is so incredibly apparent that the population has been booming since the start of COVID. We've seen year-over-year 35% population increase since 2020. And in addition, the extra population that's coming in, our product type that we plan on building fits 61% of that demographic. Additionally, the local affordability, the median household income is over the minimum income needed to purchase a home here at Riverwood. So first, diving into our competitor analysis here, this first one is going to be the economical competitors from the mid-300s to the mid-400s range. This represents the market share that we chose not to be building in Riverwood. First off, one thing that we noticed when analyzing these properties is that the sales rate in these properties are typically running slightly under 2 homes sold per month. In addition, there's significant backlog in the area when we start to build our homes. So this market could potentially be flooded when we start. Finally, when evaluating what types of communities these competitors are marketing towards, we saw that the empty nesters market seems to be selling at under 1 home per month. So we are going to be primarily targeting the growing families in the level-up home buyer market for our development here. Now, looking at our premium product competitors here, one thing to note is that the average sales performance in all of these communities are very impressive, striking over 6 homes sold per month. In addition, of the 4 properties that we have shown within a 15-mile radius of our property, all of these communities will have under 50% backlog by the time we start. We know that Riverwood's going to dominate this growing need in the market, and to further cement this, we surveyed the last 100 home closings for the area, and after analyzing it, we saw that these homes are flying off the shelves nearly 25 days faster than the economical product. So after talking about why we're building the homes that we are, I'm going to hand it off to the mastermind behind our home product design, Ms. Hannah Stark.
Thank you, Andy. Our design strategy at Riverwood is all about versatility, open living, long-term value, and quality square footage. This makes our homes adaptable to many different lifestyles. At Riverwood, there are 6 homes. There are 4 2-story homes and 2 ranches. Our base product design includes elevated features like full brick wrap, 42-inch maple stained cabinets, granite countertops, LVP flooring, and tile showers. This adds that high quality finishes that's included. The Driftwood is our 5-bedroom, 3.5 bath, second 2-story home. This home stands out with its double height family room and a private guest suite with a full bath. It feels spacious as you walk into this large grand foyer, into the 2-story family room and open kitchen. The Hawthorne is our 4-bed, 3.5 bath, also a 2-story home.
It is very flexible for many families with the optional guest suite that also adds that full bath for you. It also includes a rec room and an upstairs loft that adds to that versatility. And it adds that open living plan with the kitchen, dining, and family room, as well as the attached wet bar and pantry. Sustainability is huge in all of our homes. We build to meet the 2021 IECC energy codes, and we meet the All-Star or Energy Star performance standards that allows us to make more energy efficient homes more accessible. And we follow the federal 45L tax credit. Now on to zoning with Daniel.
Thank you so much for that amazing product design. Now for everyone's favorite topic, zoning. It's been a lengthy zoning with this property. Notably, in 2015, the zoning changed from R100 to OSC, but had its stringent stormwater requirements, leading to no development in the last 10 years. Now looking at 2025, there was a successful change in conditions that lowered a lot of those stringent stormwater requirements, but still had some creative challenges that we had to work through. We decided to stick with that existing zoning for two main reasons. We thought it was the strongest density that we'd be able to get, as well as it would reduce and eliminate the risk to go through another lengthy rezoning battle. Coming in as a new developer, we wanted to turn a new leaf with the community, and we wanted to focus on their largest concerns, as floodwatering, stormwater, their open space concerns, and just the feel of the homes. So we addressed those, and we'll get more into that with our site design with Margaret.
Thank you, Daniel. Moving on to our wonderful site plan. Sitting on a 93-acre site, we have 188 lots, 45% open space, which is 10% above the required zoning amount, as well as 8% of our developed anchors dedicated to stormwater management, making sure we address our community's needs. Riverwood is committed to creating a natural environment feel with localized amenities. Moving forward with those centralized amenities, we have 3 pickleball courts, a junior-sized Olympic pool, and a cabana house, all located in the center of our site, making it an easy walk for all of our residents, as well as 2 signages at both entrances that warmly welcome our neighbors, and a small boat ramp in the northeast corner, making it accessible to the Yellow River. All these centralized amenities emphasize our community-driven design. Now finally moving on to our street and lot detailing, you can see we have a 58-foot right-of-way, a 5-foot sidewalk, and a 5-foot tree buffer, which both go over and enhance the zoning requirements. We also have 3 different lot styles, which two of which accommodate 3 to 4 different types of homes, maximizing diversity home styles within Riverwood. Now moving on to Joe Basti to discuss our construction management plan.
I want to thank Margaret for that beautiful site design, and I'm very excited to show all of you how we're going to bring this community to life. So, starting with our phasing plan, our first phase is going to have 41 homes, including 2 strategically placed gorgeous model homes at the front of the community. Following phase 1, we have a smaller phase 2 with only 28 homes, but this phase includes the beautiful amenities that Margaret just mentioned. Following phases 1 and 2, we have phases 3 and phases 4. These phases contain over 110 homes total and will be completed in just under 3 years' time. This is our development schedule. It is divided into 4 different phase schedules and 4 different home schedules, spanning a length of just under 5 years at 59 months long. And this is our incredibly efficient home schedule. These homes are dried in under 30 days, and the keys are given over to the homeowner in under 100 days. Throughout this schedule, there are 3 homeowner meetings to help them throughout the process. Also, this schedule applies to all of our homes, which range from $88 a square foot to $95 a square foot. And in order to make all of this happen, we need a very dedicated team of individuals. Here you can see our organization chart where our construction manager oversees all the construction, while we have a land development manager who oversees the site work, as well as 2 superintendents on site and an intern who will be helping them out. You can also see our quality control, and you can see how many pairs of eyes will be laid on this house before it's given over to the homeowner. And now, here's Austin with sales.
Thank you, Joe. So with our sales and marketing, our structure would be a sales and marketing manager followed by 2 sales associates that are on site at the model homes, and we have a sales and marketing intern every quarter or so. We're going to have competitive base pricing. We're going to be in the upper 400s to the mid 500s, but the goal here is we want to include luxury throughout these homes. So we don't want homeowners to put 75, 100,000 into options. The goal is that's the price that we're trying to get them in the home at. We want to include a lot of those features ahead of time. We're going to have precise lot premium structures, and our biggest thing is our initial sales release. Our goal, we're calling it the founder's release. We're going to market the homes about 20 to 25K under what the original base price is on them, and then use it as an equity strategy to get people in the door quicker. Our marketing strategy, we're going to be using social media and realtor tours because we know that in Atlanta there is a little bit of a spec homes in there as well. So we want the realtors to use the spec homes and also maybe dip into the contract to build aspect of it as well. We have our traditional tactics and buyer's incentives like cash off house, appliances, or even the financing numbers. And then, of course, we talked about the founder's release and doing aggressive market home listing. And then, of course, we're really excited to talk about the move meter. So for the Riverwood move meter, the goal here is to show people why move to Low Berm, right? We know that we're trying to get people out of this metro area, a little bit out into the suburbs. This is going to create an overall move score running across housing affordability, quality of life, job market strength, and a couple other factors as well. The goal is you want to get as close to 100 as possible. It shows you what a good move would look like. And then also, we know that Atlanta holds a lot of relocation factors as well. So, you know, you can have it from anywhere in America and then run it across what it would look like in Low Berm. And I'll hand it off to Andy to wrap us up with financing.
All right, thank you, Austin. So time to get into the stuff that fires me up, the numbers. So before we get started here, I understand a lot of our tables and graphs. It's a lot to digest at once. So I'm going to be hitting the tops of the waves and the most critical things that all investors need to know about Riverwood. Okay, so jumping right on into our financial summary, Riverwood is going to be sporting a very productive 23.8% IRR with a net profit of just over $19 million and a net present value just south of $9 million. Now, we also modeled an exit strategy in the event that we sell off the remaining 50% of lots, and that's sporting, although less, a still very healthy 16.7% IRR, as well as sporting a $10.7 million net profit. Okay, so talking about revenue, we're bringing in $113 million worth of net cash to this property, or for this project, and again, a net profit of $19.1 million. The lion's share of this is going to be brought in through our home sales, but I'd also like to point out that we're factoring in $9 million worth of options revenue and lot premiums, as well as some minor HOA closing fees as well. All of this works out to our blended average home price of $548,000 to our buyers. Next is our cost breakdown. So the total costs and expenditures to develop this site is going to be $94.2 million. Big buckets of this are going to be land purchasing, which we factored in insurance and title expenses, as well as our site development and vertical construction costs to build the homes. Also factored in sales price or sales costs for the transaction, as well as I'd like to highlight that we're holding a healthy 3% project contingency over all expenses to ensure that this development is delivered under budget and on time. Okay, so now I'd like to highlight some very important key capital milestones for all investors. The very first one I'd like to highlight is our first home closing date on month 13, being March of 2027. This is going to represent our first time collecting cash in the door on the development, and then you see our graph is going to be going up from there. The next critical inflection point is going to be on month 46, where we turn cash flow positive in December of 2029. The final milestone that I'd really like to talk about is in month 12, we're going to be having our largest capital strain on the working capital of Clifton Point Homes at $21.6 million, and that's going to occur on month 12, just before the first home closings. All of this is modeled through a sales pace of 4 homes per month. Okay, so looking at our sensitivity analysis, I'd really like to focus on our nucleus here, as this is the most likely outcomes for the development. If you want to take the bearish projection and see that we could potentially be selling our homes slightly less or at a slightly slower clip than we're expecting, then we're still sporting a very healthy 16 to 17% IRR. And if you look at the bullish projection, which candidly is where the market sits today, you're going to be seeing us climb up into the low 30% for IRR, and you can see our net present value getting north of $12 million. Okay, so diving into the exit strategy just briefly here, model was structured to sell the remaining 94 lots at 4 lots per month, and these are fully developed through the site costs. The lot price that we're marketing it at will be $175,000, and that's going to yield a net profit of $10.7 million, which will provide an, although less than, but still very healthy return for the project. And with that, I'd like to hand it off to Daniel to bring us home.
Thank you so much for that amazing financial analysis. Riverwood is truly ready to meet the growth of Atlanta and Little Bern, as well as the impact and the community challenges, as well as having a strong IRR of 23.78%, as well as a strong sensitivity analysis. I really want to emphasize this is the right product at the right time. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity.
Thank you guys very much. Great job, great energy. Way to keep on going today in a great day. One thing I loved in your presentation on your written side of this is you actually decided to name some trade partners in there. Great job, really shows the connection to the true price of what your research that you've done. What type of theory did you go what type of theory did you use when choosing those trade partners to make sure you had the right vendors for your communities?
We looked for people that we could trust and companies that we believe had the right skill set and the right amount of manpower to run these houses. We believe company morals and company values are very important. We looked for companies that had, family first kind of foundations and things of that nature. But ultimately, manpower was a big, factor into considering those because, 188 homes in just under 5 years, you need a lot of people to consider that. So that was a big factor.
Perfect. Yep. Construction's always going to be a relationship business and will continue. And then early on, back to your proposal also, you had a good list of options on the way you want to allow the homeowners flexibility with that. What's your process for allowing the homeowners to pick those options? Is it a design studio? Is it in the model? Is it a sales team? How are you going to go about using that to maximize your revenue?
So our goal would be, we would love to have a design center. I think in our proposal we mentioned we'd have a design office like a little bit south of one of the highways. Our goal would be picking out all of the major structure options in the house ahead of time, and then maybe the design studio is a lot more like colors, and what the goal is locking in the price at the office, like at the model home, and then really you're doing more of the design and the nice extra features at the design office, but they would be allowed to change things in the middle. You don't lock in everything until after the design center, but the goal would be we want a concrete price ahead of that so there's no like scares after they're in contract.
Hey guys, great job on the presentation and major kudos on the packet. It's clear that a lot of thought went into each piece of information you guys have in here. I think that came through clearly, if for no other reason, that there are things that you guys addressed and items that you got into that were rarely addressed in some of the other write-ups. As an example, when you were talking about your opening strategy, not just, how many salespeople you're going to have and how they're going to be compensated, but also what specific incentives you may be offering. And, even coming up with, here's how we're going to drive momentum at the beginning and, even like the catchy phrase for how it is that you're going to be presenting that opportunity. Like a lot of that, lots of kudos on how much thought went into it. I was looking at, so the revenue side can really make or break the project, right? If your sales pace isn't achieved as well, or if you miss the market on the pricing side, that can really determine whether this is a boom or bust in the project. And it looked like when you guys were looking at competitors and talking about their sales pace and their price, there was a lot of differentiation between some, and it was interesting that of the competitors that you listed, that some that are lower priced end up at lower pace, and others that are higher priced end up at higher pace, which is kind of counterintuitive. And I guarantee those that are at lower price and lower pace, that's not how they underwrote it. It ended up that way. So I guess my question that I'm getting to in this really long-winded introduction, I'm sorry, how did you select which competitors you're looking at? You know, because I know that there's other competitors out there in this area than just here, and I'm just trying to understand like how you determined these were the ones to compare to, and why you're confident that those that are achieving the higher pace and higher price are going to be where you land.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. So just speaking on the competitors a little bit more, I understand that there are quite a bit more competitors in the market than what we showed in our proposal and on the slides here, but we really wanted to focus on this sub-community of Gwinnett County. So all of the properties that we showed and competitors we analyzed were really within that 15-minute or 15-mile radius. And there's a couple things that we think that Riverwood brings to the table that's going to give us a competitive advantage. Of those properties, we do happen to be one of the closer ones to the Atlanta market, which we would expect most of our residents to be living in. And as you mentioned, that's correct. There are seasons where homes are going off the shelves a little bit quicker than others, but what we saw was very consistent in that there seems to be a strong need in this sub-community market of Gwinnett County for the more premium product.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on those that are not performing as well? Why it is that they're not performing as well?
Yeah, and I think Austin mentioned it earlier. We want to take a little bit of a unique approach as far as like our options expenses and whatnot. Sometimes buyers come into the community and see that base price, and that's kind of the price point that's stuck in their head. We're trying to bring that price point to it's closer to the end value that they're truly going to be paying for the home. So I think that's exampled a little bit better with our premium product. And I think the age range that we're shooting for really is going to be condensed in that 30 to 50 year old range for the market. And there was another community we saw that was struggling heavily with some of the more senior living. So I think we've really honed in on where the gap is in the market, and we could be pioneering it as well.
Okay.
Awesome job, guys, to continue the kudos. Very detailed cost estimates, very detailed schedule. I love the approach that you guys took with being a development partner. So the research that you guys did with the zoning for our project, we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow, but the step that you guys took to find all the zoning information, go through that process, love the public relations plan with reaching out to the surrounding communities and letting them know you're coming and getting involved with that process. Love the detailed site plan based on the lot sizes that you have. Love the design plan that you have about the monotony design. So you guys did a ton of great things. I think one of the questions that I have is you guys show kind of like an access road at the creek crossing. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so I believe in the most recent development proposal, there was a discussion about maybe potentially connecting past that tributary into, it's an empty parcel adjacent to it, but there was hope for future development. And it was mentioned that it was required to have a stub street to hopefully extend the community if that felt the need. So we were just following the previous development's guidance.
Awesome. And then did you guys check to see how many of your smaller lots, how many of your product offerings fit on your smaller lots versus the ones that fit on just your larger lots?
Yes, for the smallest one, I believe, lot style A, it is roughly 4 different types of homes. For lot B, it's about 2 to 3 different types of homes. And lot C, which is the one with the more irregular shape, only accommodates 1 of our homes. So that one has less of a different lot flexibility, but the other 2 have a lot more diversification.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, really nice job. I love the written proposal as well as the presentation. You can tell you guys put really a lot of thought and detail into it. Question for you. I want to kind of hear a little bit more. I love this, as you guys were talking about your go-to-market strategy and sales openings. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and kind of what your plan would be if, I guess 2 questions, if you hit it out of the park, early on as far as a pace and a price, how you would adjust your pricing, and then vice versa, if you ran into issues with your opening and tried to drive a little bit more pace, what your plan would be for that.
So on pacing, the idea of that founders release was to spark a lot of interest before model homes are built, because normally when you have the model homes there, it's a lot easier for traffic to come in because there's somewhere for people to actually look. So that's why we wanted to do like 20 to 25,000 off initially as like early equity for those people. So the goal with that one was to hopefully to get a large influx early. But if we went normal pacing with it and we were going with, a lot of homes being sold at once, we would probably do every 10 to 12 homes, we'd probably raise the price about 7,000 to 8,000. We don't feel like that's too extreme, but we want to give natural equity across for everybody. And if it was a little bit slower, we would probably tick up our incentives a little bit, maybe offer some more extra things like maybe like a covered deck or covered patio to be a part of it. If it got to that point, maybe we could even do some financing, extra financing incentives as well if the market was. If we were priced a little bit out of reach for people, maybe we can lower people's monthly payment to be able to afford that kind of price. Maybe do some rate buy downs, get kind of creative with it. So that would be our plan for that. And then on the exit strategy, just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to the exit strategy, I glossed over it pretty quickly, but that was another scenario we wanted to explore, especially because in the event of a downturn where you have a bit slower of a sales pace than we expect. One scenario that was not modeled in the sensitivity analysis that I did model off to the side was in the event that we were to sell all of the land in larger chunks, hopefully in one, but maybe in a couple of chunks, because there's a lot of ways you could slice that pie other than just selling out the individual lots. And that would cause our IRR to actually climb up into the low 20s, just south of where our actual base underwriting is. So we're very confident that exit strategy would be a viable option if it comes to it.
Great job. Specifically on the sustainability side, I think your team really took that to heart. Not sure which one was responsible for that, but great ideas, and you really gave a lot of detail about some of the ideas there. How did that strategy play into how you priced out the home? So when you look at things like your recycled steel roofing, some of those other aspects that you've got some great details here. Did you guys consider that in your pricing and how that would cost versus what you would have to charge for it?
So some of these sustainability options are upgrade options for homeowners that are more concerned with sustainability, and some are built in. So for example, solar panels, structural steel, those will be, recycled structural steel would be upgrade options that we'd be offering to homeowners.
Gotcha. In relationship to other builders that may or may not provide a lot of those things standard, any concerns about appraisals coming out to retain the value?
When talking about appraisals, I've always heard the rule of thumb is you don't want to be over 20% of whatever the base price is. So our goal would be to, if someone was reaching that standard of, hey, we're getting a little nervous about appraisal, we would really want to do a cash verification ahead of time to see if they have those funds just in case with our deposit structure. But on the side of appraisals, we're hoping we would let the homeowners know, hey, if you really want all this stuff, just be ready, cash at hand just in case it doesn't appraise. But the goal would be trying to hard cap on sales at maybe 10% at the most. We're really trying to stick to that 7 to 8% in options because we include a lot of stuff. The main options we would really be considering is if people want to do quartz instead of granite, or add more LVP throughout the home, or spice up some things in the backyard. But we feel like everything is very adequately priced, and it would be, in my opinion, very hard to get to 20%. But of course, those situations do happen. We want to let the homeowner know about that.
Okay, so potentially requiring more of a deposit up front, or that portion being in there so that just in case it didn't appraise, you've already got it to cover?
100%, yeah. So if we were nervous about an appraisal, we would really want a cash verification from that homeowner to make sure that they could cover the funds in case of an appraisal didn't happen. But we're hoping obviously it could happen, we're hoping it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
force a restart.
All right. Good afternoon, University of North Florida. Hope you guys are doing well. We'd like to ask if everyone in the crowd could silence their phones and hold their applause until the end of the presentation. University of North Florida will have 15 minutes for presentation, 10 minutes for question and answer. I'll be your timekeeper, so I'll make sure to raise my hand when there's a minute left in the presentation time. Outside of that, we're ready to go when you are, and good luck.
Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, judges. We are excited to present to you River Reserve. We are the Osprey contracting team from the University of North Florida. This is our team. A quick overview. This is a 93.3 acre development in Lilburn, Georgia, within an open space conservation district. We are proposing 233 single-family lots with square footages that range from about 2,100 to 4,100 square feet. And the pricing is ranging from $452,000 to $582,000. We are planning 4 to 6 homes per month absorption and 4 to 6 year sellout. A quick overview. This is a 30-minute commute to Atlanta and is only 20 miles northeast of Atlanta. Accesses to I-85, US 78, and Ronald Reagan Parkway offer a quick commute for residents. It's also only a 45-minute commute to Atlanta International Airport, which provides domestic and international travels and is also the busiest airport in the world. Something else notable about Gwinnett County is it has the largest public school district in Georgia, with all of the schools that will be zoned for our community being high ranking. And as you can see here, there's also an ample amount of gas stations, grocery stores, restaurants, all within proximity to our site. And here are some of the notable attractions that are also within proximity in Atlanta and also Gwinnett County. And it also is home to major league sports teams such as the Falcons, Hawks, and the Braves. We are marketing towards family buyers and also multi-generational families who are seeking suburban affordability, with it being 35% more expensive to live in Atlanta than in Gwinnett County. The average household income is $135,000, so this income supports our prices. And there's also migrating from higher cost markets in coastal towns, such as New York, LA, San Francisco, and Miami. And there's also companies with headquarters in Atlanta, such as Home Depot, Delta, UPS, and Coca-Cola. The current median sales price is around $511,000 with 52 days on the market. And our competitive market ranges between 2,000 to 2,800 square feet, and our price falls well in that. There's also limited sidewalk space. What we're offering is more floor plans. Like, we are offering higher square footages than them, as well as quick and easy move-in, and also, since it's an open space conservation district, we have larger green space. And after question.
I'd like to walk you through our site design. Our site is 233 lots on 93 acres. That averages out to about 2.5 lots per acre. We have 114 standard 60-foot lots, and we also have 119 standard 50-foot lots. The standard 50-foot lots prioritize on the inside of the lots and clustered internally help to keep the site yield strong, and then the 60-foot premium lots on the river frontage, ponds, and cul-de-sacs help to elevate the initial sales prices. During our site visit, we observed various topography and subsurface elevation changes. To mitigate this, we did not over-engineer the site. We laid out the lots and roadways to help follow the contours of the site. This approach helps minimize mass grading, reduces earthwork costs, and helps with stormwater retention placement. For our noteworthy additions, as prospective buyers enter the community and tour the models, they are visually anchored by the amenity experience, reinforcing that River Reserve is not just a collection of homes, but an active, connected community. The centralized amenity program includes an Olympic pool, clubhouse with fitness and multi-purpose space, 2 pickleball courts, and a rec space. We also do have a kayak launch, dog park, tot lot, green space throughout, and walking trails. Going into our phasing plan. We structured River Reserve as a 2-phase development to control capital exposure and manage absorption risk. Phase 1 includes 98 homes, 2 entrances, the master amenity, and cluster mailbox installation. Delivering the master amenity in Phase 1 provides initial home buyers an immediate perceived value from the subdivision. Phase 2 consists of 135 homes with 2 bridges crossing the river. Putting the bridges in Phase 2 reduces upfront horizontal cost and helps to preserve early cash flow through the project. Ultimately, this structure mitigates risk in the project while maintaining optionality should market conditions shift.
For the horizontal estimate, River Reserve will be developed through a phased construction program designed to efficiently deliver finished residential lots while managing capital exposure and market risk. Horizontal improvements include land clearing and grading, sidewalks, curb and gutter, storm water management facilities across the site, as well as water and sanitary sewer connections. Based on preliminary engineering and recent comparable developments in Gwinnett County, total horizontal development costs are estimated on a per lot basis. The horizontal budget reflects current market conditions and incorporates appropriate contingencies to account for material pricing volatility and labor availability. Horizontal development is anticipated to occur in 2 phases. This phased approach allows the project to align lot delivery with anticipated sales absorption, reduce upfront capital requirements, and provide flexibility to adjust development pacing in response to market conditions.
We have a total of 7 floor plans split among our 50 and 60-foot lots. The canopy collection includes our 50-foot lots. The Kendler Oak is our 1-story, 3-bed, 2-bath, 2,186 square foot home. This home is ideal for buyers who want the convenience of single-story living, but still need enough space to host family, friends, or even an optional workspace. The Red Maple is a 4-bed, 2.5-bath, 3,311 square foot home, and it features an upstairs lot ideal for families. This adds flexible square footage without increasing the home's footprint. At 3,597 square feet, the River Birch is the largest plant in our 50-foot lot. The River Birch improves square footage while maintaining efficiency. This increases the overall community density without maximizing the square footage. All of our layouts have a very intentional open concept kitchen and living area to make the home feel more open and functional. For our 60-foot lots, they're in our heritage collection. We have a total of 4 floor plans, 1 1-story and then 3 2-story options. The Juniper is our 1-story option at 2,170 square feet. This plan is a single-story living with split bedroom layout for privacy. This plan prioritizes architectural presence, targeting buyers who value width and curb appeal over just a square footage. The Satsuma is a 3,531 square foot home, 4-bed, 2-bath, 2.5 bath. The primary suite is located on the 2nd floor, making it ideal for families who prioritize living on the same level. The Valencia is a 3,730 square foot home with a 3-car garage. This plan targets larger The upstairs bedroom and loft create a separate living area from the first floor. At 4,191 square feet, the Chestnut is the largest home in our collection and designed for buyers who need maximum space and flexibility. Multiple living areas across both floors provide layered functionality. Our plans range from 2,000 to over 4,000 square feet. This allows buyers to scale up or scale down without having to leave our community. This makes our homes easier to adapt to any lifestyle and change over time. For our premium options, we focused on Georgia living instead of just cosmetic finishes. So for example, our summer-ready cooling package improves insulation and air sealing, which lowers energy costs and helps keep costs controlled. So for our options, we focused on making the homes better for living in the Georgia climate.
All right. For our sales strategy, we will be having 2 sales consultants, and they're going to be working at a $30,000 salary, in addition to a 1.25% sales commission. So they're going to be working for a 4 to 6 homes per month sales pace, and they will be utilizing HubSpot CRM, a software which will help streamline our main goal of maximizing our turnover rates for our potential home buyers. Now for our marketing strategy. So we will have 2 model homes within the community, one 50-foot lot and one 60-foot lot. That 60-foot lot is going to double as our sales office, and our main goal for marketing is to have a strong digital presence. So we're going to do this by having multiple social media platforms and have a dedicated website with many online features to help the home buyers. We will also host events and many community outreach programs, and we're going to have strategic road signage placed along the Gwinnett County area per GDOT data. And for sustainability, we will greatly consider our sustainable practices all throughout construction, within the community, and in our homes.
Vertical construction cost estimates are based on current pricing in the Atlanta metropolitan area to meet market demand within the Lilburn submarket. These estimates include labor, material, subcontractor cost, and standard builder's specifications. Allowances have been included for soft cost, contingency, and construction period financing to provide a comprehensive view of the total vertical investment. Our homes will take 90 days on average to complete. Horizontal construction will be 18 months with a 10-month overlap with vertical construction in order to minimize the amount of time that we're on site and increase the money getting back in the pockets. With our project management team, we have a site superintendent, project manager, as well as a land development manager. They will be in charge of our SWIP plan and all of our safety for the site. In the site logistics map, we decided to put the material stockpile towards the back side of phase 1 in order to allow potential home buyers to come through without dealing with all the construction risk.
Okay, so for our financial overview, like we've established, we're going to have a 2-phase process. Our initial phase 1 process is to mainly just establish our absorption and validate our market. We're going to do that by releasing our initial lots and stabilizing that 4 to 6 homes a month pricing point. Through phase 2, we're going to gradually increase prices, which will allow us to expand our margins and establish that closing-driven cash recovery. This way, phasing allows for managing capital deployment and maintaining absorption and preserving flexibility for exit strategies, which I will go over. Sorry. So We're maintaining financial progression through phase pricing, like I just went over, and I'm kind of outlining this here for you. So with our total project cost of $103.1 million, a big chunk of that comes from the horizontal development. Well, we plan on offsetting that through our 233 homes and our 4 to 6 year build out with an established $500,000 average sales price. With this, we're positioned for execution going through a strategic pricing lever. This 3 to 4% controlled annual escalation will be phased with lot releases. Adjusted to absorption velocity and driven by market appreciation, community maturation, inventory compression, and competitive positioning. This way we can have expansion without cost reduction. And our financial outcome will end up around a $540,000 blended average sales price and $98,000 average profit per home. This way, over time, from the beginning of our phase 1 to our phase 2, we'll have a revenue growth from $116 million to $125 million. This gives us an additional $9.3 million of profit and will increase our margins all the way up to 17 to 18%, which overall is optimized returns for us. And lastly, for our risk analysis, mainly our business risks have to deal with material and labor costs, with about $16.87 million horizontal development and limited contingency. Cost overruns, which we specifically stated with steel and lumber volatility and vertical construction, could compress our margins by about 300 basis points. And with construction risks, 10 to 15 lost days, inflating our general conditions by 75,000, about 150,000, and workforce availability. But our exit strategies really help us mitigate these potential risks, mainly through our rate buy-down programs and closing cost credits. This will allow us to maintain our margins. And then lot sell-off. Lot sell-off, if the market is not ideal, which we're not planning on that happening, but it's a possibility. For us, if our phase 1 is working well, our phase 2, we're going to end up taking the offset in those prices in the home and front loading them onto the rest of the phasing 1 of our houses. That way we can maintain our margins. Thank you.
All right, thanks guys, great job. You can tell that a lot of time and work went into the presentation. I know it's a ton of work, so thank you. I was going to start out by just trying to understand how you guys came up with your pricing. Can you help me understand kind of what competitors you were looking at, or how you selected which were the most relevant competitors, and ultimately got comfortable that the pricing that you establish is going to be able to achieve the absorptions that you have?
Yeah, of course. If I can go back in the slides to kind of give you a visual. It's quite a bit back, I apologize. Here we go. So here we have our competition pricing graph, and per nearby construction, we were able to see, what the nearby new construction is, and kind of outline our prices based on that, and then including, or rather, bringing something different to the table. We could adjust our prices accordingly. So you kind of see us in that middle cluster, and then off to the right a little bit, and we're kind of able to provide something new and different in the nearby area.
Okay. So if I read right in your presentation, I think you had said you're targeting to start at an absorption rate of 4 a month, and then over the course of the project, you have an absorption between 4 and 6.
Yes, sir.
What thought process do you have leading into saying we're going to start at 4 and then we're going to be at 6? Like, help me understand what's going on.
Yeah, of course. So Based on the nearby data that we looked at, we found that 4 a month is relatively conservative, and being able to progress towards 4 to 6 will allow us to maintain our margins better. So, does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, so are you just going to start at 4 and then escalate to 6?
Yes, sir.
Or is it
Over the course of the phase construction. So the reason we have one phase is to kind of establish the pricing and escalate it over time, as compared to having one base price the whole time.
Okay. I saw you guys have a pretty substantial amenity package, assumed with a pool and a clubhouse, a fitness center, and have you thought about what the ongoing cost of maintaining an amenity package like that is, and whether that's going to be create any concerns for the consumers in the community?
Yeah, absolutely. So one way that we sort of decided to help offload that cost is include it into the prices of the homes over time by a lot basis. And do you mind rephrasing your question? Is it a price to the home buyer, like while they're already in there?
Just the ongoing cost. If you have a big amenity center, when you built out and you leave, then the HOA is maintaining it. So the question is just, is it putting too much of a burden on the HOA and the people in the community to have an amenity that's so large and comprehensive?
Okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead. So based on different communities around the area, we noticed that this wasn't a huge thing with massive amenity centers and everything that we're offering. But we're able to justify our higher prices because we do have things of that nature. We will have HOA fees in there to kind of help maintain that balance and not go into debt over it. And then also, there's many communities, especially here in Florida, that have been very successful with the same structure and having a nice amenity center, recreational fields, things of that nature. So we kind of wanted to model somewhat after that in order to reach a different market.
I'd also like to add on, I think you're trying to shoot more towards how those HOA fees are going to affect monthly, because that is a concern to most home buyers, or especially for the entry to move up home buyer. When they're coming into the market, they only have this much cash that they can put down each month. With those rate buy downs, that'll help offset that initial cost of those HOA fees, and that'll really allow us to be able to price in that amenity without overdoing someone's budget for the home.
Okay, thank you.
Great job, guys. I actually like the amenity package, so great job there. Wanted to turn the attention towards the mindset behind starting the construction while you're under development, because it looks like you guys are starting construction before you have all your wet utilities in to be able to serve your product. So can you talk about how you guys are going to manage the completion of horizontal while you're trying to go vertical on product?
Yeah, so we will be working in different parts of the site at that time. So we will be able to start horizontal construction. The plan is in the beginning of the phase 1, we would work on the master amenity center, the homes that are closer to the front, the model homes, things of that nature. And then a lot of the utilities will be out of the roadway, so we can go ahead and build that roadway. It'll be more towards the sides of the road. And then most of the utilities will actually be done on the front end, and then that's when we come in and do the grading and all the sidewalk and road stuff as well. So.
Yeah, nice job, guys. I love the site visit photo. Very cool photo op for you guys. And really like the layout. I think there's a lot of opportunity there for some nice lot premiums based on your road and lot layout. My question regarding that is, you've got the 3 distinct product offerings. Will you be selling all 3 of those on every individual lot, or are you going to limit what product is sold on each lot?
So as I was saying earlier, I don't know if I'm going to pull up the slide. So we have that. So as I was saying earlier, on that right side, you do have some portion of the 50-foot lots that are have that nicer riverfront cul-de-sac or just standard frontage. And so clustering those 50s along areas that are considered less desirable will allow us to put those home types into there. And then with the higher, or you can see the 114 premium lots that are prioritized on the riverfront and cul-de-sacs, we're able to put that nicer product into the into those areas and be able to elevate those prices to offset the cost.
Great job, guys. My question actually pertains a little bit more to the target buyers. So I think you discussed there being two different targeted groups, correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're looking at the floor plan design, do you feel like could you describe a little bit how you played into both parts? Because if I understood correctly, there was only one plan that kind of positioned itself towards the multi-generational. So how does your plan intend to be able to cover all targeted zones, right, or groups?
I believe it's the last two with the 60-foot lots. They offer 5 to 6 homes or 5 to 6 bedrooms. So we were thinking that that's enough for grandparents, parents, and 3 kids. So those are like kind of how I was thinking that would offer something for the multi-generational group.
So do you have kind of some structural options that may play into taking a bedroom and making it a second suite so that you have kind of a dual master? I think it was the second to last plan you discussed it being good for multi-generational, right?
Yes, so this one, the Valencia, there is a primary, the primary bedroom is on the first floor, and then on the second floor, there's a bonus bedroom that can work as a guest bedroom or an office space. So this one, and for the Chestnut also, this one has the optional bunk room on the second floor, so that can be turned into an additional living space.
So you would option that over to provide a
This
structural
one can
option.
be either a 5 or 6 bedroom, depending on the family.
Okay, thank you very much. Great work.
Great job, guys. Building on Brad's question there a little bit, going from the plans, looking at proposal to what you presented here, how are you going about selling your options, your collections? I believe it's the Wildflower, Magnolia, and Peachtree collection. Are those going to be different price point options, or are those just different packages, and how will you go about selling those to the buyer in the community, whether it be a design studio or with the sales team?
So those are package options more than anything. It's just different levels and what people are willing to pay for the houses. Like we said before, this is going to be kind of a nicer community than some of the other places in the area. But we wanted to make sure that these people are here for a good time, a long time, and that they have everything that they want. So those will be different optional packages that we can allow the customers to choose.
Thank you.
Great job. Thanks, Scott.
Good afternoon, Collin College. Thank you guys for joining us. We'd like to ask if anyone or everyone in the crowd could silence their phones and hold their applause until the end of the presentation. Collin College will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I'll keep time for you, so once you guys get down to a minute, I'll raise my hand to let you know. And outside of that, we are ready to go, and good luck.
Good afternoon. We are Maitrey Homes here to present Cranes Creek, a 93-acre development located in Lilburn, Georgia, right off the Yellow River. Maitrey Homes will be constructing 98 homes and selling off 97 fully developed lots supplied with water, electricity, and sewer. We'll begin our project on January 5th of 2026, and it'll take us approximately 5 years to fully build and sell off all of our homes. Our homes will be selling at an average of $470,000 each. Now we can hear from Angela for our market research.
Cranes Creek in Littleborn, Georgia is about 35 minutes from Atlanta, which makes it a quick commute for people who work in the city but want a more suburban home to come home to. The projected population growth over the next 5 years is about 12%, creating the need for large communities such as Cranes Creek. Our primary demographic is going to be young couples, families that are buying their first or second home. Typically in their late 20s to 40s, these buyers prioritize larger lots, access to high-performing school districts, and safe family-oriented community activities. Our next demographic are your empty nesters, who are typically downsizing to a thoughtful-minded, single-story home that sustains livable space. Typically in their late 50s and older, these buyers prioritize being close to family, especially their grandkids. Both value flexible interior, exterior entertainment spaces with access to community activities. Next, Cranes Creek falls into the largest school district in Georgia, the Gwinnett County School of Public Schools. They're about 10 minutes away from the neighborhood. There's also the option to test into the Gwinnett County School of Mathematics, Technology, and Science. They have a STEM-focused curriculum for grades 9 through 12, and it's about 25 minutes from the neighborhood. Next, you can see here, this is our competitor pricing. As you can see in pink, Maitrey Homes offers more square footage to price than any other home buyer, seller. Next, I'll hand it off to Faith, our product design director, who's going to go over more of that.
All of the homes constructed by Maitrey Homes in Cranes Creek will be available in 3 exterior design styles. The traditional, French country, and transitional options will feature different but complementary roof lines, exterior stone facade options, paint colors, and wood finishes. We will have 6 product options starting at $415,000, ranging from just under 2,000 square feet to just over 3,100 square feet. Of these options, we will have 2 single-story homes, as well as 4 two-story homes in order to appeal to a larger range of home buyers. All of our floor plans, except for one, will be available with multiple layout customizations so that the homes can be tailored to a buyer's personal preferences. We will offer 3 interior upgrade package options. These options will include a range of finishes, fixtures, and appliances. Buyers can utilize our on-site design center and work with our interior designers, or they can bring in their own interior designer. We have 3 exterior upgrade package options in addition to the interior packages. These can be combined with our interior packages or chosen from separately. These will include a range of fixtures, wood finishes, stone facades, and garage doors and windows. In order to create a more organic feeling community that is cohesive with the surrounding environment, Cranes Creek will feature nature-focused design. We will have 2 entry monuments that feature brass cranes for which the community is named after, as well as the water and fountains that pay homage to the Yellow River that runs around the development. We will have environmentally friendly landscaping in all of our green spaces that accommodate the local endangered wildlife.
We will also have an outdoor living center or community center to promote outdoor living that features a resort-style pool, a clubhouse, 2 pickleball courts, and fire pits and lounge areas. The amenity center will be easily accessible from the entire community by the sidewalks that span throughout. Now to present our site design and logistics is our site design manager, Emily.
Cranes Creek will feature 2 entrances directly off Oleander Drive, with our amenity center conveniently located directly between the main 2 roads. As Faith said, our neighborhood will feature extensive green spaces and wide walkways, to promote outdoor living. Major Homes will be building 98 homes represented here by our pink lots. 10 of these lots will be oversized cul-de-sac homes, 7 of which will be waterfront properties. Now we can take a look at our site logistics plan and our floodplains. Moving from the west, we have our 2 model homes directly north of our amenity center, and we'll have our concrete washout bins located in open green spaces on either half of our division. As we know, our elevation ranges by 116 feet. So we've designed our neighborhood to run primarily west to east on the north half and primarily north to south on the south half. This should help with natural water runoff. We've preserved as many trees and green spaces for natural erosion control in addition to meet our conservation requirements. In addition, we've put 2 detention ponds in the northeast area where the Yellow River meets the shallow creek to help prevent any flooding. Now we can hear from Michelle, our scheduler.
Total project duration is 59 months, with the start of design and permits being in January 2026. From there, we will move to mobilization in October of the same year. Our horizontal construction will take a total of 16 months, with our final plat being in February of 2028. Immediately after, we will start vertical construction for amenities, model homes, and house groups. We do have a total of 8 house groups, all of them containing 12 houses, except for the very first one that has 14, the 2 extra ones being the model homes. So we are expecting our construction team to handle 14 houses at the same time. With that, our expected final closing date is in February of 2030. For project management, the success of this project will rely on our strong organization, clear communication, and consistent execution. Our construction team will be operating from Monday to Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. We will be notifying nearby residents in advance to make sure they're aware of the construction activities. This to help minimize any potential concerns or complaints. Our construction team will be consisting of a division manager who will provide an oversight across communities with the responsibility of quality control, and team leadership. Following him or her will be the superintendents who will be managing daily site operations, regulatory compliance, and quality reassurance. From there, we have 2 different types of construction managers who will oversee different stages of the construction based off the house. Construction Manager 1 will oversee early construction stages, anywhere from foundation up to pre-sheetrock, while Construction Manager 2 will oversee any of the late construction stages, anywhere from sheetrock up to closing. Now to Ashley, our Head of Sales and Marketing.
Here at Cranes Creek, we don't follow the standard, we go above. Our variety of homes are on oversized 65 by 125 feet lots. We are partnering with a home builder whose home designs closely complement our own, creating a cohesive aesthetic throughout the community. We're planning an 8-month marketing campaign utilizing a dynamic mix of social media techniques and traditional advertisements, capturing our wide client base. Starting with our biggest and boldest, billboards. Strategically placing 6 billboards along high traffic areas on the perimeter of our target area, maximizing daily visibility and brand recognition. To ensure exposure, we are listing our homes in a multiple listing service across national leading real estate platforms. Amplifying presence, we are professionally producing a regional radio ad and cementing brand recall with a directional roadside leading future home buyers to Cranes Creek. There, our sales and marketing team will be operating directly from our model homes, fully immersing themselves in the customer experience. There, they will be showing behind the scenes on what makes Cranes Creek unique. Here's Kaylee, our Chief Financial Officer, making numbers into reality.
In developing Cranes Creek, we are expected to spend around $48.6 million. Within this total, we will have an optional $26,000 fee put towards abatement during our demolition phase that if we don't spend in that manner, we will use it to expand our walking ways beyond the sidewalks. Along with that, we have our box culvert crossings, which will allow us easy access across the noted creek through the center of the neighborhood, as well as saving us a ton of time and money overall on this project. After selling off our 97 fully developed lots, as well as our 98 constructed homes, we are expected to see $56.6 million, leaving us with a profit of around $8 million. As you can see, our cumulative cash flow is very representative both of our project schedule as well as our estimation. At the start, we have a strong downward spike representing the around $11 million it takes to purchase the land, followed by a series of negative charges as we fulfill development. Once we get to the center of the project, we will be selling off our 97 fully developed lots to a partner builder represented by the strong peak in the middle. Through the rest of the duration, we will have positive cash flow as we sell our 98 constructed homes. Finally, we have our IRR. For our project, it is at 24.83%, with our best case scenario being at 24.88%. This is very on par with neighborhoods of this size, as with high risk comes high reward. It will leave any investor very pleased to have partnered with Maitrey Homes to construct Cranes Creek. Now I will pass it back to Emily to finish us out.
Now, I want you to imagine coming home every day to a place that feels brand new, built for the way that you live your life now, not how you've lived in the past. Here at Cranes Creek, you're not just buying a home, you're buying a lifestyle built on comfort, convenience, and long-term value. I want to thank you all for dedicating your time to Maitrey Homes today, where we strive to redefine construction through thoughtful design, innovation, and building forward.
Awesome job. Great job, guys. A lot of kudos, the great detail in the utility plans, highlighting all the flood zones. You guys did a really good job in your estimate and your schedule. I noticed in your schedule there was some cost in there for a zoning change. Are you guys planning to change the zoning, or are you using the existing zoning?
We plan on keeping the OSC that is currently zoned, and we have accommodated our site plan to fall within the zoning regulations.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, great job, ladies. Question regarding you talk in your write-up about these housing groups that you're going to be building in bundles of 12.
Yes.
Is the plan to build all 12 of those and sell them as specs, or are you going to release those lots 12 at a time to the consumer and allow them to pick their lot and the
If you
house
go
plan
back
that
to
they
the
want?
schedule, you can see them overlapping. So we will be having 12, and then at the point where we have 9, we will start up more, so that it is a constant state of building more and more. They will all be released, yes, but it is controlled.
Okay, but you're going to be building those prior to selling them, or vice versa?
Vice versa.
Okay.
All right, so not to wait till you turn around, because I don't know if you're going to answer again, but in the groups of 12, so from a production standpoint of starting 12 homes and building them all in the same stage at the same time, how did you guys foresee that working as far as the trade contractors and being able to get some rhythm and that relationship of continuity when you build?
Yes. So we will have all the contractors planned out before. We will build a schedule with all of the construction managers, making sure that we know exactly what order they have to go into to make sure that they won't collide. For example, we don't want stairs and tile to be there at the same time.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Great job, by the way.
Great job, guys, on the plans. The floor plans are really great, just your ideas and your thinking there, and then really, even on your packages, really laying that out from a standpoint of ease for the buyer, but also a little bit of flexibility, so good job there. One question I have for you, you mentioned this third-party designer who you're going to allow to come in here a little bit. How are you going to keep, as great as third-party designers are, they are very creative. How do you keep them staying within your packages and your selections and not saying they know best?
Because we already are going to have pre-selected packages, they will have options to choose from in the design center, but they do like to get very creative and bring in their own backsplashes specifically and tiles and all these fun designs. They can't change the floor plan specifically other than the options that we have, but they will be able to choose from the range of finishes and fixtures. So we will be partnering with a bunch of different, I guess, tile vendors, as well as I think we plan on sticking with Kitchler for lighting and then Peerless for all of the plumbing fixtures. So they can choose from all those. They can't expand upon that, but that will be at the homeowner's own cost rather than included in the package.
Perfect. And then also, you guys did a lot of work on the sustainability side of things, so great job there. How are you going to go about explaining to the homeowner what our HERS 55 score means, and what does that translate to the impact they'll have in their house once they're living in it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat just like the last half of that?
I'm sorry, I was a little too far from the mic. You did a lot of work on the green building, the HERS score you did. How are you going to go about explaining to a homeowner what that HERS score of 55 per se means to them from a livable standpoint in the house?
I think we're going to try to give them the benefits of long-term, what it will mean for them basically, and the cost for utilities, as well as any tax breaks that they may get for falling within those standards.
Thank you.
Hey, great job, guys. You can tell that you put a lot of thought and heart into how you're designing the community and how you went about, the plan for it. Looks like you guys had considered a lot of different competitors from around the metro area and in looking at your pricing and your pace. Of all the competitors that are around, how did you come to the conclusion that these competitors and those specific communities were the most comparable for this project?
So we chose similar builders that build with similar fixtures and finish options, as well as the packages. That way we're not competing with someone who's building a little bit more standard production homes. We did also want to stay with communities that offered amenity centers with the extra amenities that we will have as well.
Okay, and if I understood correctly, you'll have the lot sale that's going to take place early in the community. Just to make sure, are those finished, completed lots, like you do the development first and then you're going to sell the lots to another builder?
Yeah, so they are fully developed lots that are going to have all the utilities connected at the street, and that way they can just go ahead and start construction from there.
Okay, do you have any concerns with bringing another builder into the community and selling them lots at the beginning of the project? And do you think that creates any risk or impacts your absorptions that are being assumed?
No, I think we already have in mind builders that we would want to partner with on this that have built similar communities, that they do already go on partnerships quite regularly.
Okay, what would you look for in a builder to partner with in a project like this?
We want to look for somebody that has in the past worked with other builders. That way they can collaborate on designs as well as amenities and what they are looking for. We also want to work with a builder that is going to have different story options, so single story as well as two-story, because I know in Georgia specifically that area, two-story is going to be the most common. So we want to be able to collaborate. That way we have a more cohesive environment.
Yeah, it's an interesting process when you decide to partner with another builder and finding the right suitor to both, to create a situation where they're both benefiting and that you're bringing in more people to the community and not just spending the whole time stepping on each other's toes. It can be interesting. Don't mind the purchasing side. They really love when designers get creative and out of the box thinking because they get to deal with it in the aftermath. Actually, no, I think those are the questions I had. Good. Awesome.
One last question. Love the amenity package that you offered. Did you consider additional amenity options? It seems like you have a ton of great green space that you can capitalize on. Is that just the start of your amenity package and maybe you'll add on to it later, or did you guys think about some things you'd like to add later on?
So this is the start of our amenity package. There will be options going forward. I think the original thing was our abatement fee. If we get that back, that will go towards more amenities such as walkways throughout the community, parks potentially, but that would also have to go with more permitting and going back to the city and asking.
Thank you. Great job. right. Good afternoon, Collin College Team 2. Glad to have you guys. Thank you for joining us. Would like to ask if you're in the audience to make sure that your phones are silent and that you hold your applause until the end of the presentation period. Collin College will have 15 minutes of presentation and 10 minutes of question and answer. I'll be your timekeeper, so when there's a minute left in the presentation time, I will just raise my hand to let you know. Outside of that, good luck, and we're ready whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, judges. We are Prosperity Homes and are pleased to welcome you to the estates at Heritage Hills. We are proposing a master plan community spanning 93 acres set in the rolling hills of Auburn, Georgia. This development is expected to generate over $36 million in profit over a 72-month period. Our return rate of 36% is achieved through the sale of 282 new homes. With an initial equity investment of $10.9 million, we aim to capitalize on a proven and growing market, which we'll explore further through the market analysis. Our community's core values aligns with relocating professionals, move-up buyers, high-income earners, and empty nesters. Their priorities include convenient access to work and amenities paired with low-maintenance, high-quality homes. They seek quiet, yet socially engaging communities, along with customization options and premier locations, showcasing strong buying power and low risk. Located in the suburbs of the Atlanta Metroplex, the community offers direct access to major transportation routes, employment centers, and regional destinations, which reinforces long-term desirability. The community is zoned for Parkview High School, which consistently ranks among top-tier in performance, backed by future expansion through voter-approved funding. Strong regional trade schools and universities help to support property value and resident retention. Employment opportunities are robust, including a diversified job market and local corporate headquarters, which helps mitigate sector-specific risk and support steady household income. Income metrics further reinforce this stability, with households earning over $100,000, representing 45% of local families. This income profile helps to support the absorption of new homes while allowing for flexibility for premium upgrades. Product demand is supported by strong local sales rates that reflect a deep pool of qualified buyers, reinforcing confidence in consistent sales volumes. Housing demand continues to outpace supply, driven by a growing customer base, which creates a persistent shortage of homes far into 2035. Nearby communities are priced between the high 300,000s to mid 600,000s, but feature smaller lots, fewer amenities, and lower overall quality, positioning us to effectively meet our buyers' needs. We strategically target the underserved section identified in Segment 1 where competition is limited, making it ideal for move-up buyers and relocating professionals. In Segment 2, we recognize the opportunity to serve high-income families and empty nesters who possess strong purchasing power and a preference for premier architectural design. This dual-segment approach enables the community to capture a wide range of potential buyers, rather than relying on more economical pricing methods. Now on to Victor to discuss how these buyer needs are met.
Thank you, James. We thoughtfully designed the community to include 204 standard lots and 78 premium lots, with the premium lots strategically positioned at the highest elevation and waterfronts. The connection bridges provide seamless access throughout the community, while the use of cul-de-sacs enhances privacy. The significant contrast in elevation is addressed through the use of stone retaining walls. Our two distinct lot sizes help us capture a broader buyer pool, as the 60-foot lots appeal to move-up buyers and relocating professionals, while the upsized 75-foot premium lots cater to space-oriented, high-income buyers, and the empty nesters with additional price adjustment accounted for unique lots. Our amenities package includes a centrally located pond and fountain in the southern half of the community, along with 3 accessible parks and a grand entrance, which establishes a sense of well-being. A robust trail system and fire pit areas provide scenic views along the Yellow River, while a perimeter wall along the western boundaries offers privacy from adjacent neighborhoods. At the heart of our community is a trophy clubhouse, centrally located in the northern half of the community, featuring an Olympic-sized pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, kitchen, and cabanas, clearly separating us from other communities. The structured HOA is designed to enhance quality of life by maintaining easements and amenities, as well as organizing seasonal community events. Buffer zones are placed at Oleander Drive and the banks of the Yellow River to aid in the preservation of wetlands and power easement setbacks. Through the implementation of proactive action plans, helps us protect endangered species as well as addresses any hazardous material identified on site. The utility plan helps us capture the placement of critical infrastructure that keeps the community online. Placement of critical infrastructure underground and beneath roadways ensures protection and reliability. The stormwater system is designed to accommodate approximately 2.5 million gallons of water during a rain event. Water flow is directed to nearby stormwater inlets through intentional grading, leveraging the site's significant elevation changes to manage drainage efficiently and responsibly. To meet buyers' preference, let's take a closer look at the home selections with Alejandro.
Thank you, Victor. When we designed the stage at Heritage Shows, our goal was simple: create homes that feel right the moment you arrive. Our standard homes form the backbone of the community for our move-up buyers and relocating professionals, offering 3 to 4 bedrooms across roughly 1,600 to just over 2,000 square feet, with open layouts that are focused on comfort and flow. Distinct elevations with brick and stone contrasts help these homes stand apart from nearby communities, while features like fireplaces, game rooms, and exterior stone accents create a richer living experience. As expectations evolve, our premium homes elevate the benchmark. With layouts reaching up to nearly 2,900 square feet, they offer generous gathering spaces designed for hosting and long-term comfort that meets our empty nesters' desires. Design remains cohesive across the community, while still allowing flexibility and finishes. Our interior selections range from Swiss coffee to deeper, more expressive colors like Hidden Gem, paired with multiple masonry options and 4 single selections on the exterior, maintaining a strong visual identity. As our homes increase in scale, so do our features. Our standard offering delivers clean, durable finishes and modern convenience, while our premium selections add scale, refinement, and a more elevated feel. Plus, select upgrades allow for customization that keeps the buyer journey simple and approachable. Sustainability is built both into the home and the land itself. Efficient systems, thoughtful site planning, and preserved natural elements allow to reduce cost while still respecting the landscape. The result is a community that feels considered, differentiated, and built to endure. Now to Nick, our operations director, to explain how this project will be delivered.
Thank you, Alejandro. Let's look at our overarching timeline for development and construction. Our schedule begins with the design and procurement phase starting in February 2026. The project is broken down into 4 distinct phases. Horizontal construction commences in late 2026, while Phase 4's vertical construction is slated for completion by late 2029. Final community closeout is projected for February 2032. Our phasing strategy is designed to manage the site's development efficiently while minimizing disruption. Each phase has both lot development and carefully curated paving plans to ensure smooth traffic flow transitions and build-ready infrastructure. We have also streamlined our construction timelines for individual homes. Actual working days range from 85 to 95 days depending on the complexity of the floor plan. This efficiency allows us to maintain a predictable delivery cadence for our future residents. Of course, maintaining this schedule requires a robust logistics plan. This plan ensures that each phase of the project has the necessary infrastructure and security to ensure smooth production flow. We have strategically placed model homes, builder trailers, and necessary project facilities throughout the worksite. The plan also identifies construction entrances, which provide clear routes for construction travel and future resident travel to maintain safety, and we have also accounted for essential site services, such as concrete washouts, temporary power, and security cameras to protect assets. Our commitment to environmental protection is managed with maximum precision through our SWIP and tree protection plans. To prevent erosion and runoff, we are implementing silt fencing along the creek and for the perimeter of the job site, as well as construction entrances along Oleander. Our natural tree protection plan aims to preserve 50% of the trees that exist within site boundary. We also intend on being good neighbors through noise and dust mitigation. To mitigate noise, we will implement strict operating hours, and to mitigate dust, we will utilize water trucks and street sweepers for regular cleaning of the site and surrounding roads. Finally, the foundation of our entire operation is our commitment to safety. Safety is not just a requirement, it is a core value of our project. We strictly adhere to OSHA 29 CFR 1926 minimum safety standards.
We will also maintain a comprehensive emergency action plan to handle any unforeseen incidents immediately. Now I will hand it off to Aiden for our cost of production.
Thanks, Nick. Our current production pipeline represents a $24.7 million build-out across 4 phases. We've established a clear baseline for site costs with our standard lot cost at $107,000 and our premium lot cost at $115,000. Appropriating proper site costs in phase 1 is critical for maintaining our budget as we dive into future phases. Our standard product line is highlighted by the Willow Bend and the Brookstone. While the Willow Bend has our highest total cost to construct at around $348,000, it boasts our lowest cost per square foot, illustrating our crew's efficiency at scale. We also project to hit a target profit margin of 29% on the Brookstone, serving as our benchmark for peak field performance across this particular product line. Now moving into our premium product. Our lowest cost per square foot in this product is the Windsor plan, highlighting our ability to manage larger builds more efficiently. The Ashford, our most profitable unit across both product lines, with concise coordination, grosses an impressive $164,000 profit margin. From a risk management standpoint, we built in a 15% variance onto our $250,000 base build cost. This allows production teams to navigate price hikes or supply chain disruptions without compromising the project's overall financial health. We have 2 curated packages. Our standard package is a modest $58,000 package, while our premium incorporates roughly $90,000 in thoughtfully designed product that is sure to wow the consumer. We've also itemized high-impact upgrades such as engineered wood flooring or upgraded security systems that add value for our clients. To execute this volume, we've allocated roughly $3 million for a special team, including 3 superintendents and 2 assistants, to ensure we have boots on the ground throughout every phase of construction. Supporting our field operations team is vital to our success and doesn't just cover our office costs. It allows for continuous improvement and implementation of the software we use for scheduling, the insurance that covers our job sites, and the ongoing training that keeps our crews safe and compliant. Our strategy to hold these margins is to prioritize domestic sourcing and bulk purchasing early on in the process. As a contingency, we've also added price escalation clauses into each of our contracts to ensure we can deliver on time and on budget. And now, I will pass it to our sales director, Anthony, as we take a deeper dive on how we plan to market and sell our wonderful community.
Thanks, Aiden. Our absorption strategy is phased to maintain a velocity of approximately 5 home sales per month. We limit risk by opening lot pre-sales 4 months before vertical construction. This establishes early backlog, stabilizes cash flow, and maintains a balanced 50-50 mix between pre-sold homes and speculative inventory. Under a conservative scenario where sales rate softens by 10%, break-even shifts only modestly, demonstrating strong downside resilience. A 10% increase in sales rate accelerates break-even, reinforcing upside potential. Across these scenarios, monthly revenues remain stable and never dip below $2.3 million. The alternative lot sale scenario accelerates capital recovery by approximately 15 months by divesting a portion of finished lots to established regional builders. This enhances product diversity, expands marketing reach, and mitigates risk while maintaining control of remaining inventory. Lot sales peak in phases 1 and 2 and taper through later phases. Retained lots operate at approximately 2 to 3 home sales per month, balancing capital efficiency with long-term profitability. Our sales approach is relationship-driven and centered on transparency and personalization. We utilize weekly buyer updates, 3D home renderings, testimonials, and structured communication to build trust, improve conversion quality, and reduce fallout risk. Incentives are deployed strategically to preserve pricing integrity, including interest rate buydowns, upgrade allowances, and moving cost assistance. Our marketing strategy combines regional visibility with targeted digital outreach. Billboards, signage, and a dedicated website drive local traffic, while social media and professional video content attract relocating buyers, ensuring sustained lead generation. Now I'll pass it back to James to discuss the financial analysis.
Thank you, Anthony. The lot retainage model presents $134 million in revenue while amounting cost of only $98 million. The break-even date of 36 months is supported by a peak production cash flow of $2.3 million per month. In comparison, the lot sale scenario accelerates this break-even date by 15 months while generating a profit close to $27 million. The base market offers a compelling ROI of 36% and strong profit margins on sales, like Aiden mentioned earlier. In a stronger seller's market, margins expand to 33% and an ROI at 39%. Even in a weaker buyer's market, the project remains resilient, showcasing profit margins of 24% and an ROI of 30%, demonstrating strong financial protection. Fortified by a robust target demographic and sustained demand, our home selection is primed to meet the needs for our clientele, while our project team delivers a community defined by longevity. I invite you to join us as we cultivate the essence of Heritage Hills and reach for the pinnacle of success. Thank you.
Nice job, guys. Love the passion and energy you guys brought. I could really tell you enjoyed not only putting this together, but also presenting it. So way to own it. Nice job. My question is in regard to your lot sale strategy. Interesting scenario here. You've got lots kind of clustered throughout all 4 phases that you're proposing to sell. How would that work? Would you set up with a partner early on and deliver those lots as they're developed? Or would you sell them all at one time after they're developed? Or how would you go about setting up that strategy with your home builder partner?
We aim to tackle this question through a strategic approach, either from an early phase development to recoup initial capital, to further receive for future endeavors. Otherwise, we have the possibility, in worst-case scenarios, to open up lot sales for potential regional builders with strong and established reputations to retain capital if we can't quite make the sales that we are projecting. So ultimately, this is to balance capital either early on or during the duration of the project, depending on certain market conditions.
Okay, so it's out of a fail-safe if things go
not
as planned. Got it. Thank you.
Great job, guys. I agree. The passion kind of came through in the presentation. I even like just the flow that you guys had, right, of just being able to move it down the line. So great job as far as that goes. Question about the amenities. We all love seeing and discussing highly amenitized communities that offer a lot of cool things, right? Notice that your HOA fees were about $1,200 a year, but how would you look at that, taking into consideration the cost to build all those amenities and whether or not you feel that $1,200 fully takes care of what that would look like from a true maintenance standpoint of so many amenities?
Thank you. So the initial development cost of these amenities is factored into the sales price of each and every home. For the maintenance and upkeep during the life cycle of this development, that is then passed on to the HOA to manage through that $1,200 a year budget.
Gotcha. Okay, so taking into consideration what Brian just described as far as selling off some lots, right? So how do you manage that in the budget to consider that a portion of those lots may or may not be ready and be sold and closed for them to be in the HOA amounts of the dues that are being received?
Absolutely. So we only build our amenities in the corresponding phase that they are associated with. So for example, the Trophy Clubhouse is initiated in phase 1 to bring in those future sales, while other amenities, such as in the southern half of the community, that robust trail system, like we mentioned, is dispersed during phases 3 and 4.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. One small thing is really nice is that I checked your website and it works. So that's always a good thing. Sometimes people put websites and it's like, doesn't exist. It's like, oh, okay. But it looks like it's there and it looks like it's tied into the presentation with same slides and information. So good job there tying that out. I'm going to work through a few questions here a little bit on the product side of things. I really like your guys' floor plans. Real quick question, when it comes to the floor plans, could I put a standard house on a premium lot, or do the different house types have to stay to those lots? How does that work in the community?
The premium homes are specifically not designed to be accommodated for the premium lots. We understand that the 3 options can also have the ability to be mirrored with additional structural options such as media rooms, extra bedrooms, fireplaces, etc.
Perfect. And then,
I've got one thing to add. One thing we took into consideration with this is that our premium product houses may be slightly larger, and so one thing we've got to consider is lot fit. So that's the reason we only can build standard homes on our standard lots and our premium homes on our premium lots. Another thing that we do offer to kind of help uplift the standard product is we do allow for them to customize if they buy early on to kind of, like I said, just make it more of that custom feel, if you will.
Well, now you stole my second question, so good job. And then the last part of that is to your exterior colors, tying in the whole community. You provided 4 bricks, or 4 to 6 bricks, some shingle, different colors, more of a la carte selection in the presentation. Can the buyers mix and match those colors together, or do those colors feed into a package somewhere else that whether you're building it or if you sold off lots, they'd be following that color schemes?
So they can mix and match. That is a part of our customization process. The other thing we considered is we have a few different elevations for each floor plan. So this allows a diverse look throughout the community. So in terms of cookie cutter, we don't do that. We try to optimize our community to make a more desirable feel and to draw people into it.
Thank you.
Sorry, he stole all my questions. You guys, I really enjoy the confidence in your presentation and your passion. You seem pretty confident in the product and where you believe that the price is going to end up and the pace you're going to be able to generate. As I was looking at the kind of the pricing charts that you guys put together, there are some competitors that are below you in price, but in the same square foot. And there's other competitors that are above in price in the same square foot. Anytime you see a gap on a pricing chart, you gotta make sure that you understand why the gap exists, right? Because you could end up below, you could end up above, and the builder who doesn't know why the price is low in some places are usually the ones who end up having that price, right? So as you're looking at the competition, what did you see that could explain the difference in pricing between them, and why do you feel that your pricing ended up at the right place?
We opted for more quality built homes than those more economical builders that you mentioned in the lower value segment. So with our homes, you won't see plank vinyl siding or cheap interiors. That's not us. We opted for the brick and stone veneers, premium packages, high-end fixtures and finishes, and just a quality built home that's really going to stand the test of time. We also opted to be below the higher price point competitors, such as the Independence community for D.R. Horton or the Bennett Farms community for Taylor Morrison, to really establish a presence in the Lilburn market.
So if I could rephrase, do you believe that the price achieved by the lower priced homes are primarily a result of the quality of the home that's being built?
We believe it has resulted from the products used and as well as the quality. So it would be a pair of the two. We aim for a better quality product as well as higher end fixtures and finishes than those competitors.
Okay, thank you.
Great job, guys. Love the confidence. Alejandro, I think you'll sell the highest package of every house from start to finish. I have no doubt about that at all. Question for you guys. You have a lot of great things in your estimate and your schedule. Saw you guys really took into account the HOA turnover process. You included a lot of things in your estimate that were great. There's one thing in your estimate that's listed as management. Can you guys talk a little bit about what that cost covers?
Absolutely. That management line item that you're seeing covers our salaries, such as the supervision required for our superintendents, assistant superintendents, builders throughout the community, as well as some of the base salaries for some of our sales agents.
Awesome. Second question is, I noticed that you guys designed your site to 2 different zonings, so R60 and R75. Did you guys rezone from OSC to a particular zoning class, and can you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. So we aim to combat this during the pre-development process. Once we initiate the funding and begin with truly the design phase and the calculations of the infrastructure, we look to reclassify these lots to accommodate the proposed plan.
Gotcha. All right, awesome. Thank you, guys. right, all right. Welcome Texas A&M University. Glad to have you guys. Wanted to ask if the audience can make sure that their phones are on silent and that you hold your applause until the end of the presentation. Texas A&M will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I'll be your timekeeper, so when there's a minute left, I'll just raise my hand to let you know. Otherwise, we are good to go, and good luck.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Maffett, and I'm the division president for Reveille Homes. My goal today is to take you through lay the foundation of the River Bend deal that rests on the foundation of Gwinnett County's strong demand. With the base scenario, we expect a net contribution of $27.2 million, an IRR of 26.7%, and a gross profit of 22.5%. We have identified two clearly defined target consumer groups. Our first is the incoming urban core buyers. These buyers are 30 to 45 years old and are purchasing their first move-up home. They prioritize a strong school district, plenty of open space, and proximity to their work. Our second group is the established movers. They're aged 40 to 55, and they already live in the greater Gwinnett County area, or maybe even in Lilburn itself already. These buyers currently live in a home that's built in the 80s or 90s, and they want to trade that equity in for a new low-maintenance home that already exists in their community. Both of these buyers play directly into our assumptions regarding key product, absorption, and pricing. Gwinnett County is home to a large number of high-income earners that make over $100,000. This directly supports our move-up pricing. Furthermore, we have an advantage over builders that are a little bit farther out of Atlanta by further catering to our incoming urban core buyers and their desire for shorter commute times. We're zoned to the strong Gwinnett County public school system, and more specifically, the top-rated Parkview cluster. This is a truly matchless land position within Lilburn. The site's scale, proximity to the Yellow River, and abundant preserved open space simply can't be matched anywhere else in the submarket. Combine that with Lilburn's strained supply, and we see that pricing will be sustained for years to come. Now, I'll pass it to Thomas, our VP of Land Acquisition.
I'm excited to share with you a vision we've carefully crafted, one that brings together safety, sustainability, and everyday connections to nature, creating a place where families and neighbors can truly thrive. River Bend Reserve is enveloped in over 4,000 lineal feet of beautiful waterfront, maximizing exposure to the Lilburn countryside. Our community allows residents to live within nature's embrace while keeping modern conveniences within close reach. To suit the discretionary buyers that Sam described, we successfully negotiated a change in conditions in the open space conservation zoning to suit the desires of our target consumers. As the refined entry monuments welcome you into our nature embrace community, the amenity program elevates the arrival experience with a junior Olympic-sized swimming pool, a public boat launch, 3 pickleball courts, and 2 miles of 8-foot-wide mulch walking trails. Because our site and our design was specifically designed to comply with OSC zoning, these requirements became an opportunity to expand our outdoor offerings, allowing us to integrate a dog park and butterfly garden. Rather than viewing these elements as regulatory minimums, they were intentionally embraced by our team and have proven to be features buyers actively value. We intentionally designed our site to take full advantage of the surrounding natural environment and fully comply with necessary zoning laws. We exceeded these OSC zoning laws, allowing 46% of our site to be open-spaced while preserving the floodplain, river corridor, and 34 specimen trees, or 57% of specimen trees. 3 retention ponds totaling over 2 acres work to maintain pre-development flow rates, and amenities such as the butterfly garden and natural surface walking trails serve as seamless extensions of the naturescape, enabling residents to live within nature's embrace rather than just living next to nature. Furthermore, our commitment to sustainability extends to our product selection, a strategy on which Vesso, our head of sales, will touch more on shortly. Construction of Riverbend Reserve will be executed in 2 phases to maximize cash flow and maintain sales momentum. Phase 1 will begin March 2027, with Phase 2 strategically launching 8 months later in November 2027 to avoid gapping out in sales. Assuming a blended absorption rate of 6 homes per month, Phase 1 poses an approximate 12 months of supply, while Phase 2 poses an additional 18 months of supply. Now, the primary constraint to bring this site to market was the lack of nearby existing sanitary sewer infrastructure. We overcame this constraint by partnering directly with Gwinnett County to implement a mutually beneficial solution. Under this agreement, Gwinnett County will extend their existing sewer infrastructure northward and intercept our privately constructed sewer heading southward at the southern boundary of our site. At the same time, we incorporated a waterline extension heading down Oleander Drive that terminates at Lake Lucerne Street. Our site's unique topography profile challenged many building designs, but we were thoughtful and intentionally selected product and home plans that are able to fit onto every type of lot, regardless of topography. Now I'd like to introduce Vesso, our VP of Sales and Marketing.
As Sam pointed out, the site is located in a highly established area. Given this, there's little direct competition. Recent MLS data shows that demand here is strong, and most of these homes are selling in about 30 days with less than 3 months of supply, even in this challenging market. Many of these homes are over 20 years old and still commanding nearly $200 per square foot, further justifying our pricing strategy and our premium product offering. Nearby new home communities are mostly tailored to denser patio and townhome products, answering to a different buyer demographic. Complementary single-family developments are located an additional 10 to 15 miles east of our location, contributing to high commute times, not ideal for our incoming urban core buyers. However, the recently opened community of Ledgestone has proven great sales success in the last 2 months. Located in the same school district as this property, Ledgestone offers a slightly larger product at a premium price point and has proven that there's insatiable buyer demand for premium new homes in this established community. To answer to our buyers' needs, we offer 2 product lines. Our Blossom collection on our 60-foot lots features 5 plans ranging between 28 to 3,100 square feet. Meanwhile, our Grove collection features 70-foot lots with 5 additional plans going into the 4,000 square foot range. Here, a 3rd-car garage option can be specified for additional living space for those large existing families in the area. No matter what phase of life buyers are in, they're able to customize a home specific to their needs. They won't have to compromise with outdated resales in the area. Thomas spoke about our commitment to sustainability, and we take this further into our product development. Intentionally, every standard feature includes radiant barrier, spray foam insulation, and zoned HVAC systems for lowered energy consumption. Meanwhile, exciting upgrade packages include everything from heated bathroom floors to gourmet kitchen appliances and amazing outdoor spaces, allowing buyers to truly create a unique oasis while boosting project revenues. Next, I'll introduce our VP of Operations, Cortland.
We've estimated our total land cost at $29.8 million. This includes our amenities and land acquisition, as well as our on and off-site sanitary sewer and the domestic water main upgrade along Oleander Drive. If Gwinnett County's Phase 2 sewer delivery is delayed, we have contingency allocated for temporary pump and haul allocation until permanent service becomes available. For our home cost, our average direct cost is $263,000 for our Blossom collection and $316,000 for our Grove collection. This includes all of our quality standard features such as GE smart appliances and 10-foot ceiling plates throughout our collections. Additionally, we have budgeted $615,000 in total lot variances, or roughly $3,500 per home. This allocation goes to preserving our site's unique topography while maintaining exceptional streetscapes and scenic views throughout our community. Our 59-month total project duration will utilize an integrated phasing plan to ensure continuous lot and home deliveries. By merging our phase development, we not only avoid costly phase gaps, but we ensure consistent cash flow during critical points within our project. Our on-site facilities and logistics plan is designed to keep our community safe, clean, and disturbance-free during construction. For safety, we will maintain an on-site AED and first aid station located in our construction office. Site control will consist of dedicated dumpsters, concrete washouts, and secured storage containers for any loose or early material deliveries. To protect community impression points, construction traffic will utilize the northern access above Tiger Wing Way for Phase 1 before transitioning to the permanent emergency road access for the remainder of Phase 2. Most importantly, we have intentionally planned for our site's unique hydrology and topography by implementing early erosion and sediment control measures to protect our surrounding Yellow River and its connecting creeks and tributaries. Our horizontal team will consist of a director of land development and a land development manager who will own the site clearing, grading, and infrastructure installations. And our vertical team will consist of a northeast area manager and 2 construction managers who will drive our 4-month home product cycles and ensure a target carry rate of 12 homes per construction manager. Now I'll hand it back to Vesso to go over sales.
Our sales approach is designed to complement our conservation methodology. As buyers enter the community, they'll pass a 50-foot wooded buffer shielding us from Oleander Drive. They will immediately notice the dense tree canopy we've worked hard to protect. Our model home park will feature a plan from each product line and is open daily, staffed with 2 sales professionals. To further drive our conservation efforts, the lots surrounding the model home parks will be reserved as buffers for the duration of the neighborhood sales and be among the last to be sold. Meanwhile, our deliberate monotony strategy will ensure an attractive streetscape to protect future values. Thomas spoke about the beautiful topography of the site, and this allows nearly 80% of our lots to feature different premiums, ranging from direct access to trails and amenities, oversized cul-de-sacs, and beautiful riverfront views. There's something for every buyer's taste. While we focus on build jobs to maximize revenues from features, upgrades, and structural options, we'll always maintain a deliberate amount of inventory homes available for buyers on a faster closing pace. This will also ensure that we meet our sales strategy of 6 homes per month. We anticipate a large engagement of the realtor community for this project, given that many of our homeowners are transferring equity from their existing homes. To do this, we're kicking off with a massive grand opening party to engage the brokerage community and educate them about the benefits of our product. Online, we'll focus on video storytelling, where existing homeowners in the community talk about the quality of life, the quality of our product, and convenience of our location. And of course, for the buyer leads coming in through our sales channels, we offer immersive 3D tours and the latest in visualization options, where buyers can pick and choose different upgrades and packages and see how it impacts their final design. We're confident that with our targeted buyers, our specific product, and our professional sales team, we're easily going to deliver the impeccable financial results Alex will discuss next.
We've established 2 scenarios. The base case, retaining all 176 lots, and a second, selling half of the lots to a partner builder. Overall, the base case scenario maintains higher net contribution and return, while the lot sale scenario reduces time frame and net capital exposure. For the base case, we can see this graph, which shows the cost and the revenue. Upfront costs are driven by acquisition, development, and construction. When in year 3, we'll become cash flow positive with the closing of 46 homes. To better visualize our cash flow, we have this graph. Notably, peak outstanding capital is $30.9 million in month 28, followed by initial closings in month 29, break even in month 40, and the project completion in month 59. Our results can be seen in the green box. We have a $5.5 million net present value with an 18% weighted average cost of capital. You can see that you can either raise or lower the absorption and the sales price. And even when both are lowered, we still have a positive net present value as seen in the red box. For the lot sale scenario, we sell half of the lots to a partner builder in 2 bulk transactions, both upon completion of each phase's land development. Those lots will be sold for an average of $213,000, and our absorption will fall to 4 homes per month. You can see that we now have a peak outstanding capital of $24.7 million in month 25, followed by the first sale of lots in month 26, second sale in month 37, break even in month 40, and then completion in month 50. We have a larger swing in our IRRs and NPVs for this scenario. However, it is still profitable given you have to watch the market conditions a lot closer because of the variability of what could happen. And now back to Sam.
In summary, we want to utilize our unique riverfront access and an abundant amount of premium lots to further cater to our buyers' wants and needs. We also overcame some initial obstacles, such as bringing sanitary sewer to site, and by getting changes in conditions approved from Gwinnett County. I encourage you today to move forward with one of the two scenarios presented to you by Alex based on Reveille Homes' capital needs at this time. I will now open it to the Q&A. Thank you for your time.
Great job, guys. You could definitely see confidence in what you're presenting. And want to talk to you about a couple things that I saw there. So first, you talked about some plan customization. So how does that play into what you project as far as purchasing and the cost of the home side versus what you plan to obtain from that? What revenues you'd look at by going to customization in that design?
So as you can see here, these are our average sales per unit after you customize the house. That's doing structural options and features. Yes, sir. Does that answer your question, or?
Well, meaning, are you giving them like an allowance for customization, or is it a matter of, hey, here's the base house, if they don't customize, and then if they go to customize, move walls and other things, that now there's an add-on, or how would you approach that?
Of course. So just to clarify, customization is within our pre-prescribed options.
Okay.
Obviously, we're not showing every
Just wanna
single one
clarify.
here, but a lot of different things that we can do within each space. So they're definitely picking from preset different structural options.
Okay.
We do have a 5% incentive that we're using, and that could go sometimes towards options depending on market conditions.
Great. That makes a lot more sense. I appreciate that. And then, actually, that answers my second question, so we're good there. Appreciate that.
Appreciate it, guys. Great job. You guys answer a lot of stuff, so good job. I guess my big question is, it seems like you're going after a higher price point buyer, which is a great look, a great approach, especially in the economy that we're in, that we're seeing. Do you feel like the packages might actually hold you back a little bit from there is the set structural options, the best way to say that, and then you do have your packages that are sort of set up. Do you feel like some of your buyers might push back, and with that price point you're going for, want a little more flexibility on the finish side of things, or do you feel you can stick to the packages the way they're set up?
Of course. So we didn't really have too much time to get into upgrades at this point, but we're not really planning on packages. There'll be more of suggestions for people that want a quicker thing, but the majority of all the features are a la carte, so they can really customize it to their specific need.
Thank you.
Nothing makes a purchasing guy happier than hearing a la carte. First of all, I just want to say, on the financial side of things, amazing job. Like, the level of detail that went into this and the number of things that got addressed in here shows the immense amount of thought that went into how you guys were presenting this. Just some of the things that I noticed, like a level of detail that you wouldn't notice if you weren't necessarily like involved in the project or in the industry. Like when you guys were going through the zoning, you were mentioning the rental cap associated with it. Like, wow. It's most people don't even know that those things exist, but it is there, it is relevant, and it is important to Gwinnett County. So I was just looking through what we often call a house price worksheet, which shows the sales price and the cost associated with each unit for each floor plan, and how that blends into your overall gross margin, your cash flow analysis, your sensitivity. I love the detail in the presentation on those, and even presented it on all of these under the base case scenario, but then also the same analysis was done under the lot sale scenario, which was great. I noticed that when you're doing your two product lines, you weren't just stratifying the consumer itself, but you were getting two distinct price points and two distinct square foot bands to differentiate one from another. And one detail that I just really like, that it's a super small thing, but you even differentiated the pace between those two, showing that you're going to get a 2.5 absorption on the higher price point versus a 3.5 absorption on the lower price point, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but that's just a detail that reflects realistically what you would need to assume in underwriting in the real world, because that's really how it would end up coming out. So I just really appreciated that. I just wanted to compliment you guys on that. A few questions. On the lot sale scenario that you guys were considering, are you presenting these both as equal scenarios where the investor can choose between them, or is the lot scenario more of like a fallback situation?
It's dependent on the capital needs of Reveille Homes. Of course, if we don't need that much peak capital exposure, as seen in the lot sale with the $24.7 million, but then if you're able to take the 9 extra months, we would definitely recommend going with the base case where you get the $27.25 million net contribution, just having that extra peak outstanding capital of $30.9 million.
How'd you guys come up with the sale price? You ended up at $213,000 per lot. Like, where was that coming from? What do you think that's valuable or viable?
That is a weighted average between the 70-foot lots being sold at $225,000 and the 60-foot lots being sold at $205,000.
Okay, so the 205, 225. Why is that the right number?
So we got those numbers from negotiations with builders in this market, and they thought those pricings were fair for buying those lots from us.
Okay, so you got some market data.
Yes, sir.
That was it for me. I was gonna mention if I'm in the community, I don't want the kayak launch to be behind my house. That's all.
Yes, sir.
I don't want everyone parking in my front yard.
Yes, sir.
Awesome job, guys. So the amount of research on the complexity of the utility connections on the sewer and the water, the upgrades, the outfall, the cost to the county, the reimbursement, all of those things. Really great job on researching and finding that information, added it in, and being able to talk through it. I also think you guys did a great job with laying out your amenity offerings and laying out your job site or your community. I did have a question about the estimate. So you guys have a number in there for miscellaneous, and then you also have a number in there for site variance. What do those two things cover?
So miscellaneous it's a lump sum for items that just didn't necessarily fall into any of these categories, and for brevity, we threw them in miscellaneous. Mm-hmm. Contingency is what we would use for instance, we don't anticipate having to do much rock blasting, but if we did, we would pull out of the site blasting for that. Okay. I mean, the site contingency.
Yes, I saw that you guys had a contingency and the site variance, so I wasn't sure if those two numbers.
Oh, sorry. Yes, site variance is on a per lot basis for things we would need to do maybe right before we go vertical in construction. Like one home plan wouldn't have to have deep piers for your typical site, but maybe if it backs up to the river, you'd have additional foundation work that would need to be done.
So basically, white sheets would kind of be the thing that we would say, but it would be, you guys are covering on the development side versus having the construction side cover it.
Yes, sir, pretty much.
Okay, awesome. I think that answers my question.
Yeah, kudos to whoever in the group went and dug up that development agreement with Gwinnett County for the sewer. Nice job. Question and a little concern here, just when I want to talk through it. So you guys are closing on this property and then waiting 12 months to get your land disturbance permit. Any concerns over that risk? It's a pretty decent sized risk.
Can you clarify just one more time? I want to make sure I know what question you're asking.
Yeah, so it looks like you're closing on the land in February of 26.
Yes, sir.
And not getting your permit to start.
Yes, sir. That was negotiated by us with the seller of the land. We just wanted to make sure that we could get through and get everything approved by Gwinnett County that we needed to, as well as the off-site sanitary sewer, which does pose somewhat of a risk, even though it's fairly ironed out at this point. We wanted to make sure to not be too far in before.
Got it.
Yes, sir. Before closing.
That makes sense. Thank you.
I've got one additional question. So on the construction scheduling, could you guys describe a little bit better your pace, your release rate, go into a little bit more detail? I think it Needed some explanation on that.
So we have a home carry rate of 12 homes per month per builder, which we think they'll be able to handle if they're senior. That means we have 24 going at a time, and we have four months per home for each cycle rate. It takes about 4 months to build a house. Yes, sir.
So meaning that the pace is going to be, you said 12 per builder, and you're going to have 2 builders?
Yes, sir.
So
24 total under construction at a time.
So 24 total under construction, and so that's going to span over 4 months for each build, right?
Yes, sir. So 24 divided by 4 is 6, which is our absorption rate, our blended absorption rate.
Gotcha. So the pace is going to be, you're only going to build 24 homes at a time, and then when those are done is when you'll start the next 24?
Oh, no. No, we'll go at the pace of sales. We won't. Yes, it'll be at various stages. Like, the houses will be at various stages. We won't close 24 houses at once and then start construction another 24.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
Last quick question for you guys. So the construction entrance that's kind of on the southern side, do you guys have a plan for what that's going to be once the construction is complete before turning that over to the HOA, and how you're going to manage how that looks and feels once it's turned over?
Just to clarify your question, you're talking about the construction entrance.
Yeah. Yeah, so the one that's off of kind of Oleander, off Skipper.
Clarify your question for me one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, so have you guys determined what that construction entrance will look like once construction is done and you're trying to convert that over to the HOA? Is it going to go away? Is it going to turn into a potential amenity? Did you guys kind of think about what that will look like?
Go ahead.
The one just south of the creek.
Yeah, so the one that comes off Skipper and kind of comes out to...
That'll end up being an emergency exit for the community, and it'll be locked up, won't really be used, but if there is somehow a flood from the Yellow River, we feel like our residents would enjoy the peace of mind that would offer them.
Got it. Awesome. Great job, guys. All right, welcome. Welcome, University of Florida. For all of our audience, we would just like to ask if you could silence your phones and hold your applause until the end of the presentation. University of Florida, you guys will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I will be your timekeeper, so when there's 1 minute left out of the 15 minutes, I'll make sure to raise my hand to let you know. Outside of that, we are ready to go, and good luck.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lily Morgan, and we are very excited to be representing the University of Florida at the 2026 National Association of Home Builders Competition. We are SBC, or Sweetwater Creek, and we would like to introduce to you Sweetwater Creek. Sorry, we're SBC, or Swamp Building Company. So Sweetwater Creek is on a 93-acre parcel in Lilburn, Georgia. We have designed it to have 317 different homes, 5 different home models, and 3 different lot sizes. We will touch more on that in just a little bit. And again, my name is Lily Morgan, and I'm the project manager.
I'm Washington Robbins, and I'm market analysis.
I'm Nick Scartelli, and I'm product design.
I'm Trinity Hatcher. I'm the site designer.
I'm Christian Slocum. I'm the chief estimator.
And I'm Jill McDonough, and I'm the scheduler.
And now I'm going to hand it over to Washington for market analysis.
All right, thank you so much, Lily. Let's get right into it. So first, a little bit about Lilburn, Georgia itself. Lilburn is a commuter suburb, so that they have access to all the high-paying Atlanta jobs while keeping suburb affordability. They have everything a family could want and need, so great parks, fantastic schools, and long-term stability and livability. And Gwinnett County itself is a move-up market, so when Gwinnett owners buy, they typically stay and don't leave. Now, some market data. Gwinnett County is structurally undersupplied in its households, especially with high-income households, with only 23% of high-income household demand being met, projected 2020 to 2040. And also, if you take a look on screen, Gwinnett County by far leads the Metro Atlanta region in high-income residential construction permits. So this is very strong demand and undersupply, which reduces pricing and absorption risk. Now onto our target market. We have 2 buyer profiles. Our first buyer profile is young couples and families. So these are probably early career professionals on dual income, possibly moving up from renting to owning. And important to note, these are non-entry-level buyers. These are value buyers, so price isn't the only thing that matters to them. And if you'll take a look on screen, our owner-occupied household by size, 2-, 3-, and 4-person households dominate Gwinnett, which aligns very well with both of our buyer profiles. Our second buyer profile is established homeowners. So these are move-up buyers that will probably have existing home equity, and they typically prioritize school quality, neighborhood safety, and long-term livability. They also typically have lower turnover and high retention rates and demand larger premium lots. Again, if you look on screen at the owner-occupied households by age in Gwinnett County, the demographics of Gwinnett align perfectly with both of our buyer profiles. Now, some broader housing trends you all should be aware of. In Georgia itself, housing production has not kept pace with household growth, especially in that higher income sector, with higher income households over double the amount of higher income units that are available. New construction is required to make up for this gap. Again, some more housing trends. Despite some market volatility, high-income buyers are not slowing down, especially in Gwinnett. Touched on this a little bit earlier. Gwinnett consists of over 30% of high-value residential construction permits in the Metro Atlanta region, and Gwinnett, and especially Lilburn itself, have very high absorption rates over the past few years, especially higher than Atlanta, Georgia, and the broader United States market. Now, why Sweetwater Creek itself? This is just a summary. We'll touch on all of this a little bit more in detail later in the presentation. But to start, our layouts and lot sizes are designed specifically for our target market, which by age and household size is the largest demographic in Gwinnett County. Our size and pricing fit right into the most undersupplied gap, which is that high income gap. Our amenities reinforce lifestyle and value, so this also reinforces our little bit higher pricing. And our pricing flexibility across our buyer segments allows us to hit with the lower and higher income areas of our target market. And now on to Nick with product design.
Thank you, Washington. Our first house is the Azalea, a 2,500 square foot house on our 50-foot lot, our smallest lot, that is a 3-bed, 2.5 bath, 2-car garage that comes in with a sale price of $629,000. On our 60-foot lot, we have the Covington, which is 2,700 square feet, which is a 4-bed, 3-bath, 2-car garage that comes in at $708,000. Additionally, on the 60-foot lot, we have the Hawthorne, which is a 2,900 square foot lot, a 4-bed, 3.5 bath, 2-car garage that comes in at $787,000. On our largest 65-foot lot, we have the Savannah at 3,100 square feet. That's a 5-bed, 3.5 bath, 2-car garage at $858,000. And last but not least, we have the Augusta, which is a 3,500 square foot home on our 65-foot lot, which is a 5-bed, 4-bath, 3-car garage that comes in at $888,000. Our homes come with a variety of standard features, such as natural landscaping, a 4-panel garage, and electric thermostats. We have a variety of finish options, especially in the exterior. Because we have such similar homes that are going to be built throughout our development, we wanted to make sure that they didn't look the same from house to house, so our clients can choose from a variety of exterior options. We also have a multitude of upgrades, such as backlit mirrors and ring cameras that they can upgrade for. And now I would like to pass it off to Trinity for site design.
Thanks. So this is going to be our site. We have a total of 317 units with a total of 30 50 wides, 178 60 wides, and 109 65 wides. You'll see here that the 50 wides is going to be these darker blues with our larger premium models on the outer side by the creek. This is intentional because these sites have an additional 25 feet integrated into their setbacks. Our entrance is going to be right here on the west side with the residential only entrance a little bit more south, and our model homes will be right here on the stars. Our office will be located within the Augusta until our clubhouse is built, and our clubhouse will be located right here with a few extra community areas throughout our site. With our site phasing plan, we have a rolling phasing approach, meaning that as phase 1 vertical is beginning, then phase 2 horizontal will begin at the same time. We have 3 phases, and they were intentionally placed so that way homeowners are not driving through active construction on their way home. We also have a crossover of the creek from phase 1 to phase 2. We will be inserting a storm drain, backfilling, and paving over this. Back to Washington for sustainability.
All right, thank you, Trinity. So we have a multitude of sustainability initiatives. Let's just get right into it. First off, our landscaping. We're keeping as much local landscape or as much local native wildlife as we can to preserve the ecology of the neighborhood. We're also preserving as many trees as we possibly can, especially the ones pointed out to us before our deliverable. And we also have a backyard wildlife program. Now, as for the house itself, we have several energy efficient features built into the house, such as Energy Star appliances, appliances, LED lighting, low E windows, and smart thermostats. And as for the materials, we will be using some recycled materials such as reclaimed wood, reclaimed content insulation, and recycled rubber for flooring. Now to Christian for the estimate.
Thank you very much. So first I would like to talk about the horizontal construction estimate. So the largest item in this is the land acquisition itself. This is very typical of large-scale multi-million-dollar developments. Following up on this, we have the water and sewer and site work costs. Now we were actually able to partner with a local SRF municipality and the Lilburn metropolitan area to reduce these costs by 40%, as there were Infrastructure Development Act funds that were underutilized within the area. On that site work, we were able to tie in existing utilities to reduce that 35% to 8 neighborhoods in the adjoining area. As for the vertical construction costs, the cost ranges from $440,000 to $620,000 for the Augusta. This is very typical for construction cost of our target market, which is middle to upper middle class. As you can see, the interior finishers are the largest cost driver. This is a form of value engineering, as many customer bases perceive an initial value of a home as those interior finishes and what they see when they walk in, rather than what's on the actual exterior. Following up on that, we have MEP rough-ins, and that is very typical as a lot of our larger end models have a lot of high-end lighting and fixtures. As for the quarterly cash flows, we make our first positive quarter cash flow in Q3 of 2028, and that coincides with the end of the development of phase 1. It tapers off towards a more steady income, which is good for institutional level investors towards phase 3. In phase 3, when we are demobilizing the site, we start to see a lower cash flow trend. Now I'd like to hand it over to Jill to talk a little about schedule.
Thank you, Christian. So for our schedule, we have a planned duration of around 43 months for the completion of Sweetwater Creek, starting in early March of 2026 with our pre-construction and then overall site prep. After this, we head into our main 3 phases of construction, which will each be around 300 days to completion. And as Trinity previously mentioned, and as you can see on the diagram, our phases are rolling, which means that the horizontal construction of one phase will begin when the prior phase's horizontal construction has been completed. We did this in order to ensure we are meeting all schedule milestones in our end completion date. Along with those durations and key activities, we also have some critical path activities we'd like to share, starting with our anticipated bid award, which will be in early March of 2026, moving into our notice to proceed and mobilization in April of 2027. And then one of our most important critical path activities is our model home construction completion date. And this is so important because with these model homes, we are able to show clientele our homes and then therefore start our financial turnover for the project with selling homes. And then finally, all construction will complete in September in 2029. And I'm going to hand it over to Lily to talk to you about project management.
Thank you, Jill. So here is a quick overview of our construction project team. It is important to note that all of the different positions listed here, excluding the project executive, will be on site at all times. And then here is a look at our safety and QA/QC plan. Here at SBC, safety is of utmost importance to us, and that's why it's very important that all staff coming on site is required to go through our mandatory safety orientation training. And they will also receive a handout of our Sweetwater Creek safety plan as well. And now onto some sales and marketing information. So here's a look at our sales management team. This is something that's very important to us as we're very aware that our sales management team is the key contact point to all of our potential clients and buyers, and they also drive our marketing. And now I'm going to hand it back over to Christian for some financial and risk analysis.
Thank you very much. So first I would like to talk a little bit about a clubhouse. We had a unique structure for its design. So the clubhouse will be acquired by a MBS firm based in the Atlanta metropolitan area. This will coincide with the completion of our first positive cash flow. It has around a 237-day construction cost, and we will net around $1.2 million in revenue that will help with our overall contingency. As for our model type, we have developed a phasing approach in which ensures that phase 1 has a normal distribution curve. This allows for us to gauge market sentiment for each of our types of homes. In phase 2, which will coincide from the May to July range, buyer sentiment is high and families are moving out of their homes during this time. It's a very transitional time in families, so we will have much larger models offered for those premium products. And as we demobilize the site, we will start selling those lower end models. Now I would like to hand it over to Lily for Why Us?
Yes, thank you, Christian. So here at SBC, our mission is to develop authentic relationships and have a positive influence on everyone that we meet. We are very aware that y'all have had the chance to talk to many very capable firms today who have promised a project that is on schedule, on budget, safe, and of course, good quality. Here at SBC, we are also promising those things, but we provide a fifth element. We go the extra mile. We want to make this experience positive for you, our client, and all stakeholders involved. We want to treat your money like it's our money, and that's exactly what we intend to do. And we want to thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be here today, and at this time, we would like to open up the panel for Q&A. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. Great job. A lot of work goes into the written presentation and also this. So great job with your presentation, great handoffs, and great energy throughout. Looking at your sustainability items, one thing you mentioned there was use of recycled material in your building practice. How are you going to enforce that and make sure that the trades are using that material through your contracting with them?
All right, thank you for the question. So you all have been in the construction industry for a long time. You know how submittals work. We will be enforcing that very much like through the architect, through us. The subcontractors will have to submit their submittals, and we will review every single one to make sure that the appropriate materials are used. Thank you.
Perfect. And then also early on when you talked about your exterior color features, you gave a lot of flexibilities to the buyers. There's an old saying in business, the customer's always right. Well, sometimes they're not. How do you go about controlling those exterior colors a little bit so that you don't get stuck with a maybe not pleasant looking house if they decide to walk away?
Thank you for the question. So our exterior finish, we're going to have a list that they can select from. So they can do anything from stucco to lap siding to even stone veneers. However, it will be approved within the community, so they can't just paint a pink house in the area. Thank you.
Oh, the purchasing statements today are just so good. Customer's not always right. All right, a few questions. You guys, looks like you planned out to build 5 models in the community. Do you plan to furnish all 5 models with like furniture and show them as true model homes?
So yes, we do. We do plan to have those model homes furnished just to give the buyers an ease of knowing what it is that they're going to be buying. Of course, after we move out of there for our office, we will vacate those and have them ready for buyers to move in.
Okay. What went into the consideration to have 5 furnished models? I ask because, you know, things don't come for free. Mm-hmm. And it's a pretty decent initial investment to build out 5 full-size models with the furniture inside. Kind of what went into that consideration? Do you feel that the initial capital investment is worth it to help drive your sales absorptions?
Yeah, for us, it's that the buyer, our house models are very different inside, so we want them to see the difference between each model, and we just don't believe that you can do that without having the furnished in there.
Okay. You guys have some beautiful homes you're building here. What is looking at the pricing and the sales absorptions? You know, I've no doubt that, you know, if we're going to be selling a home at this price point, that, you know, that is the type of home that we'd be seeing. Can you walk me through kind of how you got comfortable that there is sufficient, there are enough consumers out there in the market to generate this level of absorptions at this price point?
Thank you for the question again. We understand that although Gwinnett and Lilburn are averaging higher absorption rates than other areas, their medium income or the medium housing price can be even half of our housing prices, and we understand that that affects the absorption rates, and our absorption may be a little bit longer than the average that Lilburn and Gwinnett have. However, we are very confident in the amount of consumers that will be available. Again, some of my statistics that were on screen were there's only a projected 23% of high-income housing demand met within Gwinnett County projected to 2040, and Gwinnett led the metro Atlanta area by county by a very large margin for the amount of high-value residential construction permits that are being permitted. So, and looking at the average median income, it's around $90,000 within Gwinnett and Lilburn. However, we don't expect the median buyer to be buying our homes. We're looking at, you know, top quartile or even top 10% of earners within Lilburn and Gwinnett, which can be up to $200,000 a year.
Okay.
Thank you.
As I was looking at the financial inputs chart in the financing section, it shows kind of the the profit profile of each of the different floor plans. There's a lot of variation. It looks like some of the floor plans are significantly more profitable than others. Does that give you concern on any of them, or do you think it's worth building all of these floor plans, given how some of them are much less profitable?
Yeah, so I can speak on that. So specifically for our Azalea margin, that is a lot lower margin. We believe that this will be a sort of driver for families to enter into our municipality, sort of like a, I guess you would say, a value engineering sort of perspective. We believe that since our phasing approach incorporates each model and the original phasing approach has a normal distribution, we'll be able to kind of segment as our project moves along, ensuring profit stability.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. I don't know about you, Mr. Luke. That pink house might sell faster than the other houses at this point.
Maybe in Florida.
Yeah.
Color.
Yeah. Yellow, pink, it might do something. So great job, guys. I noticed in your cost estimate that you have a lot of costs that we would account for, like permitting, platting, bonds, funding the HOA. So that there are a lot of great things in there. I wanted to ask about the lot mix as far as sizes in your design. Is there a reason why you guys decided to do the lot mix in your design the way you did it versus potting the different sizes?
Sure, I can answer that question. So the reason we chose variability is we want to capture the most amount of buyers as we possibly can. Right, so our houses range from 600,000 all the way up to nearly 900,000. That's a big difference. That's a few different buyer profiles, buyer incomes. So we want to maximize the amount of people that will come in and buy our homes.
Thank you.
Yeah, great presentation, guys. Couple things going back to the lot mix. It's certainly a very aggressive lot yield plan with 317 lots. Surprisingly, only 30 of them are the most narrow 50-footers, which is kind of forcing you into this smaller, narrower product that you're going to build. Just curious if there was any thought given to that, and if you would be, are you going to be selling that smaller product on the bigger lots, or is that just a kind of a lot fit play to have that fifth product in there?
So all of our products in our houses, we offer only a few to those specific lots. So for the 50-foot lots, we have the Azalea, and then the 60-foot, we have 2 other ones, and for the 65, we have another 2. So the buyers will only be able to put those said houses on those lots.
Okay. And then was there any plan on rezoning, or were you going to keep the original?
We were going to keep the original zoning.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great job, guys. My question has to do back to the models. Could you walk me through the sales strategy for the location of the models?
So the sales strategy for the location of the models is, can I actually see the?
Yeah, if you pull it up on there, maybe easier.
Yeah, of
Kind walk
course.
me through it.
Let's go ahead and go back. So like I said earlier, we have the lighter 60 and 65-foot lots, and as I said as well, these are sold at a premium because they have an additional setback of 25 feet. So they are, and realistically, they're a 125 by 60 or 65 wide. That's why these will be sold at that premium rate.
So did you guys look at the mix and saying, because if you look at the road to be able to kind of get in there, was there any benefit financially for you to perhaps shift them to the front entry and change the mix of the size lots in that area instead?
For us, we wanted to allot lot sizes so for our lower income families to be able to afford to live in this neighborhood as well. So that's kind of why we have the smaller size lots on the interior.
Okay. Yeah. And then on the timing for the models, if you go back to your page that had the build times, the model start and model complete, what was the build time you were planning on for your model?
So we can have.
I think it was on the other page.
The build time for each model house, we have allotted around, yes, here we are.
There you go.
Each house specifically will take around 100 days, so 3 to 4 months. And then all in all with all 5 models, it will take just under a year.
Okay, a year build out on the models?
Yes, but this will be happening while our other phases of construction are ongoing.
So is it intentional for it to be a longer period for the models because you're starting earlier in the horizontal?
Yes, I think our model homes are around the same schedule as all of our other homes. I don't believe they're to be taking much longer. We will just be doing, they'll be like, the schedule will be flowing. It won't be all of the model homes going up at once as to not over-allocate our resources on just our model homes. We'll be working on building out the Azalea model home first, as that will be our office once it is finished.
Okay.
I'll add to that too. And just to add to that, we will be, prior to the finished construction of our first model home, we will be working out of our on-site trailer. So all of our construction project team will be working out of there, as well as our sales management team, until the completion of our first home model. And then once those are complete, we'll move into our clubhouse. That will be our sales office, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I just had to add to one of your previous questions about the where we put our sites. So the reason we have our bigger lots back towards the creek and not into the front is because that creek, we think, will add a premium that we can charge extra for to increase our profit margins and also allow us to compete better with other similar neighborhoods that might not have that creek.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome job. Thank you guys.
right. Good afternoon and welcome Texas State University. We would like to ask if everyone in the audience could make sure their phones are on silent and can hold their applause until the end of the presentation. Texas State, you'll have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I will keep time for you, so I'll just raise my hand to let you know when there's 1 minute left in the presentation time. Outside of that, we're ready to go. Good luck.
Good afternoon. We come from the heart of Texas, where family, community, and integrity shape everything we do. In Georgia, just as in Texas, a home is more than just a structure. It's a place where families grow, neighbors connect, and communities are built to last. Today, we present you the Evergreens, a community built in those same values. And when those values are paired with discipline and execution, they don't just create meaningful places, they create strong, reliable returns. Now let's show you how we bring this project to life. The Evergreens is a 93-acre site with 133 homes, priced focused on the local demand and the purchasing power of the target buyer. It includes an amenity center, trail system, and more than 40% open space. As you can see here, we intentionally preserve the existing trees, and we also preserve the layout, aligning with the existing topography, allowing the community to grow around the landscape, not to replace it. This is a place where families can truly live within nature. But to make this vision a reality, execution matters. And that's why with me today is Mahesh, Frankie, Samara, and Alfredo, along with other people that couldn't be here today, we're part of this team. And this team, along with you, the investors, are going to make sure that this project is a success. Now let's go with market analysis with Maha.
Thank you, David. So our site is located in Lilburn, Georgia. So why this market? Lilburn is a stable and growing market with a population of roughly 15,000 and population growth rate of 1.34%. The household heat map shows that our community is located in a high income zone with a strong purchasing power which aligns with our pricing strategy. Our target buyers are the young professionals, move-up buyers, and the growing families who are looking for larger homes and open space, and we are ready to provide both. We are building for the buyers who dominate the market right now. So who will absorb our community? So Lilburn is experiencing 7.5% of migration. People are migrating from higher cost market looking for affordable homes and sustainable lifestyle. And people moving from New York, LA, and Washington having higher median income can easily afford a home in our community. So what Lilburn offers to new home buyers? With employment rate of 95%, residents have opportunity in diverse job sectors like corporate office, construction, and education. Stable employment means stable income which supports the mortgage payments and long-term home ownership. Connectivity is another advantage of our community. With average commuting time of 25 minutes, residents can have access to Atlanta City and nearby job centers, making it ideal for young working professionals who prefers to work in the city area and live in a quite a residential environment like Evergreens. Our community is not bound within 93 acres, and attractions are not limited to wildlife sanctuary, parks, and rivers. Also up to multiple regional attractions like Botanical Garden and Georgia Aquarium within a short commuting distance. Together with this market, migration, and connectivity, we can say that Lilburn is a low-risk location for a thoughtfully planned community like Evergreens.
When we looked at the Lilburn environment, we didn't see a house. When we did look at the Lilburn area, we didn't see any land. We saw an untapped opportunity. About 37% of the local houses does have the children, and our site is strategically positioned within the 5-mile radius of the top tier middle school and and the elementary school. So we are not building houses, we're building home base for the modern and education-focused family. But is the market ready for us? The data says the resounding yes. Despite of slight cooling of the market where the houses remains for a couple of months, 33.3% of homes were sold above its list price. 157 homes were sold as per our September 2025 data with a strong demand for move-in ready. Our surrounding homes are picking at $660,000. This proves that our local buyers does have the capital and they have the appetite for the premium residential products. So we are entering into the market which is active, liquid, and ready for the quality. So we have analyzed every active competitor within the radius of 7 miles, and while the rest of the competitors are clustered within the prices of $550,000, around $600,000, we saw the value gap over right there. By positioning the evergreen in that area, we capture the move-up buyers right here. We are not competing in the race to the bottom of the price, we are competing in the race to the top on the value. So this brings us to the critical piece of the data. As you can see, while the rest of the computers are clustered within the price range of $500,000, providing 2,500 square feet of area, we, the Evergreen, provide 3,000 plus square feet of area, under the with the luxury finishes and premium materials that justify our $525,000 to $635,000 range of the price. So we have find out the migration rate. We have clustered some numbers. We capture the quality. Now we are ready to build. Moving up next, let's talk about the product design.
The Evergreens is a residential community designed to balance thoughtful planning, strong architecture, and long-term livability. Our project is located on a 93.32 acre site. We've organized our development to preserve over 40% open space while still maximizing buildable area. This allowed us to protect natural features and ensure the community feels more open rather than overbuilt as compared to our competitors. And as you can see, our site plan complies with OSC zoning standards. The Evergreens offers a diverse product mix across 70, 80, and 90-foot lots, totaling in 123 homes. This variation allows the community to transition naturally across the site and provides a range of home sizes and price points while still maintaining cohesive designs. The master plan emphasizes workability and connection to nature. Creeks, the Yellow River, walking trails, and pocket parks are integrated throughout the site with a pedestrian bridge and amenities center place so each resident is within easy reach of open space. This creates a neighborhood that supports outdoor living and everyday interactions. This slide presents our utility design map. It illustrates the connection of our sanitary sewer and water lines that follows the site's topography to the main existing roadways infrastructure. We will now shift our focus to the residential vision. We have constructed two unique collections. The Estate Collection on 90-foot lots features larger homes like the Willow and the Aspen, designed for families who seek space, flexibility, and strong curb appeal. The Village Collection on 80 and 70-foot lots focuses more on efficiency and value, with smart home layouts that supports modern lifestyles, including guest suites and adaptable living areas. Homeowners can further personalize their homes through tiered upgrade packages, ranging from everyday comfort to statement-level finishes. As an architect, I'm proud to present a neighborhood that feels livable and built to last. Up next is our construction management.
The Evergreens construction, the Evergreens home construction, The Evergreens home construction agenda follows a 46-month schedule from January 2026 to October 2029 and is broken down into 5 major phases to move the community from concept to completion. The first and second quarter of 2026 begin with our due diligence period and is followed by the engineering and permitting period. Upon the completion of these fundamental phases, we will begin our horizontal development first, and then we will begin our vertical construction during this time. Both of these phases will move forward concurrently to maximize our time and to maximize our schedule and delivery. Finally, we will have sales and closeout. This phase will begin in the first quarter of 2027 in order to, and is supported by strategic marketing efforts in order to drive absorption and close homes. Moving on to costs, the land development cost is $15.80 million. About 70% or $10.92 million is allocated towards land acquisition, while the remaining 30% or $4.88 million supports earthwork, amenities, roads, and infrastructure. With construction costs averaging about $98 per square foot, vertical development costs, range from about $280,000 to $337,000 per home, depending on the model. In order to make all of these, come true, we will have our management structure, which consists of our construction manager, who oversees the his assigned roles, and is supported by the assistant construction manager, the land development manager, the safety manager, and the quality assurance and quality control manager to ensure quality, regulatory compliance, and job site safety. I will now be giving the floor to our project manager.
Thanks so much. Now, to keep construction smooth and effective, we structure this community around 3 different phases. Phase 1 will consist of the amenity center, establishing the heart of the community since day 1. By facing the community this way, we minimize the disruption to early residents while still keeping construction effective. Now, this project emphasizes strong site management. We have facilities such as dedicated dumpsters, concrete washout areas, and hydration stations. On top of that, we'll have controlled access points, security cameras, and clear signage to keep the site nice, clean, and safe, while regulated work hours ensure compliance with local code. Now, beyond facing our construction, we also face our pricing strategy. To build early absorption, we'll start with a 3% discount to create early momentum in sales. As the amenities become available between 2028 and 2029, we'll get rid of the incentive and transition into a structured $5,000 price increase. Now, as the community nears completion, we'll implement a scarcity premium just to get full market value of the homes. And as you can see on the right, as our price increases, our absorption also builds up. Now, to support our pricing strategy, we have an absorption goal of around 5 homes per month. Now, all of this will be achievable through our targeted digital marketing strategy. We'll be running ads through Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok. Our properties will also be available in Redfin. Now, if you are interested in the homes, y'all can scan the QR code, and that'll take us to our website, where y'all will be able to view all of the different homes, as well as the amenities, and schedule an appointment. And finally, I'd like to hand it over to David.
We began this presentation talking about values and vision. We're going to end it with results. The Evergreens is going to make a gross revenue of $75 million. Of that, the construction cost is going to be $45 million. The land acquisition around $11 million. The sale cost $5 million. And another project expenses $1.6 million. We're going to have a final net profit of $13.4 million. That means an internal rate of return on 20.9% and a net margin of 18.5%. Our break-even point is August of 2029. But those means nothing if we don't have a risk analysis. And that is why we put these numbers under pressure. When the construction cost goes up 5%, we're still going to have some 18.11% of IRR. And if we combine the stresses, let's say 5% more cost, 5% less price, we're still going to have 13.20% IRR. Our worst case scenario is the sales price dropping at 10%, and in that moment, we're still going to be making 11% of IRR. Apart from that, we had a risk contingency, a 10% cost contingency to add up for material shortages, labor shortages, permitting delays, market slowdown, or any quality work that is normal in any construction, or weather delays. In summary, this is a project that is built in resilience with community as its main focus, and that is going to have a strong results. From Texas values to a Georgia setting, we can assure you this project is going to be both meaningful and financially sound. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Hey, great job, guys. You can tell you put a lot of thought and effort and heart into the presentation. I was going to ask a few questions about just kind of the marketing side of things, both how we go about the sales process and how we came to our conclusions on things. On the quick question, can we pull up the site map? I was just trying to follow something. Yeah, any of those would work. All right, so help me just kind of understand, walk me through so we got the amenity center over there, and where the models are going to be located?
So our amenity center will be located right in this area. It will consist of a community pool, full-size basketball court, and 2 dog parks, as well as our walking trails that are integrated throughout the site. As for our model homes, we did plan to locate them around the amenity center, just to kind of make them more of like a premium lot for residents to choose.
All right. Are you guys going to be selling out of the model homes themselves or out of the amenity center, or kind of what's the plan for Mobilize there?
So I can answer that. So our sales centers will be located in the model homes, as well as we'll have sales personnel there available.
Okay, so you have the sales center right across the street from the amenity center in the model home there? Okay. All right, so when you guys were looking at the market and the competition, you're in the section that you were talking about the absorptions, you're talking about strong absorptions being 3.8 to 4.7 homes per month. Walk me through kind of how you guys got comfortable that there was going to be enough customers out there at this price point to hit this absorption level.
As we talked earlier, that our community lies in a high income zone, and also we are talking about the migration of 7.5% from the out of state. So together with our neighboring, the people in our neighborhood and the people coming from out of state will help in the absorbing that ratio to get to that goal.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to add that we're counting on the immigration from New York, from California, from different states that is looking for bigger spaces, but we also take in consideration the local market that is not being appointed. That part of the price range does not. We will not have a lot of competition on that price range.
Okay.
All right, awesome job, guys. I saw a lot of great things in your proposal. Love that you guys added in a rock budget for the site. Also like that you guys started the model before the final plat was approved in your schedule. Really nice touches on that. I was really wanting to hear about the brick standard. I didn't hear anything about it in you guys' presentation, so wanted you guys to just talk about that a little bit and see how much value you guys are adding on to the brick standard to help you with sales and the surrounding markets and competitors.
Could you repeat the question, please?
So the brick standard that you guys had mentioned in the presentation about that setting you guys apart, how much value are you guys putting on that in your sales strategy to market to prospective buyers?
So on the exterior brick?
Yes.
So we have the different options for the exterior options, and we are trying to get the local material from the local market, and the buyers can choose from the different color format, and from like mentioned in the off-grid package, so they can go from the simple to the luxury standard.
And then one more question. So it looks like you guys' trails kind of tie back into the public road. Are you guys concerned at all about people from the public kind of utilizing the trails in a more privatized type setting for this neighborhood?
No, we're not concerned at all. The idea is that the project will integrate with the surroundings, so it's going to be open. People can access and walk through the houses. We're still going to have security for that, but that's part of the integration of the project with the surroundings.
Yeah, nice job, guys. I was just looking at your QR code. I love how you immediately get drawn to this 3% off incentive right when you click on it. A great way to drive sales. And I also really like the estate lot feel that you've designed here versus taking just a standard OSC zoning with smaller lots. You've really put some thought into what you're selling and the buyer and the consumer that you're going after. So nice job. My question, though, is in regards to that. You've got your construction phasing. Phase 1 and Phase 2 seem to be on the smaller lot side, and then Phase 3 is the larger lots. Is there any concern over what happens if a buyer comes in early on and wants one of those larger homes, and you're not able to sell it because it's not in the current phase? Or vice versa, if somebody comes in later in the game and is looking for a smaller home, but you're only selling those larger lots?
Yeah, I can answer that. One of the ideas of that is to kind of taste the market to see what is going to happen at the beginning. We believe in the project, but we also know that the houses are expensive, or are, let's say, not expensive, they have a lot of value. So we wanted to test the market before starting that construction, and that allows an exit strategy in any case.
Thank you.
All right, great job. So maybe a different, unique question, but I noticed in there you talked about smart waste management. So what were you referring to as smart waste management?
So our construction management emphasizes, minimizes waste management, and also our dumpsters will be temporary, so they'll be moving along with the construction, and they'll be located in locations where it's easily accessible to anybody.
So are you looking to space out where you put the dumpsters, or?
They'll be moving along as construction is finished. They move on with they'll move along with construction, so they move from phase to phase.
Okay, so are you using like centralized trash locations and saying that you're going to move them from location to location?
Yes, just to make it accessible to anybody.
Gotcha. And then perhaps something that came up in noticing the layout allows for a lot of walking paths, right? But I noticed that you guys put 2 dog parks. Did you consider reducing to 1 dog park to perhaps save cost and minimize what's there, given there's so many walking paths for dogs to go on?
Yes, sir. That is something that we would be willing to consider. There's also, we have 5-foot sidewalks that are built into the roadways as well. So it definitely does give everyone a little more space to, kind of venture out throughout the community.
Okay, thank you very much.
But I wanted to add to that buyers right now are having a lot of pets, so it is important for them to have the pet park. That I'm saying for me, and I know the buyers will think the same. So that's an important thing that I think every community should have, pet parks.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
You may think Brad doesn't like animals, but he has like 60 of them at his house. So. Great job today, guys. I really like a little what Brian said there, really going for the estate look. And really you can see that in your elevations and your floor plans, really much more of a higher level of home. So really just different approach, and it's great to see those different views. When I was looking at your proposal and hearing you guys talk today, a little bit of question on your packages. You talked about a good, better, best setup there, premium, luxury, and signature. Twofold. One, will that be handled in a design studio? And if you're going for the higher end buyers, do you feel like they're going to want a little more ability to pick and choose in that? And then if that's the case, can they go between the different packages, or are they stuck with the packages the way you guys have them defined?
Well, the point of our packages is for residents to be able to customize their homes. So I would say each package does have their own type of categories of luxury. So I feel like whatever the resident is feeling more, we prefer them to stick to that package.
Thank you.
We are glad to have you guys. Looking forward to it. We would like to ask if everyone in the audience can silence their phones and hold their applause until the end of the presentation. Purdue will have 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of question and answer. I will keep time, so I will raise my hand when there's a minute left in the presentation segment. But outside of that, we're ready to go whenever you are.
Sounds good. Thank you for having us today. We are Boyer Line Development, proud to present the Reserve at Yellow River. My name is Ethan Rosbury. I am the Division President for Boyer Line Development. I'm here with my wonderful team. From our understanding, we're the last to present today. They always say you got to save the best for last, so we're glad that we're bringing up the rear here. To go on a quick overview of what we'll be talking about today, we are building the Reserve on 93-acre parcel. We have 160 home sites built in a 40-month construction duration. We're planning to break even in month 34. We plan to achieve an IRR of 30.98% and sell our average house at the price of $567,000. I'm now going to be passing off to my Division Vice President, Clayton Erb, to talk about our market analysis.
Thank you, Ethan. The Reserve at Yellow River is southeast of Lilburn. This location allows for a suburban development with ease of access to local attractions, whether that's a 10-minute trip to Old Town Lilburn, the city park, or many surrounding golf courses. Residents at the Reserve will find that an average commute to work is 30 minutes conveniently from Metro Atlanta's largest and most influential employers. Being within the Gwinnett County Public School District, the development offers well-rated schools and a bus transportation system. Looking at our target markets, local housing preferences highlight the demand for open concept kitchens, flexible layouts to support multi-generational living, and ample storage space. Our target consumers reflect the driving growth in Lilburn based on nearby demographics, income levels, and population trends. We identified two groups. First being our first-time home buyers, generally in their late 20s to mid-30s, including newly married couples and young professionals. This growing segment of the suburban Atlanta market typically earns $75,000 to $120,000 and seeks modern layouts that offer long-term value and room to grow. Next is our established families in their 40s to 50s, often with school-age children.
Can we take a pause here? Yeah. Connection.
Like I was saying, our established families in their 40s to 50s, often with school-age children, these household incomes range from $140,000 to $250,000. These buyers prioritize quality construction, modern open layouts to support hosting, and strong schools and neighborhood amenities. When we looked at Lilburn's housing market, the data clearly points to a strong and growing demand paired with a constrained supply. This tells us demand is outpacing available supply, particularly for single-family detached homes, which continue to be the preferred product type in this market. Using population trends and current housing stock, we modeled housing needs through 2030 under the baseline growth scenario, which reflects recent trends. Lilburn is projected to face a housing shortage of roughly 1,400 units. The market still shows a meaningful deficit, and under high growth conditions, the shortage could approach 2,000 units. When we looked at our competitive analysis, this slide summarizes our positioning within the Lilburn and greater Gwinnett County markets. Comparable communities are averaging between 2 and 3 home sales per month, with price points ranging from $190 to $200 per square foot. The Reserve at Yellow River is positioned to achieve 5 home sales per month, with price points ranging at $208. Thank you, and I'd like to hand you over to Callie, our Director of Architecture.
Thank you, Clayton. I'm very excited to share the design elements our team has developed. Our goal was to create homes that reflect the needs and values of both the community and individual homeowners. To honor existing landscaping and land preservation, our design prioritizes sustainability while still offering a luxurious and comfortable living environment. Beginning with our site design, our site layout balances private home sites with shared amenities, including 2 centrally located playgrounds that encourage neighborhood interaction between individual homeowners and developed families. Stormwater management is addressed through 2 strategically placed retention ponds that are designed to withstand flood conditions while minimizing environmental impact. Now I'm excited to share a little bit about our floor plans. As Clayton mentioned, our floor plans are designed to target 2 market segments: first-time homebuyers and developed families. To thoughtfully address each group, we have developed multiple different floor plans that will suit the needs of each segment. The Meadowview is one of our homes that addresses first-time homebuyers. It includes ample space and a versatile floor plan, including flexible spaces such as the flex space. Pricing is structured to allow first-time homebuyers an accessible entry point into homeownership while still offering the space, comfort, and features today's buyers expect. The Drift is a slightly larger floor plan that is addressed towards families. It features a functional main level that is designed for everyday living and entertaining. It also includes flexible spaces that can easily adapt to the needs of a growing family. Lastly, we have the Silverbrook. This Silverbrook is our largest home, offering generous square footage that is ideal for daily living and multi-generational lifestyles. It includes additional bonus spaces such as a flex space, game room, and a private primary suite. Pricing for both the Drift and the Silverbrook reflects their increase in size and functionality while still remaining competitive in the family-oriented new construction market. Additionally, our design intentionally implemented a non-monotony design strategy to ensure our neighborhood avoided a repetitive appearance. This approach includes variation in home layouts, architectural details, and home materials that allow each home to remain distinct but still maintaining a cohesive community character. I will now pass it over to Isaac, our VP of Construction Management.
Our community is designed to meet top energy, efficiency, and sustainability standards while following all local building codes. Homes use modern high-efficiency systems to lower energy and water use. Our community includes green spaces, environmentally friendly lighting, and landscaping that conserves resources. Together, these features create a comfortable, cost-effective, and sustainable place to live. Our upgrade options bring a more refined, modern feel to the home. The Black package enhances core finishes like quartz bathroom countertops, upgraded fixtures, carpeting, and appliances. The Gold package includes everything in black, plus elevated features such as quartz kitchen countertops, hardwood flooring, and panel-ready appliances, creating a more cohesive, high-end finish throughout. Homeowners also have the flexibility to personalize their home with a range of upgrade items that enhances the overall look and feel of the space. These upgrades are designed to create a high-end living experience while improving the overall comfort, functionality, and long-term value. Each homeowner can choose the features that best align with their style, needs, and budget, allowing for a customized home that feels both luxurious and uniquely their own. Our site operations follow strict safety and environmental standards to protect both workers and the surrounding community. We actively control dust, manage land disturbance, and comply with all SWIP, local regulations, and OSHA requirements. Clear planning for utilities, stormwater, and sensitive areas ensures the project runs safely, efficiently, and with minimal environmental impact. And now I'll hand it off to Carson, our Director of Pre-Construction.
Thank you, Isaac. So
I'm going to jump into our phasing strategy. The reserve at Yellow River consists of 3 phases. Phase 1 with 52 homes, Phase 2 with 58 homes, and Phase 3 with the 50 remaining lots. Within Phase 1, we also feature our 2 model homes, the Meadowview and the Drift. These homes are strategically placed for visibility and ease of access while remaining separated from the active construction. With the phasing established, I'm now going to jump into our schedules. Starting with our home schedule, I will discuss the Meadowview. In month 1, we focus on horizontal construction. In month 2, we then shift that focus towards vertical construction, which takes about a month and a half. MEP work occurs in month 3 for half a month, and by month 4, finishes and closeouts start and are completed in a month and a half, bringing our total construction time to just under 5.5 months. Now for our site schedule, the reserve at Yellow River is planned for a total duration of 3 years and 4 months. Engineering and permits will start in March 2026 and will reach a closing date of June 2027. Phase 1 will then start immediately after closing. Phase 2 will start in January 2028 and Phase 3 in September 2028. As horizontal construction finishes up in Phase 1, vertical construction will then begin. Horizontal construction will then move to Phase 2, and this will repeat until the remainder of the project, giving us a project closeout date of July 2029. Now let's talk cost. So our single home estimate establishes the vertical construction cost from our 8 selected home types. These homes range from $217,000 to $370,000. The price per square foot ranges from $203 to $213, giving us an average of $208 per square foot. Now for our site development estimate, I broke each pay item down into specific activities and assigned quantities and unit costs to find final pricing. With the 8 pay items and the soft cost, the total development cost was a little under $8.7 million, roughly $54,000 per lot. Adding a contingency of $350,000 brings our total development budget to a little over $9 million, which is roughly $56,000 per lot. With the phasing, schedules, and estimate established, I'll now hand it over to Riley, our Director of Sales and Marketing.
Thank you, Carson. In order to run a smooth, clean operation, 4 key roles will be established for the project. A construction manager will oversee daily operations and will be supported by an assisting construction manager tasked with field coordination as well as homeowner communication. We will also be having an area construction manager who will provide oversight, ensuring quality, safety, and consistency across all phases of construction. Finally, we will have 2 sales associates who will sell directly to our prospective buyers. The main goal of our sales plan is to generate leads, promote brand visibility, and drive prospects into our community. Through our market research, we identified a target demographic aged 27 to 55. Taking this audience into consideration, we have strategically allocated 82% of our marketing budget towards digital marketing. Some strategies we will use include social media marketing, where we will post a wide variety of content, including buyer testimonials, as well as email CRM, which will allow us to draw a strong connection between prospects and our sales associates. The most important component of our digital marketing will be the creation of our website. On the website, buyers or visitors will be able to connect with sales associates, take virtual 3D tours, view inventory, and explore what unique features our community has to offer. In addition to marketing online, we'll also be marketing locally in the Lilburn area through directional signage as well as community outreach events such as Lilburn Days and Taste of Lilburn. All marketing tasks will be handled by our marketing manager who will oversee campaigns and adjust allocations based off performance, ensuring we are spending our resources efficiently. Finally, we believe that through our extensive marketing efforts, we will be able to generate more leads than our competitors and therefore sell at a higher absorption rate. The main goal of our sales plan is to capitalize off leads generated from our marketing and convert them into sales. This process will be led by our 2 in-house associates who will work within the model, and to promote high-level performance, they will be paid on a 2.1% commission rate per home sold. Additionally, during our market research, we found a significant portion of the local population are Spanish speakers, so we'll be sure to have a bilingual associate at all times to avoid any barriers that could occur. In addition to our in-house staff, we will also be welcoming in outside realtors into our community. From the start, we plan to host networking events to strengthen connections, and they will be paid with the industry standard 3% commission rate for each sale that they bring in. Additionally, we'll be having 2 stage model homes in our community, the Meadowview from our Riverstone collection and the Drift from our Whitewater collection. Inside the Meadowview, you'll find our sales and design center where prospects will go through the buying process and carefully select which upgrades and finishes they wish to add to the new home. Now I want to pass it over to Ethan to speak on finances as well as risk analysis.
Thank you, Riley. Our financial strategy for the reserve at the Yellow River capitalizes on premium lots as well as high-quality finishes. Here we have our land development costs, starting with our land acquisition cost at $10.9 million. Next, we have our site development cost at at just over $9 million. That is followed by our vertical construction cost at $45 million, bringing our grand total to $65 million. This comes down to $408,000 per lot. Here we have our financial overview. We assumed a baseline scenario of 5 closings per month at a target price of $208 per square foot. This helps us to achieve a $17.5 million profit, as well as a IRR of 30.98% and a break-even month at month 34. Finally, we have our risks. We understand that there are many risks in the current market. The first risk that we identified is the interest rate and financing risk, which would be associated with the recession. In this case, we would look to an exit strategy or to sell less homes per month, trying to preserve IRR as well as profits. And the second risk that we identified is the labor availability and trade competition risk. As we know, there are lots of trades, people retiring, there's not enough to fill their place. Luckily, here at Boyerline, we have trusted trade partners that work with us on our projects. Finally, we have our warranty. We have a 1-year workmanship warranty, a 2-year systems warranty, and a 10-year structural warranty. For these warranties, we will allocate 0.5%. With that, we'd like to wrap up. Even though we are the last to present today, we believe that we should be the first choice for Lilburn, and we'd like to open the floor for any questions.
All right, great job, guys. I know it was a little hard getting through some things there, but you guys did great. Great job on the proposal, covering a lot of different things and your estimating your schedule. I wanted to ask a little bit about the amenity offering. So you guys are offering more parks, a little bit more passive amenities. Did you guys look at a potential master amenity as an option for this community?
Yeah, so when we looked at the amenities in the surrounding areas, we really thought about adding that clubhouse, but at the same time, we saw that a lot of these surrounding homes are putting pools in their backyard. And so we didn't really want to add something that wouldn't really be used down the line in the future. We just thought that was just how the area was looking at the time.
Okay. So you guys will allow in your CC&Rs homeowners to put pools in their backyards and things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, nice job wrapping us up, guys, and thank you for staying positive through the technical difficulties. Question regarding your rezoning thought process, and just wanted to get some insight on what drove that and whether or not, I know you built it into your schedule and talk about it as a risk, but would you be willing to do this deal if your zoning got denied?
So if you're asking if our zoning got denied, what would we do? If our zoning got denied, we would stay to the OSC, just because it's the closest to the lot density that we're trying to aim for. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, thank you.
Great job. And I'm sure you're excited to be done or close to it, right? But it's been a pleasure for us to watch and listen to you guys as well. So appreciate the time that you put into this. That's very important. You guys discussed a quality control manager in your presentation. Can you walk me through how that would work, and given the volume of homes and how you would keep that individual busy in comparison to your construction manager or assistants?
Yeah, so that person is just kind of going to be monitoring the whole site throughout the whole process, going to be kind of overseeing each lot as it's being developed, providing assistance when needed, kind of stepping in when things aren't going when things aren't at the quality that we expect them to be at. So they'll be able to kind of roam around the site and just adjust to what's going on around them.
So how do you differentiate the roles between the quality and the assistant construction managers?
Are you talking about the area construction manager?
No, at least what you described in here, construction manager and assistant construction manager. So how do you differentiate their roles between the quality manager and the assistant or the construction manager?
I think that he can answer better than I can.
Yeah, so the quality manager would be somebody that's kind of checking the quality, whereas an assistant construction manager would be somebody who's actually involved in the process of building the homes and talking to subcontractors. But quality is kind of going through and checking to double check everything. they'd be more at these, they'd have these certain checkpoints within construction that they show up to look over the site.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. Great job. Little bit some curveballs in the beginning, but you guys did it. Lesson in life. You're doing your presentation. Always have a good joke. I tell a good dad joke every Friday morning in a meeting, so just words of wisdom there. So good job having that one ready to go. One thing you guys talked about in the presentation and also in your proposal was trade procurement and the way you will manage those trades and building some long-term trade relationships. As much as we would love for our trades to always do great and never fall on hard times and always hit our schedules, how would you guys go about, you mentioned using a software to monitor schedules and that kind of stuff. How would you handle a trade who was not following in line with the schedule and falling behind due to payment issues or anything like that in the field?
Yeah, this kind of comes back to our quality managers, so trades that aren't living up to standards. We have trusted trade partners that have done well for us in the past, but to say if a trade partner isn't living up to these standards that we have, it'd be start off with verbal warnings and then, eventually looking for another trade partner to step in for us. If that answers your question.
Perfect. Yeah, no, that's exactly. Just you have to work through the process, so thank you. And the second one was tied to your packages. Some of your guys' elevations they're nice. They're going for a little nicer profile on the packages. Are you going to allow some flexibility also for them to pick and choose some of those packages, or they need to stay with the package as it is?
Yeah, so we have two packages, the black and the gold package, the gold being the premium package, and then we have an a la carte list on the next page, which were the individual items. So if they chose a black package per se, and they wanted something in the individual items like the higher density carpet, then they could choose that and add it onto the black package.
Cool. Thank you.
Great job, guys. And good job adapting to changing circumstances. You had mentioned in the financial analysis section about mortgage buydowns, which is a relevant thing that we deal with a lot day in and day out in the industry, but not something that everyone's all that familiar with if they're not in the process. In that section, you specifically mentioned that you were going to have mortgage buydowns of 2.5%. So my question was, did you guys build that assumption into your baseline financials? And if so, how did you go about estimating the cost of what a 2.5% mortgage buydown would cost you?
Yeah, so if in the last few lines of our pro forma, you can see that mortgage buydowns are worked in, essentially estimating the percentage as 2.5% was pretty standard for projects that we've done in the past. So we believe that it would be appropriate for this one, and it's enough to where it's not too much of a financial burden for your company, but it's enough to bring in those customers and really push our 5 closings per month.
So is that a 2.5 percentage point reduction in the interest rate, or is that a interest buydown that costs you 2.5% of the sales price?
That's a good question. I'll have to get with my team and get back to you on that one.
Okay. And honestly, just kudos, it's good. If you'd asked a question and you don't know the answer, when you say, I don't know, but I'll get you an answer, that's the best thing you can do. So, good job.